now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
For 42 years, he has terrorized this town. Tonight, it ends.
We need to stop this mother.
We need a plan of attack.
We have to get these people out of town.
How can he still be alive?
This is Officer Williams. Our night isn't over yet.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and as Nathan Banks has pointed out so eloquently in the chat, hello everyone,
Hello.
and welcome to Halloween Havoc. I, of course, am the Renegade JJ Williams, joined here for the pre-show portion of the show by the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham, Josh Mansfield, Paul Mead. Noah will be on momentarily to participate and join in the festivities, do the commentary with me and everything. But for right now, Paul is in the hot seat. What is going on, Paul? Nice of you to join us.
I'm doing good. My voice is a little, or my throat is a little hoarse from going to SmackDown last night. Had a good time. Had a good time, and I'm ready for Halloween Havoc. Haven't watched too much NXT lately, but I'm ready for this.
Yeah, as am I, man. Like, I'm really looking forward to this show. I know that I probably am hearing the grumbles in the back about how this is not Noah's NXT. Damn it! But I digress. Buy the T-shirt.
Coming soon. I promise.
But I mean, yeah, everything on this card.
Damn it!
Everything on this card looks solid. There's only one match that I'm really not caring about, but for a 6-match card, for everything to be looking pretty solid, that's pretty good by the Hunter and Hickenbottom committee there.
Yes.
We've got our hosts, Quincy Elliott and Shotzi Blackheart.
Good to see Shotzi back on the brand for Halloween Havoc. I'm digging that.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. I mean, if anybody fits into the motif of what's going on here tonight, Shotzi is the girl to have. I mean, I was so bummed. I went to Frankensons, and Jeff and I's buddy Bart had a Shotzi from the Black Lagoon shirt on display.
Oh man.
But it was the only one he had. It was for display only. So when I went to go inquire about it for sale, There's a sticker right on it that says "Not for sale,"
Fucking
but you can't
barcode.
see it because it's like up above his booth. So
Right.
you legit have to get like a step stool and everything to get up there. Just not for sale. It's like, oh, Mr. Classic Universal Monster over here would have dug that shirt.
Yeah, sounds about right for Mr. Bart there. Anyway, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Shotzi's definitely good to see Matt. Good to see everybody here. I'm about a 35-minute time crunch right now, but I wanted to make sure I popped in. Halloween Havoc is always one of my favorite WCW shows. I know Paul's representing the WCW brand, or at least the NWO version of the WCW. So good to see that. Yeah, I always like Halloween Havoc, and the only person that could possibly be anything better than Shotzi as a host would be Count Schiavone. If you remember that, God help you. Creepy.
We could always get ECW's The Zombie, right?
WWECW. Make sure you clarify that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool. Or the Yeti.
There you go. Have that as a commentary team.
That's right. The Zombie and the Yeti.
Well, while we have you here for your limited time crunch, Jeff, and
Yes, sir.
since Paul and Josh, I don't know if you guys have done this on camera yet. I was on Simply and Predicting with Noah earlier this week. So
Right.
let's get your guys' thoughts on these matches here tonight. Starting
Shannon
off
Cody.
with Apollo Crews and Grayson Waller. Jeff, go ahead and go first.
Well, this is the one that spin the wheel, make the deal, correct?
Yes.
So, do we have our choices from the higher ups, or are we just kind of winging it, not knowing what the stipulations are going to be offered?
Yeah, we don't really know what all is on the wheel. I know there's like Buried Alive, Casket, Steel Cage, Trick or Treat.
You know, it's
Whatever.
not Trick or Treat, just because they're not going to try to do anything else that crazy.
There's
Yeah, they might.
We'll see.
Don't say that, Jeff. You know this is WWE.
You said never say never, but Vince McMahon
We're gonna have a
retired
steel
this year,
cage
so
of the
you
ring
know.
tonight.
Well, but here's the deal, though. Having a steel cage option means they're going to have to either lower it, which they could do, or have it be erected or whatever. Buried Alive is a complicated build. I've seen it be built. It's not easy. So I would think Trick or Treat can mean just whatever. That's the only reason I say it'll be that. Now, based on what I know about the feud and what I know about the people involved, I really think they're going to try to hitch the wagon back up to Grayson. He's kind of stalled. His engine's kind of like sputtered here the last little while, but I think as much as they've been high on Apollo, matter of fact, Apollo, if I remember, was like a featured part of that. Breaking Ground, I think, was the thing that was narrated by Shatner. Forgive my ignorance if that's not the case, but I think they really want to get behind Grayson again, and this is the way to do it. You have him win on for lack of a better term, a major show for the brand, and this kid is a future superstar. I think Apollo has the potential to still do well, but not be the guy, whereas Grayson has the chance to be the guy. So I'm bringing him in this, whatever the damn wheel lands on. Anything with coal miner's blood, right, Jake?
Yeah, I definitely think this is positioned to be a big show. Apparently, during the media call, Shawn Michaels said that he wants Halloween Havoc to basically become NXT's SummerSlam.
I'm here for that.
So,
well,
Zach, good to see you. Tell all your lady friends that we say hello back.
Yes.
And he
definitely
thinks that Grayson Waller will win also.
Well, you remember, JJ, Bischoff really got behind Halloween Havoc as the tentpole event, even more than Starrcade or Bash at the Beach, considering how historical those two shows were. Bischoff always hitched his horse to Halloween Havoc, so maybe Michaels is trying to do the same.
Fair enough. What are your thoughts there, Josh?
Sorry, burping up my Pepsi Zero here. I'm glad you had Jeff go first because I had to go find Noah's screenshots in the group chat to find out who exactly I picked because I forgot. Grayson Waller, just because build up the new guy. Apollo is coming back down from the main roster. He's a former Intercontinental Champion. Good way to get some heat on the younger guy and give him a big win on a big stage. And this is not going to be a steel cage match. It's not going to be a Buried Alive match, as cool as that would be.
I think a casket match would be kind of cool at Halloween Havoc, if we're being honest. But
they have to they have to have either recorded the spin or having a way to where they know what it's going to land on. They will not have this as a shoot decision.
Well, no, because they made that mistake in '92 and they learned
Yeah.
from it. So
Yeah. So, whatever this match is going to be, it's already determined. We just don't know what it is. Is it likely that trick or treat thing? Probably.
Fair enough. What are your thoughts, Paul?
I go with Grayson Waller. He is, like what you guys said, his push is stalled. He needs a win. I know Paulo's now officially NXT, but I know lately the main roster guys have been getting the upper hand. But I think it's time for Grayson to win. I don't know. I haven't seen the wheel, so I don't know the stipulations there.
right.
That's fair. Looks like I'm the only one discussing this right now that went for Apollo Crews, so it's interesting.
I hope I didn't pick
Apollo. And for Paul, Apollo's actually on NXT full time.
Yeah.
Down. So
speaking of good friends, better enemies,
right?
Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade.
This should be interesting. They've gone back and forth for how long now, Jay? You've been following this feud better than anybody, I think.
They've been going around, I want to say, since early summertime.
Yeah.
You know, when Roxy first came into the company, and her and Cora Jade were the best of friends. They won the tag titles together. And then Cora threw the belt in the trash can and turned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say I was still living over at Natalie's house when Cora turned heel.
You were.
You figure I've been in this place now since late July, August. So at least 4 months they've been feuding.
Yep.
3 or 4 months.
That's a good solid program for WWE or NXT. It really isn't age. But it's a hell of a blow off here. You got the stipulation in place, and based on the fact that they've kind of introduced Roxy into the main roster narrative a little bit further, I think that as much as Cora's got the upper hand pretty much all the way through, she will continue to do that. I think I picked Roxanne on the official Noah sheet, if you will, but I'm kind of rethinking that now that I'm here live, kind of throw my cards on the table in front of the world. And I'm going to say that Cora pulls this one out and somehow denies Roxy her ultimate revenge.
Paul, what are your thoughts?
See, I could see, this feud going longer, but I picked Roxanne. I think it's a grudge match. It's weapons wild. I think should go weapon wild. I think Roxanne's gonna win. So,
Josh,
I picked Cora Jade for this one as well. I think Roxanne Perez, the former Ring of Honor Women's Champion, she's gonna stay in NXT a bit longer. I think we'll eventually have her versus the, which we'll get to that, the soon-to-be new NXT Women's Champion. But I think Cora's getting called up, actually.
Oh.
Okay. I think Cora's going to win and get called up, not lose and get called up.
Interesting. Right. Zach thinks that Cora wins because the higher-ups are really intrigued by Roxy, so they'll see Cora go over. See, this one was hard for me because I love me some Cora Jade.
Yes, you do, sir.
But I went with Roxanne Perez because Cora got the victory at Heatwave. And on NXT this week, she technically got the W twice because Roxy got beat by Rhea Ripley. And then Cora won via disqualification over Raquel. So Cora is looking way too strong. Roxy's got to get a victory here somewhere. And then I think at the December 10th NXT show, which is going to run opposite of Final Battle, Ring of Honor,
of course,
that's going to be the grudge match. That's going to be the blow off to the feud.
Damn it, NXT can't just let us have one freaking night of peace.
No.
Matt, yes, I do love the Monster Mash, as well as the Monsters Holiday, which is the Christmas song version of that.
Yes.
Look it up if you don't know about it. That goes double for you too, Josh. I know how much you love Christmas too.
Which we'll get to that. before Jeff leaves.
You mentioned the women's title, so let's discuss
Yes.
Mandy Rose and Alba Fire. Josh, go ahead.
Alba Fire. Because on Monday, we're going to have Bayley versus Bianca for the Raw Women's title. We are going to have a new Raw Women's champion. Then we will see the main roster official debut of Damage Control. Or not Damage Control, of Toxic Attraction.
That's an interesting theory. I don't see Bianca losing the title yet, but I do like the Damage Control Toxic Attraction idea. But both teams are heel.
Yeah.
You default turn Toxic Attraction babyface by doing that. And I don't want to see those girls as babyface. They need to be heels. You can't do that.
You don't need to necessarily turn any of them babyface.
Nope,
Have them
you don't.
both be heels.
This isn't AEW though.
Paul, what are your thoughts on this
is
match?
mattering less in wrestling, Paul.
I'm saying two heel female factions feuding together. I mean, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, we have two heels facing each other in Logan Paul and Roman Reigns at Crown Jewel in Noah Do It.
Country redacted.
But
whether you want to admit it or not, Josh, Logan Paul is a babyface in WWE.
To the fans, no. So
he got a mixed reaction last night. So
I still haven't seen SmackDown. I've been on Halloween overload.
I hear they edit out the booze for the show.
Not surprised.
As they often do.
SmackDown, but he's watching Halloween 4 and 5, the poor bastard.
Actually,
yeah,
I just watched Halloween and Halloween 2, the Rob Zombie ones.
Even more.
Yeah, Alba Fire's winning this time for the NXT UK people to get their wins back. Special hint for later.
Ooh.
Fair.
So I wouldn't mind seeing Alba win, and I do like Josh's theory about all three of them going up because God knows Mandy and the girls are way overdue for going up to main roster. But I just don't. I'm so torn because I think that Damage Control needs a fresh team to feud with. So Gigi and what's Gigi's partner's name? Help me out, guys. Sorry.
JC Jane.
Gigi and JC are definitely a great team. I don't know if the heel versus heel dynamic will work on the main roster only because everybody loves Toxic Attraction so much that they will get cheered. Whether they're actually presented as baby faces or not is irrelevant because
my point.
They'll be cheered. So I don't.
That's fair because when Bayley and company came out at SummerSlam, they all got babyface pops until the next night on Raw.
Yeah.
Even knowing they were going to be heel based on the way they presented, people still were happy to see Bayley back, ecstatic to see Dakota Kai reinstated, and the Io Sky to come up. So based on all of that, I really think that Mandy, as long as she's been champion, I think that there's not a whole lot more they can do with her. She went down there to rejuvenate both herself and the roster. She's done that.
Yes, she has.
Very much.
So I think it's time to reset. Bring her back up with Gigi, with JC, and have Alba, as Josh said, have the NXT UK folks kind of get their moment in the sun now that they've been officially integrated into NXT proper. So Alba wins here and carries the title on in the future.
It's pretty much what Zach says. He thinks it's time for a change of the guard. Alba Fire wins, and Mandy and Toxic go to SmackDown. Then Survivor Series will get Toxic and Damage Control.
And War Games?
Have each on different shows, not on the same, even though they're tag champs. No, not every match at Survivor Series is going to be War Games. It's just going to be those two.
Yeah, but
although they could be part of the women's War Games match.
That's my point. I see Damage Control being part of War Games.
Well, but do you have one or two partners? If so, who are they? Again, we'll get to Survivor Series, but I wouldn't mind. It really depends because right now you figure it's October 22nd, not counting Country Redacted. We got a month to go for Survivor Series. So War Games has to mean something. I talked about this when I was on with you guys last time. War Games was the end-all, be-all. So it has to have some meat on that bone, or I'm not even be bothered with it.
That's fair. I also went for Alba Fire. A lot of the same reasons you guys presented. I mean, little stat that I pulled out on Simplin Predictin with Noah earlier this week. Mandy Rose won the title at Halloween Havoc last year.
There you go.
So
Has it really been a year for her?
She's had the belt for more or less a year. Right. So what better time to pass that mantle than at Halloween Havoc this year?
Yeah, and you figure Fire's got that witchy theme to her. So what?
See, that's why I picked Alba Fire. It's time for Mandy Rose to lose the title.
Well, I'm trying to see it as time for Alba Fire because I don't think Mandy proven, but she's an absolute fucking powerhouse. So yeah, Alba Fire's time is here. This one, oh, Lord, I picked Damon to win only because I think Roddy's going to return and help against the brothers. He's going to side.
That's exactly what I said on Simplin Predictin.
Oh,
I said that Roddy has been in it with Damon all along. Yep. He orchestrated the attack, you know, just as a way to get the brothers to try to trust him again just before that big hammer gets lowered on them.
Yeah. Roddy has always shown that while he is very easy to like, very easy to cheer for, you and I both know that, JJ, from personal experience, he is better when he's being under the you know, reading between the lines and being a sneaky, snarky heel. This is going to be him going, nope, no more sneaking and snacking. I did it to my damn self, and I did it with purpose. Then you have ready-made tag team feud. The brothers against Damon and Roddy.
Yeah.
There you go. But if Julius loses, Brutus is gone from NXT.
Yeah, that's the problem with that.
That's the stipulation with this one.
Well, maybe.
So you don't have that as a potential feud. You figure if Julius loses, the Creeds are probably going to go up to the main roster, where me and Noah were talking about the Creed brothers versus Alpha Academy.
Ooh.
Maybe, okay, so I like that. Maybe they don't completely expunge the Raw versus SmackDown out of the. I mean, people all wanted that. We all wanted that out of Survivor Series, but to have two of basically the same team on one brand seems kind of silly. So maybe have them on opposite brands, but you know, still trying to garner to claim, you know, amateur athletic superiority, and then boom, there you go. There's your beef.
Zach brings up an interesting point, saying that Damon Camp wins this match just off the simple fact that these matches are normally won by the monster, Kane, Braun, etc.
Yeah.
Was Cena a monster when he won his?
It was Super Cena, of course he was. It was Bizarro.
Answer question without bias. Must move on now.
Paul, Josh, what are your thoughts on this one?
I picked Damon Camp. I didn't realize the stipulation of Brutus. I see Roderick Strong or Ivy Nile getting involved. Is it time for the Creed? Could NXT break up the Creed brothers? I don't know.
I mean, they got former NXT tag team champions.
I could see Damon Kemp winning, and then Roderick and Damon bringing Brutus back later. I don't know. As a heel, I don't want him to break up, but
Josh, anything you want to add to this one?
Yeah, I got Julius Creed winning this one because they aren't breaking the Creed brothers up. I don't like that. That'd be dumb. I don't see them sending them up to the main roster either yet. I personally do not think they are ready yet for the main roster. No. If I'm being completely honest, I don't think they are. Bring Roddy back after to do a swerve, but Creed brothers win, then Damon and Roddy, beat the crap out of them. And that way we get the tag feud. But I just don't see that. I don't see Creed brothers being exiled. and hang up to the main roster just yet. I don't think it's time.
It's fair. Brings us to the ladder match. The North American title hanging up. It's vacant right now. Nathan Frazier, Oro Mensah, Carmelo Hayes, Wes Lee, and Von Wagner. Josh, who do you got in this?
I'm going Mello, actually. I'm going for him to win the title again. Yes, he could be called up to the main roster at any time. I say do that in the Rumble.
Oh, there you go.
Or in the December 10th, whatever thing. Or have him lose then. I don't see him losing it just yet.
Well, technically, he doesn't have it right now.
No.
It's up for
technically,
grabs.
he shouldn't have lost it to Solo Sikoa to begin with. Because
Coulda,
Solo
woulda,
Sikoa
coulda.
wasn't a legal person to win the title.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying I think
That
Solo
is
will
an
win
accurate statement. Why the North American title still doesn't matter. But I digress.
Buy the T-shirt.
I love you, Noah.
That was actually up there.
If this was like a 6-person and we could do another pick, I would probably do like Von Wagner. Honestly, Wesley, I still see as a tag guy. I feel bad for him. Oro Mensah, don't know, have a clue who he is. Nathan Frazier, who was he with again? Wasn't he in a tag?
He just had a set of 3 matches against Axiom.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so if I had to pick a second person, it'd be Von Wagner. But
okay, Paul, what
Memo
are your
again.
thoughts?
Yeah, like Keith said, I don't know who Oro Mensah is. I've seen a little bit of Nathan Frazier. I could see him getting it. I mean, but my pick is Wesley. He deserves it. He needs his first singles title. I just got to meet Wentz last week at a show, and I trained Wentz team to the show in Toledo last week that I got to see. So,
okay,
gotta represent the Rascals here.
There you go, Jeff.
Yeah, I want so bad for it to be Carmelo, but I also so bad want Carmelo to go up to the damn main roster already. Like, seriously, that dude's long overdue. Fudge.
The day Memo goes up to the main roster, the day Victor Perry, we can hear him screaming all the way from New York.
Right.
If you know, you know.
I do. So I picked Wagner, I believe, in the Noah thread. So I'll go ahead and stick with that. But my want is Carmelo, but my Wagner.
Okay, interesting. We got a bit of an array of choices here.
Yes.
Much like I said on Simple and Predicting, I got rid of Oro Mensah and Von Wagner right out the gate.
Damn.
I just don't see them. Oro Mensah just basically popped up on NXT like 2 weeks ago. They're not going to give him the belt that quick.
Right.
And
Who is he?
Von Wagner, nothing special to me.
Now, here's my question, real quick.
Go ahead,
before we
Josh.
switch to the next thing.
Well, I was still giving my thoughts on this one.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry. Continue then. Sorry, my bad. I thought you were switching.
Carmelo, I think his time is going up to the main roster. So that brings it down to me for Nathan Frazier and Wes Lee. Nathan Frazier had a great set of matches with Axiom, but I don't think he's ready just yet. Where Wes Lee, Zach made a great point here in the chat. This is Wes Lee's big moment to shine and get a defining moment. So my pick was Wes Lee. Johnny Boy, excited for the show. What was your thought, Josh? And then I'll move on to the main event.
So, when it comes to North American title ladder matches, especially when the title is vacant, North American title multi-man ladder matches are its shtick. Like Noah's catchphrases, like Walter's stick to my shtick thing. The North American title's shtick is multi-man ladder matches.
Yep.
Is this ladder match going to live up to the hype of what has come before? That's my question. With the legends that have been in these North American title ladder matches, and we have so many people that were like, who? In this one, are these guys going to be like, okay, bet, and live up to the hype of the previous ones and or surpass it? That's what
I
I
think
really
so.
want to know.
I absolutely think so. I think that all these guys, even Von Wagner, even Oro Mensah, are going out there with something to prove.
Yeah.
So look for Wesley, I'm calling it now, to have the Shelton Benjamin / Kofi Kingston spot of the night. Whether he wins or loses, look for him to have that, oh my God, did he just do that moment?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Jay, you brought up a point about Wesley. Yeah. If they're absolutely not going to bring his partner back, whatever the reason was, I remember the reason. I'm just trying not to be too much of a dick, trying to get ready to go to a happy place here. Then they either need to sugar get off the pot with him, either turn him loose and make him a single superstar, or just cut him loose. So if he wins, great. If not, where does he go from here? So you do make a good point. So Wesley will be my backup. We don't have a backup pick, not my
No.
ever.
Why don't we do that, Noah?
I'll stick with Wagner, but Wesley would not surprise me if they're actually going to do something with him.
Fair enough. And that brings us to the main event. Jeff, I know you've got to get out of here in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
Let me go ahead and acknowledge Dwayne real quick. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Coming in, Dwayne. Appreciate that.
Who have you got in the main event, there, Jeff? And then you can take off to the happiest place on earth.
Yes. So we did say earlier that Alba Fire is going to become women's champion. We're talking about NXT UK guys getting their wins back, getting their redemption for having to be absorbed. Let's not forget that JD McDonough, aka Jordan Devlin, was kind of the alternate, not really the cruiserweight champion, because of having to stay overseas and not defend it during COVID. And then when they unified it, he lost anyway, which was a shitty thing. And then they ended up just getting rid of the title altogether, which his entire run has been kind of a, okay, now what? This is what? As much as Dragunov, fought to, remain champion in the UK, as strong a champion, much to my surprise, as Braun Breaker's turned out to be, JD McDonough is going to slip one in here and actually walk out of this match with the championship. And then we're going to see what Jordan Devlin, right, Noah, can definitely do. And I'm looking forward as much to it as anybody else.
There we go. Paul, what are your thoughts?
So, as of a week ago, I was pulling for Dragunov. I'd love to see him as champ. But then on Tuesday, it brought up an interesting scenario. I see Braun Breaker winning, and then Austin Theory cashing in.
Okay.
I don't want it to happen, but he's not cashing in on Roman Reigns. So he's got to cash it in on NXT. They're not going to give JD McDonough or Ilya Dragunov a short title reign to have Austin Theory cashing them a few weeks later. I think he's cashing out Braun Breaker tonight.
Damn it!
Whether or not he wins the title, I see him cashing in tonight on Braun Breaker.
Okay. Josh?
Well, Paul just stole part of my shtick for this match, but...
Oh, good. So now you know how I feel.
Oh, yeah, I know. The thing is, this is a triple threat, so this is easily a way for a strong champion to lose the title without being involved in the finish. Hey, Triple H, do this for Roman to get one of the belts off of him.
Yep.
But I digress.
Buy the shirt.
Definitely this is going... There's two NXT UK people back. JD, besides being, stuck as Cruiserweight champion and not being able to defend it, he had some speaking out accusations against him as well at the time. So that was also part of it. So that's why I don't know about him winning this one. Breaker's not walking out of this as champion. He's getting called up. And I think he will be the one to event. If it's not Drew, if it's not Bray, if it's not Sami Zayn, it should be Braun Breaker to dethrone Roman Reigns.
Interesting.
Goldberg 2.0.
Wow.
The person who's better because he's better than Goldberg. Is
And
Goldberg
you
stuck?
know it.
Like Bret Hart always has to get in an interview. But the person walking out of this match as NXT champion is Ilya Dragunov. But he's going to be going down. A-Town down. He's not walking out of tonight as champion.
I like it.
What was that, Jeff?
I said, I like it.
See,
Yeah.
here,
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have Austin Theory show up on NXT with the briefcase out of nowhere. You're not going to do that unless you're hinting of what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the final nail in Vince McMahon's toying with Triple H. Because Triple H is going to take Vince McMahon's hand-picked little boy, his hand-picked new Superman, his hand-picked new handsome face of the company after Roman Reigns, and he is going to make him cash in that Money in the Bank, not on Roman, but on the NXT title, the title that Vince McMahon downgraded back to developmental and tried to take world title status off of it, because since they demoted it to NXT 2.0, they're not referencing NXT title reigns like they used to as world title reigns.
Yep.
This is Triple H saying, this ain't developmental. This is a world title, and that's what I'm going to make Austin Theory cash in on. It elevates NXT by using Vince McMahon's hand-picked little bitch as a sacrifice to do it.
I love it.
okay, so there's a lot of ingredients in this chili pot for me to break down and dissect, okay? First of all, I'm going to go with the Dragunov claim. From the minute he appeared on my NXT, not Noah's NXT, damn it.
Buy the shirt.
I was ready to pick Dragunov in this match. And then I watched NXT this past week. And with the exception of Theory appearing on the ramp, one of the final shots was Dragunov holding the belt in the air.
Yes.
Which is usually a sign that you're not going to win.
Right.
But
I've been also really intrigued by JD McDonough, or as I've been trying to correct myself for the sake of Noah and what little hair he has, Jordan Devlin.
Oh, sure. Don't say my hair or anything, you know.
Yours was gone when I met you, dude, for real.
New naming convention.
You had Homer Simpson level hair when I met you. Get off it.
I cite my Mickey 07 bullshit on that.
But anyways, I officially picked Jordan Devlin, JD McDonough to win the match because as part of the predictions, we're not predicting if Austin Theory is going to cash in.
Right.
I do totally agree that it's Braun's time to lose the belt, get called up to the main roster. You know, there may be a rematch or two down the road, but it's Braun's time to move on to bigger, better things. And I feel like with hearing the story of the Dragunov Devlin saga, he needs to get that victory back over Dragunov.
Yeah.
As far as the cash-in thing, when I first saw Theory pop up on the TV with the briefcase, I thought the same thing.
Right.
He was going to cash in tonight on whoever wins the match. And maybe he'll tease another cash-in and have it go south, you know, much like it has in the past. Like Dwayne said, Theory is going to fail another attempt. You know, because if you think about it, you mentioned, Josh, why would you have Theory on there if you're not trying to tease that this would actually happen? But this past week, NXT was going up against AEW. They had a lot of main roster people on the show.
Theory wasn't announced though.
So
that's my point.
So
So
Shinsuke
he
wasn't
was
announced
there.
either.
He's there to tease as a caveat, but I don't think he'll do the actual cash-in. Although I do agree the fact that if he cashed in for the title and won it, it definitely would help reestablish and bring up the status of the NXT title. I do wholeheartedly agree with your theory there, but I pitched this to Jeff in private, and I actually made this on Simply and Predicting. What better way to fuck over Vince's boy, as we put it, than to have Theory hold the briefcase until Money in the Bank next year, have him cash it in on the champion at the time, win the belt, and then that night's briefcase winner come in and take it right off of Theory. That is how you fuck Vince McMahon's hand-picked boy.
That's valid, because I don't think Theory is
And you
going
give
to
him
fail.
and
to
you
cash
give
in.
him the full year. It's something that hasn't been done before. Which it's getting harder and harder to do stuff that's never been done before with Money in the Bank.
Right? Especially
know,
for women's Money in the Bank, they just keep doing it the same night almost.
it's never been held the full year to where there's technically two briefcases in play at the same time. So there you go.
That's clever.
I like all the theories, folks. I like it.
Because I don't think Theory's going to fail to cash in like Dwayne suggests. Triple H has too much respect for Money in the Bank to do that even to Theory. Because Triple H is still likes Theory, still high on Theory.
I can see Quincy Elliott keeping Austin Theory from cashing in.
There you go.
Also, Dwayne's comment about there we go.
Yeah, Jeff Meacham did have hair. If you look in his profile pictures, you can actually see, and go back and watch old episodes of Talk Wrestling on the No DQ channel. Jeff actually had hair when I first met him. I give him crap, but he did have hair when I first met him. When he came to move in with me, completely different story.
Yeah, I have hair, as Obi-Wan says in episode 4, before the dark times, before the child.
That would do it.
Every time. All right, kids. Well, I am out the door and on my way. So, but one more light. Forgot that light. Damn it. Okay, there we go. All right. Damn, it's loud out here in gray.
And just make sure to rewatch later, Jeff.
I'll try to keep tabs on.
Have fun.
What happened?
I said, then just make sure to rewatch later when you'll see the unboxing I have for you that you'll enjoy.
Looks like Jeff is frozen.
There he is.
Yep.
Well, we here on the Halloween Havoc coverage and everything across the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, we wish Jeff a good day at the happiest place on earth. As the WWE Network on the Peacock streaming service, or as we call it around here, the Cock, promotes the show that'll be happening in 2 weeks at Country Redacted. We have given you guys all of our thoughts on the matches. Those of you that have just joined us, what do you guys think? We've only gotten a couple of reactions about some of your thoughts. Anybody else have thoughts?
No trolling with Noah, Dwayne.
And we see Bronathan Breaker entering the arena with the championship on his shoulder from earlier today.
Lovely that.
I am curious to see what some of the superstars will be dressed as for Halloween.
Right?
Yep.
There'll be some sort of Halloween party backstage skit, and someone will get their face in the punch bowl, turn into a carry.
So, JJ.
Yes, sir.
Did we want to do the unboxing before the event starts and you guys do your commentary, or do we want to do it as part of open mic night?
Go ahead and do it now because you're not sure if you're going to be sober enough to join us for open mic night.
See. Well, let me
See, here's the thing.
I have some special brownies. These are not Colorado brownies. No. These are special Irish brownies made with Baileys. I'm going to be good. I won't eat many of them. If Austin Theory cashes in, that's another story. And succeeds. Yeah. So, I ordered something on eBay recently because, like the good man Renegade and the good man Meech, I am a big Christmas guy. Get the hat on with it. So I ordered a classic keepsake ornament set from 1992 of Hallmarks. So figure I'd do a little unboxing here, on our Halloween PLE.
Let's go ahead and give Josh here the main screen.
Yeah.
So let's go with our first set.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Hey, I mean, Nightmare Before Christmas is all about what happens when two holidays collide. So,
And, yeah.
Cute.
Nice.
That is true.
That's one.
Oh, very nice.
Number 2 coming up.
I'm digging the dude dressed as Stone Cold on the pre-show.
Hey. Cool.
Very nice.
Very, very cool.
Box.
Stay tuned because I'm sure that Renegade will have a lot of holiday cheer and gifts galore in store for you at Casa D18 Studios through the holiday season.
It's funny that you mentioned that, Noah, because I do have a copy of the original Miracle on 34th Street that I'll be giving away at some point.
Ooh.
Nice.
There you go.
Number 4.
Nice.
Get them all out. Get the whole sleigh crew out.
There we go.
And this one I really wish we did have Jeff here for, because
last but not least,
the
fat man himself.
Kaiser theme word for word. God rest my father's soul.
There you go.
Where would we be without jolly old Saint Nick?
Yes.
Cool.
And the best part about this is that they can stand up on their own and connect on their own to where you can either hang them on a tree or just set them out like this.
Yeah.
Nice. While we're go ahead and promoting Christmas, go ahead and hold up the Santa Claus one again, Josh.
Very nice.
Make sure everybody tunes in Monday, December 5th for that day's episode of The Dad's Not Always on Wrestling, when Jeff and I will be discussing the top 10 portrayals of Santa Claus. Go ahead and get that little cheap plug in there while we've got the ornament out. Okay, that's very blinding in the camera, dude.
Sorry.
Cheap plug.
I wanted to point out I listen to Christmas music every morning at work. So.
Nice.
Oh, I listen to Christmas music throughout the entire year. I have a playlist of oldies
so
Christmas
he probably got
music.
Wham! Last Christmas stuck in his head and regretting it.
See, for me, give me the Bing Crosby, the Nat King Cole, the Johnny Mathis. That's my Christmas.
Yeah.
See, being raised the way that I was raised, I love all kinds of music.
Josh, God bless you. Respect. You're a traditionalist. That's the way you're supposed to do it.
Hold on, Noah. Hold on, Noah. Don't bite my head off.
No,
I love the traditional Christmas music, but I can also find a soft spot for some of the more modern stuff as well. It's like, at what point do you consider it classic traditional when you figure you hear stuff from the 90s on the oldie stations?
That doesn't count.
So it's like, All I Want for Christmas Is You is now technically considered a traditional Christmas song by those standards because it's been around for 30 years almost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that it holds a candle to Bing Crosby or Elvis or Dean Martin or any of that stuff. I love it all too. I listen to it every year. I have a playlist on Spotify that I cultivated called The Absolute Best Christmas. And it's got all of that stuff, but it's also got Elton John Step Into Christmas, which is that considered traditional or is that considered modern? That's
I would
up
still
to
count that modern.
subjective, but it came out in the 70s.
I would say anything post.
John Lennon, Happy Christmas, War is Over. Is that modern or traditional?
I'd say now that's considered traditional.
Same should be said about Elton John then. Came out around the same time, technically.
But do you actually associate Elton John with Christmas?
That song, absolutely. That's a classic.
What song is it?
Step Into Christmas.
I've never heard it.
Okay, so your assignment, as soon as we kick you into the green room for the first match here, is to listen to that song. Because I'm willing to bet you that if you hear it, you'll recognize it.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, I'll send you my playlist. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I do have another playlist I'm working on that's going to combine some my old favorites with some new stuff. So, I'm working on, but
that's fair.
Ooh, that's an idea for a Christmas themed Dad's episode. Top 10 favorite Christmas songs for each of you.
Jeff and I have done it. Look in the archives on his channel.
Well, darn. Okay, then.
Another couple years, we can maybe do it again because tastes change. New songs come out. But yeah, it's been done. We've also done Christmas movies, Christmas specials. All that content is out there, Josh. You just have to look for it.
Look on YouTube, probably.
Pop just came into the chat room. What's up, Pop? Wonderful Christmas time, Paul McCartney.
That I do consider a traditional one.
Okay, but that came out in the late 70s. That came out after Elton John. So if Elton John is modern, Paul McCartney should be modern.
Okay.
You see what I mean? It's
Yeah.
subjectivity. At what point do you consider something modern and traditional?
Right. I mean, Johnny Mathis is still performing.
True.
The man, that man is a legend.
Noah, you got anything to chime in here? I see you kind of patiently standing in the background.
You want to just jump
you
in?
Ready you ready to claim your seat at the announce booth? As the Peacock Network shows us the rivalry between Braun Breaker, J.D. McDonough, Jordan Devlin, and Ilya Dragunov. So here we go. Silent Night by the Temptations. That's one of Dwayne's favorites.
That's one of my
So for Christmas songs, my traditional all-time favorite, definitely Adeste Fideles, O Come All Ye Faithful. Usually the Bing Crosby version. Or, no, not the Bing Crosby. The Nat King Cole version is probably my favorite.
Okay.
My other favorite, it's a not as much known one, In the Bleak Midwinter.
Good one.
Okay. Yeah, I've never even heard of that one.
Oh, it's so good. Julie Andrews has a really good version of it.
Okay. Cool deal.
Oh, I know everyone's doing it in December. Good grief.
What was that, Noah? What did he say? No.
What did you say?
I know what y'all are doing in December.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah,
Our open mic nights in December are going to be fun.
most definitely. My favorite Christmas song, and I don't know if you would call it traditional or not, even though it came out in the late 70s. So by some of the logic we've established here, it should be considered traditional, but it's the only version of it I know of, and I know people are going to laugh at me for it, but whatever. I will die on this hill. It's called The Christmas Wish, and it's performed by Kermit the Frog. Yes, Kermit the Frog, on the John Denver and the Muppets: A Christmas Together album.
Okay.
Huh.
And basically the song comes out and Kermit's saying, I don't know if you believe in Christmas or if you have presents under your tree, but if you believe in love, that's more than enough for you to come and celebrate with me. Basically touching on the fact that Christmas isn't the only holiday out there. There's Hanukkah, there's Kwanzaa, there's people that just don't celebrate at all. But if you believe in love, come on over. We can have some fun. We can celebrate the season.
Yeah. One that I would definitely say is because it's not like a traditional Christmas hymn. It's more of a traditional Christmas song, like on the radio. Definitely Mary's Boy Child by Henry Belafonte. That's
love
such a good
that.
one. You like it too, Paul?
Yes. So good.
I don't like the Boney M one. It's just, nah. Like, no thanks. The traditional one by Henry Belafonte, that's a good one.
Okay, Dwayne, what are you on with all of these?
Yes. Blue Christmas by Porky Pig. Yes.
Oh, hell no.
I mean, he went there with the Redneck 12 Days of Christmas, but I'm down with that. That and the Here's Your Sign Christmas by Bill Engvall.
Okay.
Are those the three wise men? No, it's ZZ Top performing a Farm Aid concert. Here's Your Sign.
Well,
how about
I think I'm going to head out as we get ready for this. We'll see if I'm, cognizant enough to be back in here.
Sounds good, Josh. And again, feel free to just mill around in the green room if you want. We'll bring you in between matches to give thoughts on what occurred if you choose. If not,
I'll probably be trying to cling in between matches.
That's fair. If not, then hopefully we'll see you for open mic night.
Yep. I will catch you later.
All right, Josh.
Yeah.
And then there were two.
A good man.
I want to throw out Christmas Can by Straight No Chaser is awesome.
I haven't heard that one. I'll have to look that up. I know who Straight No Chaser is, but I haven't heard that. So
it's a mixture of Christmas.
Yes, Dad. I know I did. Thank you for busting me out here live on the air.
But
I was the kid that was wearing his tank top and shorts in the middle of June, dancing around his room to John Denver and the Muppets: A Christmas Together. Especially the Electric Mayhem version of the Little Saint Nick. So,
yeah, I like Little Saint Nick. Oh.
Giving us a final rundown of the card here before they go live. Ooh, it looks like it's going to be a casket match between Apollo Crews and Grayson Waller.
On the wheel, it's a casket match.
But
did I call it or did I call it? Like, I felt like we needed something that added to the spooky.
Yeah.
Buried Alive, I don't feel the feud's hot enough for that. So, casket match is just perfect. As we get ready to go live inside for the show, let's switch backgrounds.
Let's get out.
All right. Here we go.
There we go. Sorry.
Ooh, little tease of Cody Rhodes here. As we wait for Noah to get on camera here. Nice little hype package here for Cody Rhodes. what does everybody think the first match is going to be? Thank you, Dwayne. Look forward to it. Hopefully, you'll hang around in the comment room. And there's Noah.
Good evening, JJ. I was definitely having fun with y'all back behind the scenes. Not that far, of course. Shout out to my brother Paul. That was some good stuff. Hello, everybody. Welcome once again to another Jeff Meacham Network production. All the tricks and cheats galore, championship bouts, and so much more in store. JJ, are you ready to go tonight for Halloween Havoc?
Absolutely, dude. I've been looking forward to this show. I've told you in private. I've told you on Simplin Predicting earlier this week. Say it again right now, man. I have really been looking forward to this show, and even more so since they announced the return to NXT of one Shotzi Blackheart for one night only to be co-host of this event.
Well, if there's one person that definitely personifies the spooky, wild spirit of frightful delight, it is definitely Shotzi Blackheart. So I am glad to see her back on the screen tonight. And I'm sure she's going to have all sorts of fun and tricks up her sleeve. And who knows what else in between. As we learned now, it will be a casket match between Grayson Waller and Apollo Crews. Somebody's about to go 6 feet under, kayfabe-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. That just amped up my desire to see this match, because that was the one match I felt flat for me. Maybe it was because the stip hadn't been announced yet. Maybe it's just because I feel like this feud hasn't hooked me. But now that we know it's going to be a casket match, just to add to that extra little element of spooky with the coffins and everything. You know, you think of Dracula lying to rest in his coffin and vampire lore. It just makes it that much better, I think.
Yeah, and with a casket match, you have no idea who might be involved. There already might be a cadaver inside the coffin. You wonder if either of these two men are going to have, like, you know, a skeleton in their closet to help them in this affair. But again, that's only one thing to look forward to tonight. As I got the W logo on my screen, as again, we are here together. Let's have some fun once and for all. It is time for NXT Halloween Havoc as a full moon graces my screen. Of course, we got to have a cinematic intro to this night that is fully themed. Chucky.
Yes.
It had to be Chucky. He had to haunt tonight because of the Steiner involved. He had to.
Of course. I mean, we saw him briefly on NXT this past week, specifically his encounters with Chase U was just hilarious to watch. Chucky is one of my all-time favorites. You know, Jeff subscribes to the Michael Myers saga. I have been a fan of Chucky and Child's Play, I want to say, since Child's Play 3 came out, and I think that was 91, 92. I've been a fan of it ever since then. You know, just something about the killer doll and the soul trapping and possessing, you know, the fact that it looked like a My Buddy from back in those days didn't help matters. And little known fact, Chucky pretty much killed the My Buddy franchise because nobody wanted a My Buddy doll anymore. It was too much like Chucky. So yeah, I've been a huge Chucky fan. Chucky and Lawrence Talbot, the Wolfman, specifically the OG Lon Chaney Jr. version. Those are my go-tos for the spooky time of year.
Fair enough. Again, I never really got deep within the spooky spirit, to say the least. But when it comes to wrestling, I could at least relate to a degree, the themes. And again, I know a diehard fan of Halloween, not just here in ODQ, but in the wrestling community in general. Laura Denise, the bunny, hey, Allie. She literally is doing a 31 Days of Horror, watch along, doing these all sorts of movies. She lives off horror paraphernalia. Rob Bob. I don't remember the idol that she idolizes. She personifies horror. If you ever wanted to talk with somebody about horror, she's the person to talk to.
There you go.
But that's not what we're about tonight. It might be the theme, but let's remember there is wrestling involved still to a degree.
Absolutely. And here we go. We're getting our first look at the hosts for the night.
Good Lord. And Shotzi Blackheart has gone full Joker.
I love it. It looks good on her. I can't figure out what Quincy Elliott's supposed to be.
That's probably part of the costume.
There we go.
Well, as Shotzi Blackheart said, it is showtime as WWE presents NXT Halloween Havoc. Tricks, treats, and many will suffer defeat. As we are live from Orlando, Florida, in the NXT arena, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching along in this JMN production to NXT Halloween Havoc. I am, of course, the Superman Noah Foster, and here tonight, I'm just simply here doing commentary. I'm not dressing up like anything. With me, as always, horror enthusiast, and of course, my great color commentator, the Renegade JJ Williams. JJ, are you ready for a night of frightful delights?
I most definitely am, Noah, and it looks like we're going to start off with the North American title. That's an interesting choice to kick things off. I would have saved that till mid-show, but you want something that's fast-paced, action-packed, that's going to draw asses and ratings. Is there any match on the card other than the North American title that's just like primed to do that?
I would have to say no. And as we got our participants coming out, here comes Nathan Frazier coming off a great series of 3 matches against Axiom. Storming in here like Iron Man to a degree. Definitely exhibits the speed. Nathan Frazier, of course, formerly involved in NXT UK, as we've seen the crossover now with NXT 2.0 and NXT UK becoming this NXT. Nathan Frazier looking to finally claim his first singles championship in WWE. And when I think about the NXT North American Championship, you basically alluded to it during the kickoff show. It is the match that defines the title holder. What doesn't define it, though, is the person that holds it, the legacy. And, of course, we all think that the previous owner kind of got shafted. Will he once again score? Oh, okay, I remember this theme. And here comes Oro Mensah. Again, not a mouth disorder. This is a former NXT UK Tag Team Champion, Oliver Carter. And all he sees in front of him is gold. But again, will he claim it tonight?
I don't know. Pretty bad luck there doing the slide under the ladder. But then again, Razor Ramon did that at WrestleMania 10 and ended up winning the championship from Shawn Michaels. So,
but again, on a night of spooks and horrors, is superstition the one thing on your mind?
And here comes Wes Lee, my pick to win this match.
I would say this guy right here is the wild card. We've seen what Wes Lee has tried to do, renew and rebuild confidence, since right now he rose solo in this NXT. Of course, we remember MXK, former Dusty Cup winners, former NXT Tag Team Champions, due to unforeseen circumstances. Wes Lee now, he's on his own in this NXT, and he looks to ascend the summit tonight as North American Champion.
Yeah, he's got so much to prove here. And like I said in the predictions, the kickoff, win or lose, look for him to have that match-defining moment a la Shelton Benjamin, Kofi Kingston, or even a John Morrison here tonight.
Well, again, when it comes to the NXT North American Championship, the ladder match is the real stipulation. So again, do you live for the moment or do you go for the prize? Speaking of going for the prize, here's the guy with the greatest towards the height, Von Wagner, accompanied by Robert Stone. Will we be entering Von Wagner's world as NXT North American Champion?
You know, I don't think so. I think granted, I've only been watching since April again, but I haven't seen that much of Von Wagner to really make him feel like a solid threat to the title, despite his size, despite the sheer mass on his body. Like, there's been nothing really presented about him to make me think that he is North American Champion material. You know, I think of the North American Champion and I liken it to the Intercontinental Champion, that workhorse, show-stealing performer.
And well, you want to talk about workhorses? Trick Williams up on the higher platform. All right. This is interesting. And here comes the former two-time NXT North American champion looking for a hat trick and hit his greatest slam dunk ever, Carmelo Hayes. What can you not say about Carmelo Hayes, JJ?
He's the ultimate blue chipper. You know, when I talk about this being the workhorse title, he has proven that he has the star power, the moveset, the athleticism, the stamina to be main event player with this championship night in and night out. But has he shown so much that he's ready to finally make that jump up to the main roster? And is it somebody else's time to ascend the ladder, break through the glass ceiling tonight?
All 5 men look up at the prize. Center stage, bell rings, we are underway. And the ladder match is all about strategy. It's all about adaptability. You see, nobody right now is going after the ladder, and no one's making a move. Carmelo, though. Well, wait a minute. Oh! As I said, I must leave with the first shot. At this point, you just got to try and isolate the rest of the bodies before you even can grab the instrument towards achievement. Von Wagner right now taking on Nathan Frazier and Orametsa 2-for-1 in the corner. And Von Wagner, he's one of those like strange anomalies, I feel like, in NXT. Like you said, he's really proven anything to us to show us that he deserves and can be a champion in this brand. I mean, it's kind of been up and down for him lately. Nathan Frazier off the corner. Whoa, nice move stop. Picking up speed. Orametsa, Nathan Frazier again. All the misdirection, just sending Orametsa to the other realm of the ring. Trick Williams at ringside, too. We got to consider if he's going to come into play. And David Frazier looks to fly! Cross body wipes out Von Wagner. David Frazier on fire so far tonight.
Yeah, you know, he really showed himself to me these last couple weeks with that series against Axiom. Man, I knew nothing about either one of those gentlemen coming in, and both of them went all out, balls to the wall. Either one of them could have been in this spot, and were we able to have a second pick in our league, whichever one won that series would have been my second pick.
Well, again, the field's only 5, so only 1 pick is decided upon tonight. Carmelo Hayes, eats the ladder face first. And again, in a ladder match, you sometimes see strange alliances. Orametsa and Nathan Frazier, using the ladder to right now eliminate some of the competition. Wait, Carmelo Hayes looking to come up. Nathan Frazier face first.
Is it really that strange of an alliance, though, Noah? You mentioned how both of these guys came over from NXT UK when it got melded into this NXT. So they're very familiar with each other, I'm sure.
That's a fair point. I don't remember if Brent Carter and Nathan Frazier had much experience against the hottest tag team under the sun, one half of the former NXT UK Tag Team Champions, former Oliver Carter now, Orametsa. But I do understand what you're saying. But again, at the end of the day, only one thing matters, and that's to find a ladder, climb it, and claim the NXT North American Championship. We talk about ladder matches in the North American Championship. We've seen this ladder match define champions like Carmelo Hayes, and let's not forget the very first title holder, Adam Cole. And meanwhile, Orametsa and Adam Cole get well soon. Whoa! Big exploder, says David Fitted outside the ring. Orametsa right now with a chance to claim the opportunity and the championship. And Wesley
here comes Wesley.
Again, you talk about speed, you talk about the agility. Rolling Pele kick.
That was some innovative offense.
Yeah, and turns by 360, using his own momentum against Wesley and catching him with an overhead kick. And Carmelo Hayes right now
taking the ladder down for some reason.
I think this is a smart strategy. You got 2 of your opposition in the ring. Carmelo Hayes clearly knows this is not a time to climb the ladder and claim the championship. And we've seen how ladder matches have affected careers before. Oh, man!
And that could have seriously jacked his leg up.
overhead backdrop leg more on the ladder, as you alluded to, and there's a missile shotgun drop kick, by Wesley or Mensa Camilla Hayes suffering at the hands of a ladder. I'm not even sure what happened there. I think Von Wagner just tripped.
It looked like Wesley went to drop kick him in his knee.
Yeah,
I'm not 100% though.
Well, this is smart, though, trying to trap him in the corner with the use of a ladder, pushing the ladder into Von Wagner's midsection. Pretty hard to climb when you can't breathe.
Accurate.
And Wesley now flips out of the corner, and Von Wagner, whoa, my! Thank goodness. Oh, that boot!
Jesus.
Turn Wesley inside out. Mr.
Bring
Stone
out the casket for Cruz and Waller. Just throw Wesley in it from out big boot.
I mean, to be fair, we also have an ambulance match later tonight, and before this match is over, someone might need it.
There you go.
Ugh. We've seen how ladder matches have affected careers, shortened them, threatens to end them to a degree, not just for workhorse championships. You alluded to WrestleMania 10 with Shawn Michaels and oh boy, the power of Von Wagner, Nathan Frazier in a bad spot.
Oh. Power bomb onto the ladder from Von Wagner to Nathan Frazier. Jesus.
Suspended in between the ropes for added measure and pressure. Take a look at this. The bounce.
Ooh.
There is no give to that ladder.
None. I've been hit with ladders before. It is not a pleasant feeling.
Again, you could tell from firsthand experience. I've only seen it firsthand. I remember what happened back at AEW Winter Break when I went there live with Cody Rhodes. Good Lord. Again, ladder matches are where you make or break yourself. That's really what that comes down to. Camilla Hayes right now trying to take over Von Wagner. Nice job by Hayes taking down the big man. But again, he has to take advantage. He's right now in the ring alone. Are we looking at a 3-time NXT North American champion? Ladder in place. Oh, wait a minute. Out of the corner.
Ooh, Nathan Frazier drop kicking him off the ladder.
Good grief. And oh my gosh. Wesley put his own body on the line to a degree, dropping a ladder on Nathan Frazier.
The crowd echoes its approval with the Holy S chants.
And we're just getting started tonight. Again, folks, this is
believe it
NXT.
or not, this is just the first match.
Yeah, no kidding. Off! Again, this is NXT Halloween Havoc. We are kicking off with the 5-way NXT North American Championship ladder match. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. Oh, scissors kick! And again, I feel like Mensa got the worst of that. Drops Von Wagner to the outside. Notice how Trick Williams has not gotten involved yet in this match either. Meanwhile, up the ropes. Oh!
Nice moonsault. It's probably pretty wise of Trick to not get involved just yet, because you know that if he gets involved, all attention is going to shift focus to him.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Trick Williams and Carmelo Hayes, they are a package deal. They are out there for one another. And meanwhile, what is this? Oh! Good God!
Some more innovative offense there by Carmelo Hayes.
And a bit of an assist by Trick Williams, setting up that ladder underneath Oral Mensa, making sure he had a much worse landing. And right now, Nathan Frazier, just runs midsection first into the ladder. Again, Carmelo Hayes, the one of one. That's what he calls himself. And right now, Carmelo Hayes, what's going for here? Nathan Frazier, though. Good Lord! What the hell? Holy TJJ! Nathan Frazier off the second rope.
I am like dumbfounded.
What do you call that?
It was kind of like a Spanish fly.
Reverse Spanish fly. You're right. Jesus. Both men colliding into the ladder midsection first. And Von Wagner back in the ring. Again, the ladder match. Do you go for the prize or do you create the moment? What are you memorable? What are you more remembered for? What do you want to be more remembered for? Von Wagner's got Wesley up. Wesley up. Oh, nice Enziguri.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare. It's very rare that you can create the moment by winning the match. It is possible, but more often than not, if you take that opportunity to create the moment, you don't win.
Well, right now, you're not going to win if you just wipe yourself out on the outside of the ring. We got 4 of the 5 men down the outside. Meanwhile, our Mensa somehow is back inside the center, looking to set up a ladder. Again, ladder matches, all about opportunity. You find your moment, you pick your spot, and you claim the prize. If you want that winner's purse, you gotta win the title tonight. And as I was talking earlier, there's Trick Williams looking to lift the ladder, or Met's at a dangerous spot. What's he gonna do here? Tap the belly! Oh man! And Ora Mensah throwing caution to the wind. I think he got caught up on the top rope, but he still wiped everybody out.
Yeah, it looked to me like he jumped just a little too soon. You know, speaking from experience there.
Uh-oh. What is this? Trick Williams and Mr. Stone now ascending the ladder, looking to claim the prize for both their agents. Okay. And Robert Stone. Oh! Honestly, who uses a shoe? Uh-oh, Trick Williams says Robert. Oh, man!
Crouched on the top rope there.
And the ladder is the only thing that remains in the ring up against the ropes. Everybody's down. And I think Robert Stone's going to need an ice pack. Take a look around. You see the destruction. You see the type of death these participants are willing to go to call themselves champion. Ora Mensah once again looking to ascend. He's there by himself. Wait, Von Wagner. He's got his hand on the title. Von Wagner just ripped him down. And meanwhile, Ora's still on the ropes. Von Wagner, though, with the ladder.
Ladder to the midsection.
Again, Von Wagner.
Again, let me say from experience, that does not feel good.
And again, those are solid ladders. Those aren't like toothpicks. Von Wagner just tossing over the top rope over two participants. And man, I'm doing very well. Thank you for tuning in again. Thank you all for tuning in. Like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. This is NXT Halloween Havoc, available on Peacock. We are kicking things off the NXT North American Championship ladder match. A match that has, again, defined long-reigning workhorse-level champions, going all the way back to Adam Cole. And you talk about the likes of Johnny Gargano that's held this title before. We talk about Camille Hayes and his incredible 2 reigns. Cameron Grimes even claimed this championship at one point. Keith Lee, Roderick Strong. And right now, Von Wagner is looking to add his name to that list of great champions.
I could be wrong, Noah. I'm going to have to see a replay afterwards, but I think Von Wagner hit a fan trying to get that huge ladder out from under the ring.
I think you're right. That might be a bit of a lawsuit. They'll just probably get like free tickets to NXT for the rest of the year. Who knows? And meanwhile, we got Bridger with troubled water. This is never a good thing as Wesley rocks Von Wagner, who is almost taking a seat across a very precarious. Oh, wait.
Frazier going to the top
rope. Good God!
Breaks the ladder in half. Holy hell, Noah.
And that might eliminate Von Wagner from this entire championship match picture. Frog splash as you set off the top rope through Von Wagner, through the suspended ladder. The ladder breaks in half.
I am still dumbfounded by that, Noah.
Well, again, you literally become a victim of your own weapon, a tool of your own demise. Good grief.
Yeah, we discussed it the last time we were together. He who sets it up usually is the one that suffers the fate of going through it.
Well, as we try and regather ourselves, Wesley's like, oh my gosh! Ora Mensah right now explodes into Wesley. Camille Hayes off the barricade. Nice innovative across the body, wipes on Ora Mensah, and again, Camille Hayes, the only one stairs feet. Wesley off the stairs. Oh man!
Jesus.
Talk about a step up cannonball, launching himself, and again, throwing his own body and well-being caution to the wind. Wesley looking to make a moment tonight and become North American champion. He sees the prize, still raised high, and once again we got to grab. Oh my, that looks like a big lap. Whoa!
I think it's about the same size one though they just put Von Wagner through. Maybe a little bigger. Maybe a little bigger.
JJ? That ladder looks like it could touch the championship. Look at that thing. Well, they say bigger is better. I'm not sure how that applies to ladders. And how the hell is Von Wagner standing?
Determination.
And right now, Von Wagner stands alone with a giant ladder. Once again, looking to ascend. Ladder is in place. We have Wesley and Von Wagner. Wesley, though, look at his speed. Again, sense of urgency, but Von Wagner, though, whips Wesley off the ladder. Uh-oh. Got him goozled. This might end badly. Up in the military press. What the
Looks
hell
like
is
he's
Von Wagner
eyeing
doing?
that ladder.
Whoa,
Oh, the
Lord!
announce booth. He just skidded right over the top of that. Barely even hit it.
Holy shit! Talk about a freaking toss for distance! Wesley literally thrown outside the ring across the announce table to the floor. And meanwhile, Von Wagner says, "Land David Frazier!"
It's like Nathan Frazier hesitated there. He ran to the top, thought about it, then decided to throw some punches to Von Wagner.
Well, he knew Von Wagner was still in play. And right now, David Frazier's the only one. Oh, wait, Von Wagner again. Uh-oh. Up in the clutches. And the power of Von Wagner coming in again. Oh, both men over the top rope to the floor, but Nathan Frazier somehow. Wait a minute. And again, oh!
Oh, Jesus, out of nowhere.
How many times has Ora Mensah come out of nowhere on our screen, just throwing his body into somebody?
I'm glad it's not a drinking game. Jesus. Between how many times Oro Mensah's come out of nowhere and how many times Booker T will say shucky ducky quack quack tonight,
yeah, no kidding.
I'd be plastered by open mic night.
And meanwhile, teamwork by Ora Mensah and David Frazier right now trying to eliminate the Von Wagner problems in this equation. Von Wagner still refuses to stay down. Oh, and again, little ladder. Trying to trap him underneath it. What the hell? Oh!
Okay, see, Booker T mentioning how this is a great plan, but what he fails to realize is there are three men that are preoccupied on the outside. This is a perfect opportunity for either Wesley or Carmelo Hayes, wherever they may be, to try to ascend the ladder and claim the prize.
If Wesley is still conscious, that is. But you do make a point, and I don't see Carmelo. Well, there's Trick Williams. I don't see Carmelo. Oh, Ora Mensah, though. And right now, we got Ora Mensah and David Frazier both making a beeline for the championship, both at the top of the ladder.
Looks like their temporary alliance has now been dissolved as both men punch it on top of the ladder.
Oh, no. And right now, one of these two might be going for a long, hard ride. Carmelo,
But here comes Mello. See him
Frazier
on the outside.
Oh, wait, Frazier's got a hit on the title. Oh, wait, Ora Mensah trying to
But it
headlock.
takes more than a hand, Noah. You got to unstrap it.
That's true. And what in the hell is this? Still trying to hook him up and pushes David Frazier off the ladder. And meanwhile, right to the ankle. And right now trying to make that ladder. Oh, Ora Mensah, though, has a hand on it. Again, Ora Mensah, he refuses to be in the night tonight. Carmelo Hayes, though. Oh! Drop the hard way. Ora Mensah jumped first to the ladder. And Carmelo Hayes stands alone in the ring, trying to create a rector set.
For now.
But again, favoring his back. Carmelo Hayes climbs, though. And Wesley somehow making a beeline. Oh! Step up ladder bridge. Great shot to the lower back, Carmelo Hayes.
Superman punch of sorts, knocking Carmelo down the ladder.
And meanwhile, Wesley and Carmelo Hayes are duking it out inside the ring. One of these two will, I feel like right now, two of your front runners in this match, even if they are the worst for wear. Oh, man, that was a hard right. This has been a brutal affair. Oh! Well, that was innovative.
Could this be Wesley's moment as he
Is
tries
it Wesley's
to get
time to shine? Leave the past behind. Uh-oh, Carmelo Hayes, though. Again, refusing to be denied. And both these men are in a very precarious state on this ladder. All it's going to take is one misstep, and one of these two will be taken out of this match. And they're going at it! Laying bombs to each other. Carmelo Hayes right now. Wesley got the better of that exchange, but Carmelo Hayes is crawling forward. Again, trying to prevent Wesley. Oh! That was just a boot to the face. But again,
Carmelo says no, though.
Carmelo refuses to be denied. Wesley, what are you going to do? Oh, good God! Ridiculous short-range meteor double knees, nearly bouncing himself outside the ring in the process. But take a look around. Wesley is the only one conscious, the only one with a working heartbeat, ascending the ladder to claim his first WWE NXT North American Championship. He is there, JJ.
Yes!
He's got it. Wesley wins.
Wesley has finally clinched the championship and defined his singles career here in the new NXT.
Wesley finally procures his first ever singles championship. Wesley is your new NXT North American champion. Standing ovation from the NXT universe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Much props to Wesley for that. You see the damage outside the ring, the bodies that have been laid to waste. It looks like a car crash out here on the 15, the Cajon Pass.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, JJ, because boy, did Wesley fought hard tonight. Look at this. Good God, I thought he was done after that. Table with no give. I can't believe Von Wagner did this.
I see you in the green room, Josh. 1 second.
And
John, how's
Wesley,
it going? Brand new here to the channel.
Denied. And this was the turning point. This was the game changer. Oh! And maybe the final shot of the 2-minute buzzer as Wesley finally ascended and claimed the ultimate prize tonight. Wesley, first time ever and new NXT North American champion. What a match.
Howdy.
Hello, Josh. How are you?
So, the reason I popped back in is because I've had one so far. I was a dumbass and forgot to eat dinner earlier.
Womp womp.
And the brownies and the icing on top are both filled with Baileys. I've only had one and I'm already feeling it.
I imagine you would be.
So, I don't know if I'm going to make it to open mic night. So, that's why I decided to pop back in here. Holy crap, that was fun.
Yeah, again, all 5 men, they left it all out there in the middle of that ring. You can give some credit to Trick Williams, too, trying to get involved on behalf of Carmelo Hayes. Again, they are a package deal. But tonight, unfortunately, Carmelo Hayes, he didn't hit the slam dunk. It ringed around the rim, and he fell short. Wesley prevails.
Yep. Now Carmelo can go up to the main roster and feud with Seth Rollins.
Well, that's what you hope for. And again, I do like that idea, but only time will tell. And John Millard, thank you for being here. Hope you are enjoying yourself. And Pop, I definitely agree. That was a great opener as the NXT North American Championship ladder matches usually pertain to. As you said, it is the match that really defines who will create a new legacy with this championship. Hopefully, Wesley right now will definitely go the distance. He ascended tonight, but can he stay at the top of the summit?
It's going to be hard.
Weeks.
It's going to be hard. You know, they always say that winning the championship is easy, which I disagree with that to a certain extent, but defending it night in and night out against all comers. You think about Joe Gacy. You think about Cameron Grimes. You think about Mello, who's going to want his one-on-one rematch. You think about Frazier, Axiom, Von Wagner, any of the gentlemen we just saw in that match.
And no doubt.
You know, if the Creeds have to break up, you think about Julius or Damon Kemp coming after him, or Roddy even once he gets back to health. There's so many viable contenders that are going to be gunning after Wesley. And Wesley, is he going to be able to maintain at that level? I think people are going to look at him, just to make a current comparison, a lot the way that people looked at Liv Morgan. You know, he finally was able to do it, and he's had that moment, and that's great. How long is he going to be able to defend it before he cracks?
Well, again, can you withstand the pressure and the weight, not just the 10 pounds of gold that you now have, that it means to be a champion? You are the hunted versus the hunter. It's a whole different world, a whole different ball game, whole different paycheck. but it's a whole different level of responsibility and endurance and risk of injury.
Yep. I'm probably going to get going because Peacock decided to be a dumb butt. And because I still have my Peacock tab open, come back to this and Peacock decides to sign me out.
Womp womp.
So I will catch you guys later.
You're not missing much right now, Josh. They're just showing a video package on the EST Bianca Belair.
This is the problem with WWE. They don't know how to just keep the ball rolling. They have to have all this pointless filler content. That doesn't matter.
They're probably trying to set up for either the casket match or the ambulance match next and clear all the ladders out of the ringside area.
When you're talking about getting prepared, we see the former named Jordan Devlin, JD McDonald, looking to finally claim the top prize tonight in NXT in our triple threat main event.
Mm-hmm. I am going to go get actual dinner before I eat any more of those brownies.
Good call, Josh.
At least I won't be like gone like I was for SummerSlam 2021.
There you go.
Oh, that was terrible. Never Smirnoff green apple vodka ever again.
Now you learn.
Of my life.
What the hell is happening here?
So,
all right, Josh, we will catch you later.
All right.
Looks like they're bringing out the casket for the casket match here, Noah. We're going to be going straight into that.
Very ominous feeling right now has ascended upon the NXT arena as you see the casket being brought in. Looks like we got a digital exclusive here. Oh. Up a fire. Huh? Are there tonight? Abba Fire calling out the NXT Women's Champion to meet her at an undisclosed location. I'm not sure this is a wise move.
You notice Chucky in the background there.
Of course, because Chucky has to be here.
Hey.
Look, I already told you what I'm about. I'm a fan of wrestling. That's all I have to say about that.
That's why we love you, Noah. You're the simple man.
Well, this doesn't look simple. This looks eerie because it looks like Mandy Rose has decided to accept Abba Fire's ultimatum. As Taz Attraction, don't tell me it's going to be some cinematic BS. I mean, this is probably normal for GT Dolan, former Priscilla Kelly. I mean, she probably lives for this stuff.
I don't know if that's a smart move or a dumb move by JC Jane, because it's smart to stay behind and not to look for the evil being that's hunting you. However, at the same time, if horror movies have shown us anything, when you split up from the group, you die. So, you know.
I don't even have to watch horror movies to understand that philosophy. I completely agree. You stay together. At least that way, if you're going to go down, you go down in a blaze of glory. Or you got more bodies against the one ultimate nightmare, which tonight sounds like it's going to be Abba Fire. Looking to burn down the Black Rose Garden that Toxic Attraction has planted in NXT. One rosebud at a time, it looks like. What the hell is about to happen here? Why do I feel like Jeremy Borash had a lot to do with this?
Better Jeremy Borash than Vince Russo.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right. Well, folks, for those that don't know, we are looking at a what I don't even know what to call this. This is
it looks like Toxic Attraction is wandering around this almost like a house of horrors, if you will, but they haven't even entered into the legitimate house yet. This is just the yard paving the way to the entrance.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be Halloween Havoc under NXT without some sort of House of Horrors presentation. Although I don't think Dexter Lewis and Johnny Gargano are waiting behind that door.
No, and correct me if I'm wrong, Noah, but wasn't the last cinematic match the Boneyard match with AJ Styles and The Undertaker?
You would be correct.
So, even if this is going to be a little bit more cinematic in its nature and not actually happening in the ring, so to speak, it's been a minute since we've had something like this. And wouldn't Halloween Havoc be the perfect place for something like this?
In retrospective, you are correct.
I mean, we know, we get it. This is not your NXT, damn it!
But I
digress. It's almost like a little bit of the old guard, the COVID 2020 guard with the cinematic, mixed with the newer version of NXT. I'm kind of digging it because it's like a little mini horror movie right now. And considering I've been cover spooky all week, all month.
Now, all I have to say is this is better off at a drive-in or a movie theater, not at a wrestling show. In 2022, when you no longer have to worry about people watching from only Zoom. And seriously, was this all pre-recorded? You're telling me right now that everybody in that arena are watching this on that tiny little folded over screen. Again, when I think about back in days.
I'm sorry, I'm just cracking up at JC Jane's reactions.
Well, I mean, I guess when it comes to Toxic Attraction, you need a true scaredy cat. You need somebody that embraces the horror. Then you need the ultimate person that's brave. JC Jane, your sacrificial lamb.
But sometimes the brave person is too brave. Sometimes it's the chicken shit that actually ends up surviving. And there's Alba Fire.
Well, that's one down. Well, former Priscilla Kelly, Gigi Dolan's like, this is nothing.
And there is Chucky again.
I feel like Gigi has no problem having tea with Chucky.
Nah, she seems to perfectly fit in. She's like, hey, y'all my kind of people.
Well, maybe now we'll actually see a fight. Because there's Kaylee Ray, Alba Fire. Looking to take out all the numbers. Oh, Gigi fighting back. This surely is cinematic. You hear no commentary. This is almost like Mystery Science Theater at this point. You would just have commentary in the little corner like shadows.
Yes.
But you don't even have that. I give Gigi credit, though. She's fighting. Well, never mind. Super kick.
Shadow Gamer says, this reminds me Grimes and Dexter in the haunted house during their feud.
Yeah. And that was just for Carmelo Hayes to reclaim his NXT Universal Championship. That wasn't even a match. That was just a presentation. That was mind games. Meanwhile, the NXT Women's Champion, Mandy Rose, is now alone. You don't give a damn. Oh, look, a piano. It still works. I was actually looking for the piano to play itself.
Right. And there it goes.
See? What'd I tell you?
You called it, Noah.
I've seen enough of these in Impact Wrestling between the Bunny and the Demon, Allie and Rosemary, to kind of understand what WWE is doing. And I was more enthralled in that because it wasn't actual matches. It was storyline elements. I'm supposed to be seeing a women's championship match tonight. Why wasn't this on Tuesday night? Explain that. Oh, wait, that's right. Halloween Havoc. I get it. The name implies. But seriously. And Mandy Rose, don't give a damn. Still fighting back. Alba Fire with the bat. Again, folks, this is not a match. This is right now, I don't even know what to call this. Mind games?
Yeah, that's the perfect thing to call it. This is total mind games.
Challenger went upmanship. Mandy Rose fighting fire with fire, but again, in this portrayed House of Horror, she's outnumbered. Uh-oh. Went for the gory bomb. Got her in a chokehold, looks like, with the bat. Alba Fire looking to render the champion, and does so. And it looks like JCJ and Judy Dawn are going to enjoy the rest of the night at the Manor, as Alba Fire looks to finally bring the champion to the arena. Oh!
Ooh. Baseball bat shots to the midsection of Gigi and JC.
That's not scary. That's just effective. As Alba Fire claims that she is not everybody else, but she is something else. And we very well tonight could be calling her NXT Women's Champion.
Yeah, I don't see...
Well, that was about as worthwhile as a bag of hot Cheetos like that guy is dressed up as behind Booker T and Vic Joseph.
I definitely foresee Alba winning tonight. We've discussed it a few times over the course of the week on Simplin Predictin' and then on the pre-show earlier tonight. You know, although after just seeing that brutal attack that Mandy was subjected to, you almost think that she's going to have to find a way to come back now and win this match.
So how will we rate that on IMDb?
Well, knowing that there's probably going to be more coming to that, you know, I'm thinking of the Hollywood backlot brawl that we saw between Roddy Piper and Goldust at WrestleMania 12, how there was little elements of the story and the chase, even cycling in footage of the OJ pursuit as part of that presentation until they finally got to the ring and had their match later in the card. I have a feeling that's something similar to what we're seeing here tonight. But I would rate that segment, honestly, probably a 7 out of 10. I think it was very effective storytelling. It set up everything that needed to be set up for what's going to happen here tonight. You can almost expect that Gigi and JC will be zero factor in this unless they come at the absolute last moment.
Which chances are they're going to, because even a bet to the ribs doesn't necessarily mean you can't call an Uber back to the arena.
No, but that would kind of be a cheesy way to play the story. You know, they get back via an Uber.
Well, I mean, this is NXT.
Fair. I mean, and it's not your NXT, damn it.
No, that's why I said this is NXT. This is not my NXT.
But
I digress. We can talk more about that later as we talk about right now how Grayson Waller has been preying on Apollo Crews' psyche, calling him a loser, and apparently busting his eye up too. And now Apollo Crews is looking for a bit of revenge and maybe a bit of a dark influence by Chucky. Red in the eyes of Grayson Waller. Is that fear? Is that confidence? Is Grayson Waller in over his head? And will the lid be closed on him tonight? We know that Grayson Waller has previously beat Apollo Crews before. But can he do it once more?
That's the $1 million question, Noah. You know, I feel like Apollo's got to get a victory in this feud somewhere. This may just be his night.
Ring of Fire. Yeah, right. They can't even use thumbtacks. You think they would actually do that? Well, either way, someone's about to be left in the dark. As it's time for Grayson Waller versus Apollo Crews. Spinner Make the Deal has decided that this will be decided upon a coffin match as we go down to the ring and Alicia Taylor. It's as simple as that. You think about casket matches. Grayson Waller looking to bring a different effect tonight that will allow him to put Apollo Crews inside the casket. I'm not sure what sort of effect it takes to close a lid on another human being at Halloween Havoc, but maybe Grayson Waller will actually surprise me.
Shadow Gamer X says, may Grayson rest in peace on this night in the casket.
Or at least until he's backstage.
Yeah, you know. I love how they're going with the old, like cinematic looking caskets as opposed to the more comfy looking ones that you're accustomed to seeing these days.
I
It
mean,
really kind of gives that horror effect to it. I think that's a great touch by whether it's Shawn Michaels or Triple H,
yeah.
whoever it is that's booking this match. That's a
I mean,
great.
most caskets nowadays is just wood outing with some velvet covering. So whether or not there's velvet inside of that remains to be seen. And here comes Apollo Crews. Of course, Apollo Crews, a former Intercontinental Champion. Looking to put his opponent inside the casket. Recently made his return to NXT. This has been like just some bad blood out of nowhere, it seems, between these two. But again, you try and make a name for yourself. Apollo Crews trying to redefine himself. Grayson Waller trying to further his own Instagram follower degree at Apollo Crews' expense.
Yeah, I've said it before. Grayson Waller kind of comes off to me as like the next generation of The Miz or even Austin Theory, who can't really call him the next generation as he's still kind of hot and relevant right now. Miz being a 10 plus year vet, you can say that those two are the next generation of him, but definitely fits into that whole characterization with the followers, the social media, etc., playing a huge portion of his gimmick. Now, these two start throwing punches and a drop kick early on in this match.
Well, I mean, at this point, let's think about this. There really is no strategy when it comes to putting your opponent in a coffin match besides wear them down enough to close the lid on them. But you got to get their body in there first. So as long as they are aware of their environment, it's not going to be that easy to do. Just put somebody in a smaller environment, especially if either one of these men are claustrophobic. And that remains to be seen as well. Ugh.
Fair point, and it's not the easiest thing to do. I had one casket match in my career, and it was my last match.
Whoop.
I lost it.
Oh, jeez. Oh! And Apollo might have just lost the filler with that kick. And right now, Grayson Waller with the ground and pound, mounting up position. Grayson Waller has definitely had an effect on this NXT ever since this breed of NXT won War Games. Off the second rope with the elbow drop. But again, there are no pinfall. All right, really? Oh, well, if you're going to insult one of the greats.
Say reminiscent of that Taker Lesnar face off.
Yeah, but I would not think Apollo Crews thinks Grayson Waller in the same degree of respect like those two have for each other. And
no, of course not. Just the similarities.
Whoa!
Nice moonsault. Don't know how much of that Apollo got, though.
I think he got maybe a bit of his arm and then missed the rest of his body, but at least it was enough to take Grayson off his feet, allegedly. And meanwhile, again, we see that casket. We see the two officials there on each side of it. And right now, Grayson Waller begging for mercy. Oh, and takes Apollo out at the knee, dropping him face first on the entranceway. I will say this.
The midsection.
I don't give a damn about the social media influence that this guy's trying to portray, let alone how this is supposed to, really move forward the wrestling game. But I will give Grayson Waller credit. He really has made a name for himself in this NXT. And you got to respect the gumption of this young man, especially against a former Intercontinental Champion. Let's keep that in mind. Oh, my!
Ooh, nice overhead suplex.
And Grayson Waller feeling all of that. Again, that's just a thin tarp layer over concrete.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Noah. The whole social media part of it, it doesn't impress me.
Oof.
But at the same time, you look at the modern generation and you look at ways to make yourself stand out and get over. And while there are other people, as I've mentioned, like The Miz, like Austin Theory, who have used social media to their benefits, it's not something that is oversaturated the marketplace. So you can still kind of make yourself stand out in that aspect. And it's a great tool for Grayson Waller to use.
And meanwhile, Apollo Crews looking to use the ropes to his advantage, sending Grayson to the outside of the ring. Still trying to get feeling back, it looks like, into his leg and knee. He's not walking very gingerly, though, so it doesn't look like there was much damage done so far, as Grayson looked for a single leg takedown, maybe. And Apollo Lily beats him with a punch. Picks up speed. Drop kick. Good grief. Almost into Booker T.
The second official match of the night, and second time that opponents have been laid out onto the announce table there. No breakage yet. I'm sure we'll get that coming through at some point.
Well, it wouldn't be a double. Oh, he just stabbed Apollo with a pen. Well, again, Apollo Crews, if he has to cheat to gain the advantage, he will. We saw it countless times when he was feuding with the likes of LA Knight, for example. Grayson Waller is a guy that will do whatever it means to make sure that he gets all the attention. Let's take a look at the replay here, see what happened. Apollo Crews is beating him down, and yep, Grayson with that pin. Oh, right in the eye or the head. Jeez.
And the words of the great Hall of Famer Eddie Guerrero, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Especially in a match where there literally is no disqualification. The only way to win is literally plant your opponent inside a coffin. And right now, Waller is back in the driver's seat. Both men up on the apron. Oh, what the? Casket is still closed, though. I wonder necessarily if you still win the match, you plant your opponent through the top of the coffin, and the coffin lid's broken.
That would be an interesting finish to the match. I don't think we've seen that before.
I've seen coffins exploded before and destroyed with both men inside it. Hello, Ken Undertaker. And meanwhile, Apollo's looking to superplex Grayson Waller literally through the coffin, as I was alluding to. But Grayson fighting back, and again, right back to the eyes. They're trying to. Oh my gosh!
Well, there's your question being answered. Looks like the referee's looking on like, does this count? Well, he's in the coffin.
And the lid is technically closed. So. What would you call it, Noah? You literally just called it. Is it over?
I don't know. We're waiting to get some kind of reaction.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Look, JJ, I literally called it.
The referee is saying that you can't. That it doesn't count. Grayson Waller's trying to get the referee to declare him the winner.
Well, wait a second here. Okay, hold on. Let's.
Oh,
wait, what the hell? What happened? I can't see anything. What happened? My screen went black. Well, you're supposed to plant your opponent inside the coffin, close the lid on them. He planted for the top of the coffin. So, technically speaking, Grayson Waller did not do what the coffin match entailed. What the hell?
Apollo is gone.
What's Grayson Waller looking at here? Wait, Apollo and the Druids together.
Looks like they're bringing out another coffin. Noah.
Oh boy, I didn't think this match was going to end like this. Looks like they brought another coffin to come out and play. So this match continues. And Crews, oh man, planting Grayson into the steel ring steps, shoulder first in front of the Scooby-Doo gang in the audience. Oof.
Yeah, I was going to point that out during the last match, how it looks like some of the audience members are dressed up for the show.
Well, I'm
really getting a kick out of the Scooby-Doo gang.
Well, jinkies.
I was going to say, we got to work that in there somehow.
Uh-oh. You might want to work in Zoinks because he almost planted those steps on Grayson Waller. Grayson right now just trying to figure out what the hell he is. Misses the shot. Apollo's got him up. Oh! That was a heck of a takeover Samoan drop. I thought I was going to go for a faraway throw. And
I'll tell you this much, Noah. Win or lose, these competitors are going to go back behind the curtain and have some Scooby snacks after this is over.
Well, one of them will anyway. The other one's just going to be, eating their own defeat. That being said, this match does continue because Grayson Waller did not put Apollo. Oh! The step-up moonsault off the steps to Grayson Waller. Because Grayson Waller did not literally close the lid on Apollo Crews. He sent him through it. And that's a much bigger casket, too. And Crews is calling for it, JJ. He's calling for it to be open. I mean, at this point, he literally could just roll Grayson Waller into it, probably.
Nah, it looks like Grayson Waller's got too much fight still in him.
That might be Apollo Crews' plan, though, at this point. Oh, but I do see what you're saying. Grayson Waller, though, right now, eating the assault from Apollo in the corner. Free fall up short arm lariats, and there is red velvet on the inside of that casket. So that casket is much more comfortable versus the last one that was, I think, all wood. The fact that Apollo Crews may not have any splinters in his back is impressive.
You know?
And meanwhile, Grayson Waller up on the shoulders of Apollo. Oh!
Gutbuster.
And again, Apollo, though, I'm not sure if he got the worst for that. Again, putting your own body into that, the weight of your knees. And there is the casket. Grayson Waller, very vulnerable, being rolled to position. All Apollo has to do is drop him inside and close the lid, and this thing's over. All Apollo has to do is shut the lid. You have to shut the lid on your opponent. That's why the match was not called earlier. And Grayson refusing to let that happen. Been a very lazy ending, to say the least.
I noticed Grayson's arm was hanging out the end. He was probably going to try and use that to keep the casket from closing, but he ended up popping up before Apollo could even attempt it.
And meanwhile, he's crushing his opponent's head inside the coffin, trying to render him unconscious.
A smart move.
And that literally might be all Grayson needs to do to close the lid on this match officially. And Apollo says no. Again, keep the lid from closing. This match continues. And meanwhile, Apollo bringing Grayson inside the coffin. Both of these men are inside.
Both men trading punches as they stand up inside the coffin.
Oh, and both just rocked each other. What are we going to do now at this point? And Grayson gets out of it. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Apollo looking to drag him back inside like he dragged him inside the ring. What the hell is this? Oh! That was just a mean toss to the floor. Again, there's no love lost. Nothing but bad blood between these two. Apollo now on top of the coffin. What the hell is he about to do? Split leg frog splash on the floor to a Grayson Waller. Again, putting your own body at risk, throwing caution to the wind, just to render your opponent weak enough to put inside the coffin. But look, Grayson's back up on his feet first. And once again, Apollo called for the coffin to be open. And Apollo right now literally gripping for his life around the turnbuckle.
Looks like he wanted to try to German suplex Grayson Waller into the coffin.
Exactly. And right now, Cruz. Oh, it's a Guri! And again, Grayson holding on by one hand, both hands. And Apollo looking to pick up speed. Grayson, though. Oh, a stunner!
Gorgeous stunner.
That's a hell of an effect.
Desperate maneuver, though. Waller can't get to his feet. He's slowly starting to get there now.
And right now, Waller is in the driver's seat, even if he is.
And says that is it.
Mocking one of the great ones, The Undertaker. Again, Grayson Waller, he will not avoid stooping to any level. You've got to be kidding me. No way. No way. And Apollo has, lung blower. Cruz with a great counter to the attempted tombstone power driver by Grayson Waller, knocking the wind out of him. But again, Apollo slow to capitalize. We've already broken one casket. Are we going to break another? Is this going to be it? Grayson rolled back inside again. Apollo with the lid. And Grayson fingertips and pushes his way free. Oh! In a straight right. And once again, Grayson immediately gets out of the coffin. And what the hell is this? Look at it. Whoop. Back elbow strike.
I forget the name of it, but he was going for his finisher there.
Well, it looks like Apollo was well aware of it. Again, that might have been the same way he beat him previously. Oh! Face
Definitely
first.
had the move scouted.
And meanwhile, Apollo plants Grayson inside the coffin! Close the lid! Seal the deal! R.I.P. Grayson Waller. Apollo Crews wins!
There we go.
Again, it was a must-win situation for Apollo Crews. He had to put away this negative effect that's been on him since coming back to NXT, and he did that tonight. Good grief. As Apollo stands triumphant on top of the coffin with a buried opponent. Let's take a look at the replay here again, JJ. Grayson Waller sent Apollo Crews through the coffin. He did not close the lid on him. The match still continued. Now, I still don't know how Apollo literally just, rise from his grave with another coffin behind him in tow. But regardless, Apollo Crews continued the onslaught of offense and finally planted Grayson Waller in that coffin. There's definitely a couple of turning points here. You see the stunner. My God, what a stunner. Pop-up stunner. And then again, you see this. What an arm! Almost like a choke slam to Grayson Waller as Apollo Crews finally closes the casket on the Grayson Waller effect. And Apollo Crews rises tonight, victorious at Halloween Havoc.
Yeah, I called this one, Noah. I knew that they had to put Apollo over at some point in this feud.
You and I both.
So definitely look for more than likely a rubber match at the next PLE.
Why am I looking at the most discounted university I've ever seen in the name of professional wrestling and higher education?
You know what? I like the Chase U gimmick. I'm not going to lie. There's something about it that just makes me chuckle. I know. It's not your NXT. Damn it.
Damn it. What the hell? I forgot Duke Hudson existed in NXT because all he was known for was playing poker and losing to Cameron Grimes.
Why does he remind me of a long-haired Dolph Ziggler?
Hey.
I mean, am I wrong there? Like, even the facial features, Noah. Looks like he could be Dolph's brother.
Yeah. Oh, God. This is turning into a Nickelodeon Team Nick drama.
Now, see, this stuff I believe they could have saved for NXT. We didn't need that on Halloween Havoc.
Again. That is not Matt Striker. That is not my teacher. This is not professional wrestling. This is not my NXT. This is driving me bonkers. What the hell? That's what you're supposed to see Tuesday nights on USA Network? Are you kidding me? I'm going to have a conniption fit before this night. All right, well, anyway, moving on. This is not a rant. This is not, well, treats and tricks. I got tricked tonight, so whatever. God.
Lashley, a freaking genetic beast over here.
And they're going to revisit the Royal Rumble, one of the only losses that Brock Lesnar has yet to avenge this year. Which doesn't surprise me because when it comes to Brock Lesnar, he always gets his win back. And so he will attempt to at Country Redacted when Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar go one-on-one. But I have all the respect for Bobby Lashley. Again, former Marine, thank you for your service. Former member of the Army, NAIA National Champion, former TNA Champion, former United States Champion, Intercontinental Champion, ECW Champion. Look, Pop, you're not Dr. Shelby, and I don't need therapy. and I am going to be on my best behavior as an unbiased, friendly commentary for this Freeman Live event in World Wrestling Entertainment. That's all I'm going to leave it to. If someone wants to see a rant, super chat about it. And then I'll go LA Night. And then I'll go LA Night for you. And then I'll talk to you.
Well, just for the record, Noah, Jeff mentioned to me, and trust me, we're not going to try to wrangle or force you into doing anything you don't want to do. But Jeff actually came to me about potentially covering Country Redacted due to the fact that he actually doesn't have to report to the Mouse House on November 5th. So he would be able to be a part of it for the first time in a long time. Still in the planning stages. Nothing's confirmed yet, but the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media might go ahead and cover it just because the West Coast professor himself may be able to be a part of it.
I certainly respect Jeff Meacham and his wishes. And
but like I said, if you don't want to call it, you don't have to. We're not going to force you to do anything you don't want to.
I may not predict video-wise on it, but there comes a time in every good Christian where, again, you move on, you forgive. They screwed up my mouth. They ruined the Fiend. They are morally corrupt, but that doesn't justify everybody. If Jeff Meacham deems this show worthy, I will respect that wish, and I will do commentary.
That's fair.
Well, anyway.
And it will be the first show in Country Redacted under the Triple H regime. It could be a whole other set of circumstances over there now.
Fair enough. And meanwhile, we are back at this show with
Pretty
Mackenzie
Deadly,
Mitchell, who's channeling her own Halloween spirit tonight with Pretty Deadly. Again, your NXT Tag Team Champion's not even on the card tonight.
Yeah, that kind of caught me off guard, but neither are the NXT Women's Tag Team Champions.
That's very true. Well,
speaking of
well,
Pretty Deadly are giving off I want to say they were called the Feast Drunk Brothers vibe on the old SNL, the Not Ready for Primetime Players, Steve Martin and Dan Aykroyd, the two wild and crazy guys.
Well, we don't have wild and crazy guys, but we might have violent and destructive ladies. And it's time for Weapons Wild with Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez. The best of friends, now the most bitter of enemies, looking to have an end game tonight. And Cora Jade has arrived at Halloween Havoc with that weapon on her shoulders. Ever since Cora Jade has descended into this dark world, betraying her friend and dropping the NXT Women's Tag Team Champions, we have seen the fallout with these two. Roxanne Perez had a chance to literally take a shot against a former friend. She refused to, and Cora Jade capitalized on that, preying on her emotions, taking advantage of her innocence. Tonight, Roxanne Perez will not hesitate. But Cora Jade, does she know her friend well enough? Game on! Here comes Roxanne Perez.
Time will tell, Noah, and she's bringing out her own little trash can full of goodies.
Again, Roxanne Perez, we saw Pick Your Poison. We saw what happened when the poison pick for her was Rhea Ripley, and Rhea Ripley eradicated her to a degree, yet Roxanne is still Hey! Well, doesn't that look familiar? There is that very skateboard, allegedly.
I was going to say definitely a different one. Cora used to carry a penny board.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's more of a legitimate size skateboard.
Well, still, it is a symbol of the betrayal that led us to tonight, JJ. both women ready and armed, both women looking to win. We are about to go hardcore tonight, and the former Elena Black Cora J is no stranger to that. We're going to see how hardcore Roxanne can get. Round 1, fight! Oh!
See, the $1 million question is will Roxanne be able to pull the trigger when necessary? We've seen her in the past come up on Cora, even after her heel turn, and not be able to finally take that vengeance out on her.
Well, you see,
is this going to be the night where she can finally do it?
Well, you see right now, Cora J is just looking for something to break the shield. That is that skateboard in the hands of Roxanne Perez as she just ate that in her midsection. And so far, Roxanne taking early control. Cora J was on the run. And the only weapon we've seen in play so far is literally that skateboard. Oh, and it hasn't broken in half yet. And meanwhile, Cora J now has it. We've seen this before. Ooh, nice ankle pick. Dropping her down to their knees. Oh, face first. Again, these two former NXT Women's Tag Team Championships, and we literally thought that they were going to. Oh! Well, that's one way to send somebody for a hard ride. Yeah, that's one way to send somebody for a hard ride to the outside of the ring as the 20-year-old prodigy looks to fly in the tope suicida. Former Women of Honor World Champion, straight out of Booker T's Reality of Wrestling Academy. She is known as the Prodigy. And after tonight, I see very, very much promise for her in WWE if she is victorious. And it looks like we're bringing out the hardware table coming into play. Again, we got chairs, we got brooms, we got trash cans. But again, we talk about all the time. There are no friends in this business if you want to get ahead, especially in the WWE. Booker T alludes to it. This industry is about two things: checks and championships. If you're going to do that, you got to do that on your own. And Cora J right now, I don't know if she's luring Roxanne in. Oh! That was like some hairspray, I think, in the eyes. Either way, that's how you take advantage. Cora J in the driver's seat. Cora J, a previous challenger for the NXT Women's Championship. And ragdoll swinging Roxanne into the barricade. Ooh. Again, there are no counts. There are no disqualifications. The only way to win is via pinfall or submission. The thing about this that also really comes off this, Jada, this stems from jealousy. Cora J was here first in this NXT. We saw her in War Games in victory, literally almost dislocated her arm in the process. She has challenged before for the NXT Women's Championship. And ever since Roxanne Perez won that breakout tourney and has really come onto the scene, I feel like to a degree that Cora J might be a little bit jealous or envious because it seems like there's been more stock put in and more fanfare to Roxanne than her.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of stock put into some of these, not just Roxanne, but some of these other women that have been coming in lately and either debuting or returning to the company. You think about Nikita Lyons and Zoe Stark as well. Cora's kind of gotten shuffled to the bottom of the deck here, and it doesn't sit right with her. So she's doing whatever she can to make herself known and seen to the point where she gets taken serious and gets back in line for those title opportunities.
Right now, she's just trying to make a name of herself at the expense of her former best friend with a trash can to the spine. And again, this is all legal. And right now, what is Cora J thinking here? Again, the only thing that limits you here is your imagination. Oh! And right now, just nothing but the sounds of furious anger. Double stomp to the trash can, taking out the trash with Roxanne in the process, ringing her bell.
See, the problem from this, though, Noah, from a story aspect, is Cora is dominating this way too much too early. So you know that in a little bit here, Roxanne's going to get her opportunity to turn the tables and get some of that revenge she's been seeking, so desperate to attain on her former friend.
Well, again, you talked about tonight, for Roxanne Perez to win, she has to unleash that violent, angry, ruthless killer instinct. She has to show no emotion. She has to show no sympathy. Oh! because Cora Jade will prey on that, and that could lead her to victory. It's literally what happened in their very first and only encounter so far one-on-one in NXT. And right now, Cora Jade, with a rope in hand, what in the world? Whoa! And you hear Cora Jade just screaming out right now in furious frustration, raising the ire of the NXT universe. Talk about how you like her, don't you? Yeah, we do. And right now, Cora Jade, again, she is out to like you said, bring herself to the top of NXT. And it starts by eliminating a former friend with this brand new attitude in the end. And with a chain in hand, that could very well be close.
Ooh.
Oh!
Roxy out of the way just in the nick of time.
Thank goodness. And the rope to the midsection. Not as mean as a leather whip, but still pretty effective. Now, I don't think Roxanne Perez has been training with Fallon Haley. Excuse me, I screw up her name. So I don't know if she knows much about lassoing. And meanwhile, Cora Jade once again trying to take advantage. Reverse Irish whip. And Cora Jade to the steel ring steps. Back first. And right now, like you said, is this the moment for Roxanne Perez to level up and take advantage? Lufez press in the ground and pound on the outside.
Definitely looks like she's starting to gain some momentum here.
Oh! Yeah, you may talk about Roxanne Perez, and yeah, she's a light-hearted gamer. She's a positive personality, but she also is a very aggressive, very effective wrestler. But that's not going to be the deciding factor tonight. She has to leave her emotions behind. She can't feel anything. She can't feel sorry for what she looked at as once was her best friend. This is going to take more than just blocking her on a phone. This is going to have to take some ruthless nature for Roxanne to win, and that very well could be the case with that wrapped up barbed wire, Singapore candlestick, not barbed wire, although barbed wire would be more effective. Again, previously, she had a chance to use this, and she did. Now she's using it, JJ.
Yep, just waylaying her former friend with it.
And you know very well how that feels.
Side Russian leg sweep.
Russian leg sweep. Here's the cover. 1, 2, no.
Cora still has some fight to her.
Now, let's keep this in mind. This is our first match so far tonight that actually will be decided via pinfall or submission.
It's crazy to think about it.
Well, considering we've only had 2 matches tonight and a cinematic presentation and a T-Nick tease. What is this? Roxanne Perez on the back of Cora Jade. Might have been looking for, that sunset flip powerbomb attempt maybe went nowhere. Roxanne sent neck first into the turnbuckle.
Considering how good of friends they are, Cora had that well scouted.
And right now, Cora Jade looking to take advantage. Here's the cover. Gets a 2. No. And again, Roxanne still in this fight. Health bar not exalted to 0 yet. What's Cora Jade looking for here, though? Again, Cora Jade, former Atlanta Black, is no stranger to taking things to the extreme.
And the crowd seems to kind of solidly be behind Cora, despite the fact that she's the heel of the match.
Well,
just had a solid spattering there of chants for her.
Well, again, people respect Cora for what she's done in NXT. Longevity is key. Again, like you said, Roxanne, she's the new kid on the block to a degree. Meanwhile, beautiful Frankensteiner takeover. Here's the cover, 2. No. Another near fall, and Cora Jade immediately finding space and might be looking to get away altogether. You can't run away from here. Well, it looks like they're going to take this to the NXT universe. And Roxanne in hot pursuit. Cora right now on that upper stage.
What would it have done? What would that have done from a mental perspective to Cora if Roxy had been able to beat her with the Frankensteiner, considering that Cora is dating Bronathan Breakker?
I'm not sure at this point. And meanwhile, Cora Jade taking advantage. Both these women high above the NXT arena. Ooh! There's a scoop slam on that elevated stage. No give there. And Cora Jade is looking down at a table, and I think she's looking to send a friend for a last ride. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Well, I did say that Cora Jade is no stranger taking things to the extreme, and this new dark attitude is definitely personifying that.
But remember, Noah,
Whoa.
he who sets it up, or in this case, she who sets it up, generally ends up paying the price.
And literally, Roxanne might put her own body into this to make the win happen tonight. Cora Jade says, after everything I did for you, what did you do for her besides betray her? And look at
But look, she's
Roxanne,
hesitating.
again, hesitant. Does she see the eyes of her friend? Oh, my!
Oh.
And both women crash through the table! What the hell?
And the crowd chants their shock with the holy S chants once again.
I'm not sure who got the worst of that, honestly. Let's take a look at the replay here. You saw the hesitation again as Roxanne. Oh! It looks like Cora Jade reversed that to a Russian leg sweep.
I was going to say, you can see Cora moving slightly there in the upper corner. Roxy is still laid out, so it would appear that Roxy took the worst of that.
Again, Roxanne Perez said she would not hesitate, and she did just that. And once again, Cora Jade takes the advantage. And meanwhile, we're back at ringside. Both of these women worse for wear, but Cora Jade in the driver's seat. And you know this thing was not going to end via ref stoppage after that. Neither woman would accept that.
No, absolutely not. Not with as much of a blood feud as this is kind of turned into.
The bad blood is an understatement here when it comes to these two. Again, Cora Jade believes that everything that's happened to Roxanne is because of her, the good and the bad. She feels like that Roxanne has overshadowed her. And now, and there's that final statement, trying to bury this friendship once and for all, looking for a DDT into the chairs. Meanwhile, back body drop by Roxanne to Cora Jade.
This is your moment, Roxy, if you're going to do it.
And meanwhile, you heard what Roxanne said, always her friend.
Sunset flip, power bomb.
Go red, the cover in the chairs, 1, 2, Roxanne Perez with the win. Buries her former friend.
And look at that look on Roxy's face. She kind of enjoyed getting on the dark side just a smidge there, it looks.
Well, I think it's more than that, JJ. She enjoys the fact that she finally was able to bury this betrayal in her past.
But they're tied at one apiece now. They got to have that rubber match.
Yeah, Roxanne Perez, at least for now, stands tall in the end against what once was her former best friend. Let's take a look at the replay here. Again, that moment of hesitation. She saw a look of innocence, and Cora Jade preyed upon it with that Russian leg sweep up the stage from the table. And then listen to what Cora said. Said she was never her friend. And then that counter backdrop into the chairs by Roxanne Perez, letting a fire inside her, saying that you were never my friend again. Code red, Roxanne with the win. And the Prodigy rises tonight in victory at Halloween Havoc. Congratulations to Roxanne Perez.
Shadow Gamer, I don't know. You know, if Cora had won, I would say absolutely. I know the Triple H and company are high on her after her appearance on SmackDown last week. But as I mentioned, both of them have won a match apiece now. You've got to have the rubber match to see who finally wins the feud. I think the December 10th NXT PLE is the way to go. You know, that way this rivalry will be over heading into the new year.
Well, considering that, JJ, you and I both know that there is one more NXT Premium Live event before the year's out, you very well could be talking about their end game. As we got a commercial break now, Josh, how are you?
That match just made both of them absolute, total, bona fide stars.
Oh, no doubt.
100%.
Cora's going up. She's going up.
Maybe.
Also,
Jury's still out on
do
that.
we have a name for the December takeover yet?
Not takeover. These aren't takeovers. They're just NXT blank. I have no idea what the name of it is.
I
But
think they're
apparently
being
it's the same
back
day
to
as
being
Final
called
Battle.
takeovers again, but
No.
I think I have an idea of what they should call it. Especially if Triple H being a student of the game and a student of wrestling history, I have an idea of what he should call it.
I'm sure Triple H will think of something. Or, excuse me, Shawn Michaels.
It should be NXT TakeOver December to Dismember.
No, never
callback.
again, Josh.
That's a bad callback, dude. Bad callback. Jeff Mitchell would ban you.
Redeem
Jeff
it.
Mitchell would
Redeem
ban you
it.
right now from the network.
That's what I'm saying. Redeem it. We know you people in Titan Towers are watching this. Give that little tidbit to Hunter and Sean.
Oh, you're just hurting. Well, as I was saying though, to try and put the train back on the tracks, you think about blood feuds between the best of friends, bitter enemies, and really what it came to in the end. You think about Shawn Michaels and Triple H. You think about Batista, Rey Mysterio. You think about Tommaso Ciampa, Johnny Gargano. Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez, still very young, both in their careers, both in this rivalry. Josh, you hold them very much both to promise. I feel like you are right to a degree. And that was just, again, a start of what still I feel is something very long-term, it seems. Now, whether or not it's in NXT or it ascends to the main roster like Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn did, that's a whole nother story. But Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade definitely are future WWE superstars of top tier to a degree. It all comes down to booking. And I really trust and hope that Shawn Michaels and Triple H don't F it up by rushing it. And I don't think right now Cora Jade and Roxanne should be just elevated to the main roster. There's still a lot more growth to come and storytelling. But I do agree with your statement about them being future WWE superstars. High in a degree. But this thing is far from over.
No, my point is that they are to the level, I think, now of not the Four Horsewomen. They're to the level of Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Io Sky. I wouldn't say Asuka. I'd still say Asuka's above that level. But that is where the level that they are getting to right now, I think, in NXT wise.
Well, meanwhile, we look at Ilya Dragunov training hard backstage for what very well could be his redemption tonight.
Yeah,
to answer
this
your
is going to be a good...
Josh.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Josh, on the same conference call, there it goes right there.
Deadline.
Deadline.
Okay, never mind.
Is what was announced on the conference call that Shawn Michaels gave leading into Halloween Havoc tonight.
Well, Sassy Blackheart's coming out to the stage. What does this mean?
And she has her tank.
So, yeah, this has been an amazing...
And she's become Beetlejuice.
That's right. Little wardrobe change. Went from Joker Blackheart to Beetlejuice Blackheart.
Yeah.
Or she's about to be a referee.
Oh boy. This has been an amazing show. My predictions, not so much. They have not been amazing.
Hey, I'm 3 for 3. I'm happy right now.
I'm 0-3. Shut up, Noah. Shut up. I am 0-3 right now.
To be fair, we did call 3 of the most obvious matches of the night.
Shut up. All right, I will catch you guys later. I've eaten actual food, so I've sobered up from the one brownie.
Good.
Yay.
So
maybe you can actually join us for open mic night still.
Well, we still got 3 matches left, so hold that thought, JJ, because right now we're at another intermission with Satsi in the ring.
And Kevin Dunn needs to go back to that other camera angle there real quick.
Kevin Dunn just needs to not, in general.
I agree.
All right, Josh, we'll catch you later.
Gotcha.
They're calling for Quincy. What?
And here he comes.
What in the hell am I looking at?
It's a banana.
I have no words right now.
Bananas in pajamas. Or is he about to go Brian Griffin from Family Guy? And is it peanut butter jelly time? Peanut butter jelly time.
I will walk out this damn room and not return if that happens. I kid you not.
Don't do that. No, I can't do this on my own.
Josh! Stand by to take the seat. Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take over, right, Paul? All right, good. Hey, take over. Yeah, what? Who the hell is this?
Lash Legend.
Oh God, this diva. I'm not sure what I hate right now more. This is the definition of everything I hate in Hollywood. She had a talk show?
I think this is the portion of the show where we get the people that aren't booked onto the TV set.
Seriously, can we get back to the 3 matches we have left? I don't know what the hell I'm looking at here.
I feel like this is going to set up maybe a match on Tuesday, Lash versus Shotzi.
And they couldn't do like some backstage Halloween party segment that could be 2 times shorter. All right, there's a shriek. All right, well, there's a headbutt. DDT! Well, that was a thing.
See, at that point, Quincy should have gone Chris Tucker from Friday, you got knocked the fuck out.
Hey.
Oh, Jesus. Meanwhile, little shameless show for the Panini trading cards for NXT as we recuperate from whatever the hell that was.
I'm surprised James Hebert hasn't tried to take over the broadcast with him petting his pussy cat.
He has not sent me a video, but he was supposed to come into the green room by 6:30 so that whenever dinner is ready on my end, he can tag in for me. I do not see him in the green room just yet.
And again, we are in filler territory as we have pointless filler that has nothing to do with the show and can't keep the action going.
But we are teasing the impending return of Charlotte Flair.
For the 875th time this year.
Oh, you know.
Seriously. Well, again, folks, this is something. Welcome to this Championship Network production across the Multiverse of Media. For those that are tuning in for the first time, especially at this moment, I am the Superman Noah Foster with the Renegade JJ Williams. We are here to give you our insight and somewhat delight in this NXT presentation, Halloween Havoc. I don't know what the fuck I just witnessed. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. So far, we have completed half of the matches. Yes, you heard me right. Half of the matches. We saw in the opener, 5 men took it out for the NXT Universal Championship in the ladder match, and Wesley ascended to the occasion and grabbed the prize. We also saw Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez, the former best friends, now the most bitter of enemies, settle things to a degree for now in Weapons Wild Melee, where Roxanne did not hesitate and pulled off the final move that allowed her to claim the win too. And also we saw Grayson Waller and Apollo Crews fight each other in what was decided upon the wheel, a coffin match, where Grayson Waller may have put Apollo Crews through a coffin, but he didn't close it on him. So another coffin was brought into play, and Apollo Crews put Grayson Waller away for the day properly by closing the lid. Since then, there's been a lot of other shenanigans that I'm sure will be followed up on what you all choose to tune in, if you do, Tuesday nights weekly on USA Network on NXT. But again, not my NXT! Damn it! But I digress. But I hope you're all enjoying this presentation otherwise. And we still have the NXT Women's Championship match, the NXT Triple Threat Championship match, and the ambulance match, which I gotta imagine has to be next.
I don't know. I think they might do Mandy and Alba Fire just to put a non-title match kind of separating the two title matches.
I don't know. I feel like the title matches themselves, it kind of makes sense for new back-to-backs. They are the centerpieces of your brand, of your show.
Here we got a message from Joe Gacy, the Dyad, collectively known as Schism.
What the fuck has happened to the grizzled young veterans?
Looks like they're teasing a new member. Don't know who this masked individual could be, though.
Well, I guess you'll find out Tuesday, JJ.
There we go.
I feel like an inclusive world is more of a dangerous thing right now than what gun control has become for this nation. Apparently, this guy's been a plant in the NXT audience. Hypocrisy. Well, as I said, up next is the ambulance match as we finally get back to in-ring action, if you can call it that, as Julius Creed fights not only for his brother, but for the very future of the Creeds in NXT. Because if Damon Kemp wins, his brother is gone.
There couldn't be any more personal stakes on the line than there are tonight here, Noah. You know, you talk about family. You know, the Creeds have been just this dynamic breath of fresh air, at least from my viewing perspective, on not your NXT. I've been a fan of theirs ever since I first started watching and was clamoring for them to win the titles for a minute. However, they seem like the team, and correct me if I'm wrong because you've watched them for longer, they seem like the team that are better for the chase as opposed to the champion. I think that's why it took them so long to finally get the gold. And then once they got it, they lost it pretty quickly. They had their moment there with their parents at ringside, and then it was gone.
Yeah, and again, Diamond Mine literally shattering before us as their leader, Roderick Strong, was brutalized and assaulted.
By Damon Kemp.
As we found out later, because Damon Kemp cost the Creed brothers the NXT Tag Team Championships and the NXT UK Tag Team Championships in a unification match at Worlds Collide. And with Ivy Nile with Roderick Strong, there was nobody here at the time to stop Damon Kemp's plan being carried out.
But what was Roddy's role in it all along? We're going to find out because I still personally feel that Roddy was in on the attack, that it was all just a setup.
Well, one way or another, we're going to learn one or two things tonight. Damon Kemp's true intentions or the valor when it comes to fighting on behalf of your brother. Damon Kemp, Julius Creed. The only way to win this match is put your opponent inside the ambulance, shut the door, and send him on a one-way trip to the hospital. We know how collegiately gifted both these amazing competitors are. We're going to see who can outdo the other. As Roderick Strong says, it seems like it's Diamond Mine forever. Ivy Nile with him in the wheelchair. You see what Damon Kemp did, though, defacing the very symbol that is Diamond Mine. A lump of coal in the rough. And here we go. There's the ambulance. Backing up inside the arena. Again, will we see Roderick Strong? Will we see Ivy Nile? Will we see Brutus Creed get involved in this?
All those answers or all those questions will be answered here momentarily.
And remember, if Julius Creed loses, as you heard from Lisa Taylor, oh man, Damon Kemp is pumped too and got a chair with Julius's name on it. Because again, Julius accepted this on behalf of his brother. If Julius loses, Brutus Creed, his brother, is gone from NXT forever. And you see that very weapon that Damon Kemp has used to destroy Diamond Mine from the inside out. It's kind of unbelievable when you consider that, again, Roderick Strong brought this guy into the Diamond Mine fold, looking to use him as an example, a lesson to further elevate Diamond Mine when it comes to what they stand for. It's definitely a different feel and attitude tonight from this former. But,
something always seemed off to me about Damon Kemp anyways. When I would see him with the Diamond Mine, when I would see him backstage, just something always seemed off. So to find out that he was there and betrayed them all along didn't really surprise me.
And a pumpkin in the head, and immediately Julius Creed springs off the top rope, a missile drop kick, knocking the chair out of Damon Kemp's hand, and the bell rings, and we are underway, JJ. This is going to be just a straight-up fight. This is not a wrestling match. Oh! Nice takeover. Oh, and there's a knee dropping Julius Creed. Again, fighting on emotions, though, could be a very dangerous thing. It could be your undoing. And meanwhile, oh my!
Deadlift German suplex to Damon Kemp there.
Sending the chair flying out Damon Kemp's hands, and there's the tackle, sending both men to the floor, to the outside of the ring. Again, this is an ambulance match. The only way to win is by throwing your opponent inside the ambulance and closing the doors. And there's a stretcher to help you, too. We've seen ambulance matches in the past with the likes of Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton, John Cena, Kane, Braun Strowman, Roman Reigns. Oh! And you go all the way back to old school ambulance matches like Shane McMahon and freaking Kane. You figure about the lengths that the men were willing to go to put their opponent inside the ambulance, rendering them injured. And there's the ambulance all the way backstage. Wow, they couldn't bring it in close to the arena?
It's probably too small of a venue.
Oof.
The logistics.
That's probably a fair point. And right now, we see the ambulance is open. Damon Kemp being tossed inside. There's one door. And a crutch blocking the other door from closing. And again, the lights are on, though. That ambulance is ready to go. If those doors close, this thing's over. Oh, and Damon Kemp with a crutch and throws it at Julius's head. And again, Damon right now emptying the ambulance of everything possible for your medical needs. How many crutches are in there? Good grief. And right now, oh man. A crutch to the posterior. I mean,
Now playing a tug of war with the crutch.
And that crutch sent flying. Oh, and a fire extinguisher. I was wondering if we were going to see one of those tonight. With all these gimmick-based matches, it just felt like it had to come into play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, my. And again, fire extinguisher to the eyes. That would certainly blind a man. I don't know how much that will help you get him into an ambulance. Ooh. And you hear Julius Creed right here. Uh-oh. Oh! The mean back suplex on the floor. And again, that announce table has already faced and endured 2 matches previously.
Looks like we're going to make it 3 here, Noah.
And will this be the match that breaks the announce table, though? Off! And Damon Kemp throws Julius into the steel ring steps. Wow, they couldn't even budget for real pumpkins here, really?
I have a feeling they're going to save the announce table break for the main event.
Yeah, it just feels like that just has to be the case, right? Oh! And Damon Kemp drives the steel ring steps into Julius's shoulder. And right now, again, Vic Joseph questioning, what is Damon Kemp thinking? These guys brought you in like family and you betrayed them. And meanwhile, Damon Kemp, with Julius up on his shoulder, might be looking just to carry him to victory into the ambulance. Someone tells me we're not going to end the match that easily.
No.
Oof. And once again, these two, they're trading bombs, slugging it out in the backstage area. A lot of bad blood being traded here. Oh, pushed into a crate.
No doubt used to hold some of those electrical cables for the show.
Yeah, well, apparently the wheels weren't locked down. So there was definitely some give there. Damon Kemp luring Julius in, takes him out the knee. Again, Julius Creed, Brutus Creed, former NXT Tag Team Champions. Oof! Before they were screwed by Damon Kemp, that allowed them to lose the titles to Pretty Deadly. And right now, what the hell is Damon thinking here? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man!
Closing the door on his back,
and
right across
arm.
the shoulder blades.
That's a heavy
Yeah, I didn't even see the arm
door.
there. I thought the arm was inside the ambulance.
That's a heavy steel door to the arm, JJ. Trying to make sure he has no way to push the doors forward. It's preventing them from being closed. And Damon Kemp just bullying Julius Creed into the ambulance, looking to close the door on him and Dynamite once and for all. Waving goodbye. Oh! Well, he might have a bad arm, but he's still got 2 working feet as he kicks the door into Damon Kemp's face. And right now, we're going back inside the arena, away from catering. And again, oh, look at this. Oh! That amateur background coming into play, pushing him first, football style, back first into the ring post, JJ.
It's interesting that they have 2 similar mentality matches on the card here, Noah. What I mean by that is, if you really think about it, between this match and the casket match, both matches have to end with you putting your opponent within the specific container, the ambulance or the casket, and closing the door. So you're going to use the same type of mentality and the same type of defenses to try to keep the ambulance door or the casket from closing.
Yeah, that's true, but here's also a big difference. That ambulance is miles away, it feels like, from the ring, versus the casket that was literally ringside. Oh! Vicious! And Julius Creed suffering now by the steel ring steps being planted on them by Damon Kemp, who looks to ascend tonight as if he's placing first in the Olympics. And right now, Damon Kemp, he felt like he was overlooked, even if he was the brightest diamond brought into the diamond mine, the newest gem yet to be crafted. Apparently, his value went downhill quicker than expected. Uh-oh, what is this? What is Damon Kemp thinking here? With the chair marked with Julius's name on it. And meanwhile, Julius, back up on his feet, sends Damon. Wait, nope, blocked it. Oh! Again, right now, both of these two are just trying to unleash bitter hostility on each other. Neither one of them are trying to get each other, the other man in the ambulance. Well, maybe a wheelchair might help. Oof. Again, a symbol of what Roderick Strong is to a degree. Damon Kemp insulting Julius Creed. And we haven't seen no other parties get involved in this match so far. And right now, Damon Kemp with the seats. Uh-oh. And right now, what is Julius Creed looking to do here? Trapping Damon Kemp inside the wheelchair with a crutch. Talk about
that
it.
way he can get him to the back without him escaping. Smart maneuver.
Or he can push him face first to the steel ring steps, JJ, because he's trapped with that very unique seatbelt. Oh! And that will definitely rock your head. And again, Damon Kemp right now trapped inside the wheelchair. Very unique use of a crutch. But that's still dead weight you have to lift up and roll to the ambulance. And Damon Kemp right now is literally seeing stars. And he's not being sent to the infirmary yet. And right
Keyword
now,
there is yet, Noah.
Well, Damon Kemp, though, realizing where he's at, all of a sudden, Julius Creed wailing on him. Oh! All right, well, I guess he didn't want to stay in that seat. And right now, Julius is definitely emotionally driven. He is not only fighting for Diamond Mine, his family, he is literally fighting for the future of his brother in NXT. On the fire extinguisher again in midair. I'm not sure how much of that caught Julius Creed, but it was enough of a distraction to prevent the landing with the double stomp. But I feel like he still got some of it to a degree.
Yeah, it was definitely more designed as a distraction than anything, but definitely caught him off guard.
Julius Creed now finally using the stretcher. Oh, driving it into the midsection of Damon Kemp. And again, they are literally using everything inside the arena. Oh! And Julius now goes back first into the steel ring post.
And those look like the old school ring posts. Those have got to hurt.
Yeah, no kidding. Not square, rounded. And right now, Julius, blocking that chair again. Chair will be more effective than the pumpkins, audience, just saying. Whoa, wow!
Is that the timekeeper's bell?
Yes, and Damon Kemp just freaking waylaid a chair. And there's the ring keeper table over the back and shoulder of Damon Kemp. Literally, they are throwing everything they can at each other. Thank goodness Damon had that chair to block the ring bell. But still, jeez. These two absolutely hate one another. This has been nothing but an all-out brawl, melee fight. And again, no one can stop it.
Of course not. And as you said, no, I mean, Damon Kemp was treated like family, like a brother. You know, you're betrayed by your family. You're going to have that animosity, that resentment, that hatred.
Wait, look out, look out! And there was just some bitter ferocity and hostility there, pushing Julius Creed. Oh, and just juggling his body inside that utility crate. That just rocks your equilibrium right there. And that might be enough to finally allow Damon Kemp to put Julius Creed in the ambulance and say goodbye to Brutus from NXT. There's one door. Is it over? There's the no! He blocked it with his hand, but hurt himself in the process.
Yeah, sacrificed his hand and his fingers just to keep the match going.
And Damon crushing his fingers in the door, but the match is still going. You don't give a damn. And again, you see what Julius Creed is willing to put himself through to allow his brother and the Creepers to continue. And again, oh my! Tackle into the chairs. Throwing caution to the wind and throwing Damon Kemp into catering. And dropping the elbow, planting it through the table. Good grief. Julius Creed is literally going to destroy this arena in the names of getting rid of Damon Kemp through that ambulance. And what the heck he's got now? Oh, it's steel chair. How poetic is this? Oh! Hey, that chair does have Julius's name on it. It wasn't to use it on him, though. It was for him to use, it seems. Julius literally planning himself all the anger, all the animosity, all the emotions, all the betrayal into David Kemp's body with these solid shots. You just hear the shots. You hear. You feel. David Kemp right now is definitely feeling all of this.
Each one just seems to come harder and harder than the last.
And again, there is no stopping this. The only way this match ends is throw your opponent inside the ambulance and close the doors. He could do this all night. And he very well might. Good grief. I thought I was going to go 24 karat with him with that steel chair. Looks like I'm just going to get a perfect 10. Good grief. But again, is that enough to wear down Damon Kemp and push him inside the ambulance? Oh, what the hell? Deadlift? Nope.
Looked like a powerbomb attempt.
Oh!
Not sure how smart that is, though, crushing the stretcher.
Yeah, but I'll say, how are you going to move him now? That stretcher's broken. Uh-oh. JJ? I don't think Julius is trying to... Oh! Jesus! Well,
Vic Joseph there at ringside doesn't seem to believe what he's seeing.
If his hand wasn't broken before, it probably is now. But Damon Kemp might be knocked out. And it looks like he literally is about to end this match, dragging Damon Kemp, tossing his body inside the ambulance. And that's it! That is it! Julius Creed wins! Wow! You're looking at a man who was betrayed, who did this on behalf of his brother, and did this to preserve the legacy of his family diamond mine. A diamond shines tonight. Julius Creed sends Damon Kemp off to the hospital. Take a look at the replay here. You saw what Julius, again, that like you said, JJ, that was a distraction spot, if nothing else. And I'll give credit credit's due. There was no shenanigans. There was just a bunch of wild throwing and melee. And Julius Creed stands victorious, finally getting some revenge against Damon Kemp, but might have a broken hand in the process.
You know, I've never been happier to have a wrong pick, I don't think.
100%. I respect that, and I agree. I'm very glad to see that the Creed brothers will continue in NXT. Diamond Mine shines tonight, and Damon Kemp is left in the dark. Man, that powerbomb, though, buckling that stretcher, and that knockout shot with the steel chair to Damon Kemp's face, and that was all it takes. As Brutus Creed and Ivy Nile, the Diamond Mine stand triumphant in the middle of the ring. Congratulations, Julius Creed. And somewhere Roderick Strong has to be proud. No, wait a minute. There goes the ambulance, JJ. Well, I'm sure Damon Kemp will have a long night to reflect. Oh, wait a second. I recognize that vehicle.
Yep, that's the vehicle Alba Fire threw Mandy Rose into.
And I recognize that building. From what we saw earlier this evening, Alba Fire has arrived with some... Wait. Mandy Rose literally trying to crawl away. Oh! Well, that's one way to definitely try and get a women's championship match started, impromptu. As both these women make their way inside the arena. And Alba Fire is just laughing as right now she definitely has the psychological warfare. So we are just waiting back inside the arena for our NXT Women's Championship match. Oh, and there they are. And right now, we're just going to get right into it, JJ. No entrances. But we got both the champion and the challenger, although Mandy Rose is not dressed to compete. I guess Alba Fire is it? Well, I guess Alba Fire is. Excuse me. Yeah, that's a good point, Paul. You're right. This is the only match with no stipulation. And the bell has rung. This match is officially underway for the NXT Women's Championship. Alba Fire in the driver's seat.
Yeah, between the attack at the House of Horrors, if you will, and the drive back to the arena, Alba Fire's definitely got the edge on Mandy Rose here as we start off the official match.
But we know Mandy Rose is tenacious. She is resourceful. She will do whatever it takes and whatever is possible to make sure that she still is the beast of this division holding the championship. And the beauty that rules the NXT Women's Division. Oh, man, that was a mean DDT out of the corner. Here's the cover. Hooks the leg. 2. No.
But you have to wonder, Noah, if Alba Fire can't vanquish Mandy here, who will ultimately be the one to dethrone her?
Well,
Mandy has ran through the entire locker room multiple times over.
Oh! And like you said, I mean, we could talk about whether it's multi-person affairs or whether it was singles affairs. She has overcome Blair Davenport, Michael Satomura, Cora Jade, Raquel Rodriguez, Roxanne Perez,
Zoe Stark,
Io Shirai, and of course, formerly Kaylee Ray, back in a 4-way at NXT Stand and Deliver, just to name a few. Again, Mandy Rose has come an incredible long way since last year where she won the title at NXT Halloween Havoc. Again, the anger, the ferocity of the Black Rose of NXT. But again, Alba Fire, she definitely is out to prove or disprove, Mandy Rose's point. She is not simply everybody else. She is something else. And tonight, she looks to become NXT Women's Champion. We're talking about the former NXT UK Women's Champion before Michael Satomura. Overcoming the likes of Toni Storm, Piper Niven, before she fell to Michael Satomura. Here's the cover by Mandy. Does she retain? No. And right now, Mandy Rose, as of for right now, she is rolling solo. And I will give Mandy Rose some credit also to a degree, JJ. In some of her matches, she has done it on her own.
Yeah, she doesn't always need Gigi and JC, her toxic attraction running mates, to get the job done.
Spinal tap. That'll ring up the spine. Of course, Kaylee Ray is no stranger to enduring pain or unleashing some insanity of her own. And right now, Mandy Rose is furious. Can't say I don't blame her. Just ripping her down to the mat by her hair. Picking that out of her nails. Again, Mandy Rose has redefined in this NXT the balance between wrestler and diva, bringing both beauty and effectivism to a degree. And right now, driving her leg into the midsection, unleashing all her anger. Once again, assuming dominance. For this is her throne. This is her NXT. If anyone's ruled this NXT since you become a fan, JJ, it's definitely been Mandy Rose.
Oh, without question. I don't make this comparison lightly, but she's very much the Trish Stratus of this generation, I think.
Yeah, you know what? There might be some truth to that. When you figure about she has played role, both manager and competitor. Although I don't think everyone would be satisfied tonight if she did retain, because like you said, how much longer can Mandy Rose hold on to the prize? Is Alba Fire the one?
Double clothesline, both women
that will rise
down.
To the occasion tonight. Well, maybe not after that double clothesline, like you said. Both women rocked. And right now we're at a stalemate. Again, Kaylee Ray did what she had to do to become NXT UK Women's Champion, manipulating her opponent. And we've seen that the last couple of weeks. She has done that with all of Toxic Attraction. And right now, Alba Fire, just bent over backwards with that kick to the midsection. Nice kick there. It's a side lock and plants it. Drop face first. Looking to end the reign of Mandy Rose. rise like a phoenix and scorch the earth of Toxic Attraction. And right now, Mandy Rose escapes out of the corner. Alba Fire looking to follow up. Spinebuster!
What a gorgeous spine buster there by Mandy Rose. Going
There's
for
a
the
high
cover.
stack cover too. No. Didn't have enough of her body weight on that pinfall, as you alluded to. Boom! It
Raymond,
was
after
beautiful.
this match, it's just the main event triple threat.
You see how far she got Alba Fire stats up, but it doesn't look like she had all her body weight there. It was enough for Alba Fire to still kick out. And right now, double underhook. What's she looking for here? Tiger driver. Up. Fire countering out. Up on the shoulders. Oh!
Ooh.
Here's the cover. Do we have a new champion? Oh!
No, Mandy kicks out at the last second.
That was a
And Alba
unique,
Fire looks like she's getting frustrated as she climbs to the top rope.
That would look like almost a DVD variation there.
Swanton
bomb! Here's the cover. 1, 2, new champion. Wait a second.
Oh, Toxic Attraction has returned to the arena. Gigi and JC asserting their presence. And the referee looked like...
Looking to try to get a disqualification on their friend. And Alba Fire. Oh, super kick to JCJ. Oh, no. And the referee's been wiped out. And Mandy Rose looks for that knee. Oh, and a headbutt. And right now, Alba Fire hooks the champ up the Gory Special. Gory Bomb. That's a new champion. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. 4,
referee
5.
is still on the
Get your
outside.
dumbass up.
Where's Shotzi? Last we saw her, she was wearing stripes.
Come on, man. It's a perfect opportunity. And a friggin' ref lighter than glass. Once again, Toxic Attraction plays the difference on the high-low. And the referee ain't seeing none of this. The numbers game once again coming to play. Mandy Rose. There's the rising, shining knee strike. And there's the cover. 1, 2, 3. No! God damn it. Farts, fixed, tricked, toxic. Mandy Rose retains once again.
Wow. I'm beyond surprised, Noah. That's 2 in a row that I have now lost. But again, much like I said with the ambulance match, I couldn't be prouder. Like, Mandy Rose and Toxic Attraction took a long time to grow on me once I started watching. But I am 100% all in with these ladies now. I am such a fan of all 3 of them. I am so glad to see that Mandy has retained her championship. And we are joined by James, our good buddy James Hebert.
Fucking crook in the highest of degree. Trick or treat indeed. Toxic Attraction once again reigns supreme.
Toxic Attractions, I don't think that's the first time they've tricked the treat, if you get what I mean. What?
Shut up, James. Damn it. And once again,
coming in with the fire already. Here we go.
The Alba Fire. Hey-oh.
That fire got extinguished tonight, courtesy of that knee, as once again, Toxic Attraction group effort leads to Mandy Rose claiming the 3. As Mandy Rose continues her ever-long growing reign as NXT Women's Champion, the beast behind the beauty, Mandy Rose, retains. Fuck!
That's a good line. That's a really good line. Shit.
Well, anyway, we're on commercial break. James, good to see you. How are you tonight, my friend?
I'm good. I saw Mandy and Toxic Attraction, and yeah, that was good. My night was made. Can't deny. Although, who's that fire? Who's the redheaded chick?
That's Kaylee Ray, now known as Alba Fire.
Oh, no.
And she fell short after all the tricks she pulled out tonight.
I mean, in fairness, it would honestly kind of work if
I should have saw this coming. Halloween Havoc and Mind Games, the Trick or Treat, House of Horrors. After that cinematic BS, I should have known they were not going to take that match super seriously. Damn it!
You know what? Now that I've seen her, this is what I'm going to do. Every time I see a female, I'm going to say, what tag team partner can they have? Because, we kind of need an, I don't know, actual tag division.
Yeah, well, you may not have a tag division, but you got a Toxic Trinity that still rules.
No. We need a tag team division. Okay, so Abby Fire, tag team partner, Shotzi Blackheart. Book it now.
You realize Shotzi Blackheart's on SmackDown, right?
I don't give a shit. Put her with her on SmackDown. She lost here tonight. Might as well.
I mean, Shotzi Blackheart and Raquel Rodriguez just lost out on the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships last night that I saw live at SmackDown. So I mean. Anyway,
Alba Fire teaming up with the returning Lita.
That'd be a cool.
You know
spot.
what? Make them a faction. Why the fuck not?
Hey, you know what? You might be onto something. Book
it. Honest to God.
We'll see what happens.
Hi. And I even got your tag team name for you because when you got 3 punk rockers, it's the easiest fucking name ever. Punk Rock Express. There you go.
Tag lead on that. As we're looking at a video of Cody, again, because WWE does not know how to keep the band going constantly. But I digress. Anyway, question now for the main event. Again, folks, thanks for tuning in so far. Again, all that's left right now in the first half of the Just Reserve Network production is the main event triple threat match. Ilya Dragunov, Jordan Devlin, and Braun Breaker for the NXT Championship will be coming up shortly. As we look at some of your thoughts here, and again, for those that are watching, we thank you. Please subscribe, comment, tell a friend. I hope you've been enjoying the fun, festivities, commentary too. Question now is for the main event, will Austin Theory cash in tonight? I really don't know, but he's not going to get the belt off Roman Reigns. This obviously might be his last chance to actually have a successful cash in. So, unless somebody in NXT punches him out.
But don't forget, Noah, he still has till Money in the Bank next year. Who's to say that by July next year, Roman Reigns will still be champion?
I mean, it's kind of hard to argue. Speaking of Roman Reigns and championships, in 2 weeks we go to... Fuck it. I'm not going to do that to the actual good people in that country. Not every person in that country is an insert bad word here. In Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Crown Jewel is presented here on Peacock. Matches to come, Brock Lesnar, Bobby Lashley, Omos versus Braun Strowman, Karrion Kross versus Drew McIntyre in the steel cage, and many more, including Roman Reigns defending the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship against Logan Paul. Stay tuned for further details right here on the Jeff Meacham Network. But we are moments away, gentlemen, as we look at
I'm going to get myself a drink, by the way, because I forgot to do that. I'll be right back.
You better hurry up before your here we go moment, dude.
Exactly. I got it. Don't worry.
And
it's literally right next door.
Who will beat Mandy Rose, become the new NXT Women's Champion? I mean, Zoe Stark and Nikita Lyons are not 2 people to think about, honestly, as bad choices. But
I think they've invested too much in them as a tag team right now for them to be serious contenders to Mandy. And if either one of them was going to be, I would think it would be Zoe over Nikita. Nikita still has some learning, some of that greenness to shed before she becomes a serious contender to the women's title. Right now, she's just a pretty face and a good-looking body.
That's a polite way of putting it. I was also going to allude to the fact that both these women are coming back recently from injuries, so they have a lot to prove. And right now, it looks like they're going to try and become new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. Who the hell are these two? Tag Team Title Tuesday. 4 T's. Quad T. TTTT.
All right, so since the belts aren't being defended here at Halloween Havoc, I guess we at least have to look forward to that this week on NXT, as Pretty Deadly will defend their titles, and Katana and Kaden will defend their titles as well.
And again, folks, 2 weeks from tonight, at noon Eastern Standard Time, it is WWE Crown Jewel. But let's go ahead and talk about what you alluded to on Tag Title Tuesday night. Kaden Chance and Kaden Carter and Katana Chance versus Nikita Lyons and Zoe Stark, NXT Women's Tag Team Championships. And also, as you alluded to, Pretty Deadly would defend the goal against Malik Blade and Erdis Enofe. NXT Tag Team Championships on the line. will we see either new women or men tag team champions? And after the events that happened earlier, Shotzi Blackheart will be in singles action against Lash Legend.
Called that after that encounter.
That was an encounter I wish I could forget, but you know what? It is what it is.
Hey, you know what? We were able to see Shotzi Blackheart dressed up as Beetlejuice. I don't want to completely forget that segment.
It was all right. What's going to be definitely all right, I feel like, is the actual wrestling match that should be a wrestling match tonight in the highest degree, as Ilya Dragunov and Jordan Devlin look to dethrone Braun Breaker.
Can I ask, legitimately, can we at least effing try with the women's tag team names?
This is WWE. You're kidding me, right?
Bro! Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Why is a fan like me a fucking mark in comparison to a multi-million-dollar company better at coming up with women's tag team names and actually will put in thought? Get your shit together with these divisions. Enough's enough, Christ.
Because you're now a retired old man from the wrestling industry?
Fair point. I mean, you think about the creative team, so to speak. You think about how creative-minded just these three individuals I'm about to name are. Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Paul Heyman. And nobody can come up with team names for these women's teams?
It's sad to say they don't have a women's presence really strong and creative to really try and guide this entire women's division in NXT when it comes to the creative perspective of things. They need like a head person, female present wise, in creative. They got the coaches. They just need that actual creative influence. I know that Nora definitely helps, the former, Mighty Molly, but still, I just don't know. When it comes to creative, freaking balls out there when it comes to names, especially for women in WWE. I think I once said, you have a blind seal in a tank, drop a ball down a freaking tube, and that becomes a name or something like that, when I was talking about Oral Mensa.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a rant for another day, or stay tuned for that, as James Hebert, the creative genius here on the Jeff Meacham Network in his own right, leader of FDR Productions, he,
seriously,
of course...
Can we just make that an open mic night topic, impromptu, to get right from NXT TakeOver to just rant? I'm dead serious. I could go on for hours on that.
Well, we don't want to go for hours tonight, but yeah, we can definitely do something on that tonight.
James, never change, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
But I'm really, really going to appreciate this match right here. Let's figure out what we got here, guys. Ilya Dragunov, former NXT UK champion, the person that dethroned Dalin Yanalo Walter and literally drove Jordan Devlin out of NXT UK. He was unbreakable, but his body broke before his will, forced him to relinquish the NXT UK championship. And now he finds himself here at NXT looking to rescind and claim his spot as the czar here in America. But again, when the Irish ace approaches, do you bet against Jordan Devlin?
I don't. I've got my money on him tonight.
Jordan Devlin, former NXT Cruiserweight
champion. That's why they call him JD. Okay, so his name still is Jordan Devlin. It's
Jordan Devlin McDonald, I guess, would be too long for a graphic, basically, James. But yes.
No. You know what? JDM kind of sounds badass. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. That's
Those
actually
are Jeff's
clever.
Initials.
I can't even get mad at that. That's actually pretty clever.
Yeah, it is.
Those are Jeff's initials officially.
I just wish they had a better last name that start with M, because I don't know if his last official name is McDonald. But anyway.
Fair enough.
And here comes Ilya Dragunov.
I want to talk about the accolades of these men real quick. You want to talk about the accolades between these two men. When you look at Jordan Devlin, one of the most unsung heroes of the cruiserweight division that was never to be, held the cruiserweight champion by pure happenstance in the pandemic. Meanwhile, you look at a man like Ilya Dragunov, and he was one of the longest reigning NXT United Kingdom champions of this generation. And now you see these two men going at it for the richest prize in NXT, the NXT World Championship.
And again, Ilya Dragunov owns 2 victories over Jordan Devlin. Jordan Devlin has never beaten Ilya in one-on-one action. Crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, and Braun Breaker, I mean, he's been a great champion up to this point, but you really got to consider, gentlemen, like, this can be a make or break situation for Braun Breaker tonight. He is going up in the ring with 2 of the most toughest UK veterans to ever step foot in a game. And I'm not sure. I mean, I could be wrong. Braun Breaker, a student of the game himself, born into wrestling, for crying out loud. But
he's a Steiner, for Pete's sake.
Right. But how can you compare? How do you prepare? I don't care what size you are, for 2 men the caliber of Ilya Dragunov and JDM.
Why don't you ask the champion who's coming out with a shovel ready to bury his competition?
Oh, Jesus. Well,
as the NXT champion has arrived, and he literally said, "Over my dead body before I lose this championship." Oh! He broke down what was the black and gold. Now he looks to stay on the summit of this NXT. But in the last time he was involved in a triple threat match, he lost the championship. And as we know, that was a short stint, but yes, he did lose the championship to Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah, keep in mind. Yeah, that's another thing we got to keep in mind. Lost to veteran Dolph Ziggler, but he has since regained the championship back, and he's been going ham ever since with it. But again, you talk about the experience between Braun Breaker and the other 2 men in the ring, JDM and Ilya Dragunov. Drastic difference here.
Let's go down to introductions by Alicia Taylor as we get ready for this match.
Gentlemen, enjoy.
All right, JJ, enjoy your food. James, it's me and you.
JDM with a determined look on his face. You can see him.
He's in it for
staring
himself.
a hole through Braun Breaker and Ilya Dragunov.
He is in it for himself and for that championship. He doesn't give a damn about no one else or nothing else, and he will do anything possible to leave with it.
Well, keep in mind, you could say the same thing for Ilya Dragunov, and you could say the exact same thing for this man, Braun Breaker.
This is going to be good. James, referee holds the title. You know what to do.
Holding the title up high. NXT Championship up for grabs.
Oh, boy.
And now look at this. Ring the bell, and here we go.
Again, triple threat match. You find your opportunity. First pinfall submission. You are the new or retaining NXT champion. And Jordan Devlin has really been using Ilya and Braun Breaker against each other to gain advantage ahead of this rivalry. We saw what happened on the Kevin Owens show when literally Kevin Owens was exposing the mind games and the tricks of Jordan Devlin. Jordan Devlin's been preying on the emotions and the psyche of Ilya Dragunov and Braun Breaker to get involved and have some sort of advantage, it seems, in this championship picture.
You can see the different striking game right now between Ilya Dragunov and Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker just with haymakers. Meanwhile, you got Ilya Dragunov with chops and forearms.
I'm pretty sure I know who the hardest hitter is in this match, but it doesn't mean Braun Breaker won't try and hit harder.
Oh, no, for sure.
Oh, I kind of wish this was the one-on-one. Again, if Ilya Dragunov wasn't injured. Oh!
Oh, from behind, though, right onto Braun Breaker, collapsing Ilya Dragunov, and now JDM showing why he calls himself the Irish Ace. There's a drop toe hold.
There's no ace up his sleeve, but right now he is definitely picking his moment and has the stronger hand, it seems.
Yeah, nice inverted low Faymaster after that freaking drop toe hold.
Suplex!
And a kick out at 1 by Braun Breaker.
And think about this, James. Back at Worlds Collide, Braun Breaker overcame Tyler Bate to unify the NXT and NXT UK championships. And Tyler Bate was put in that spot because Ilya Dragunov had to relinquish the title due to the injury. If Ilya wasn't injured, could we have very well seen Ilya Dragunov as the unified NXT champion? That's what Ilya is out to prove tonight.
Absolutely. And you got to imagine he's fighting with the biggest chip on his shoulder, but you could say the same for the other two men in the ring. That's why this match really could go either way between all three men.
Well, Jordan Devlin, of course, he has literally been part of NXT UK since day one, episode 1. And, look at that. Norman suplex with a bridge cutter. Gets a
nice
2 count.
Freaking, again, you want to talk about pure precision in their wrestling game. And again, compared to the rookie in comparison to the other two, Braun Breaker's the rookie. He is not as technically proficient as these two men, and that, honest to God, could cost him here as JDM lights up Ilya Dragunov with knife edge chops like there's no tomorrow.
Well, you say that, James, but again, he is a Steiner. He was born in this family. We talk about Halloween Havoc being a WCW property. He literally is the son, nephew, cousin of former tag team champions in their own right. We're talking about Rick Steiner, Scott Steiner. This guy has a legacy to hold up to. You don't think Braun Breaker thinks about that every day with the fact that he has to hold that proverbial chip on his shoulder? Whoop.
Oh,
look at
wow,
this.
look at that.
Oh,
nice Uranagi. Moonsault press. Vintage JDM. And a hooked it outside leg and a kick out.
Again, Braun Breaker does not have to be involved in the decision to lose the championship right now. So right now, this is worst case scenario for Braun Breaker. He is not being involved in any of these decisions right now. Jordan Devlin in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and that is really spelling disaster for Braun Breaker right now. But a nice Irish whip by the Irish Ace. And Ilya Dragunov looks like he's seeing stars a little bit after that.
Is he seeing stars or channeling pain? Remember, this is the guy that lives off intensity, feeds off brutality, welcomes this absolute ferocity from his opponent, whether friend or enemy. He wants to be pushed beyond his limits because he claims himself as unbreakable. Oomba Sink Bar. Oh, that was a nice kick, though. And Braun Breaker.
There's Braun Breaker. And again, the wildly veteran instincts of JDM right there kicking in, taking Braun Breaker to the outside. And now Braun Breaker, it looks like he's pissed off here.
Well, I mean, right now, Braun Breaker's not been able to get out of the driver's seat. Oh
my God, what a twisting senton drop by JDM.
Brought himself inside the ring on top of his opponent. And again, JD in the driver's seat, but he needs to capitalize. He needs to stay on this. The longer you take, the more time you buy for Braun Breaker to get back on this thing. He has Ilya right now in a vulnerable state.
Yeah, you ain't
for
kidding.
maybe Devlin inside. And once again, Ilya affirms his base. Jordan Devlin said on Tuesday, all it will take is one Devlin side, and I'm the new NXT champion.
Look at that. He was going to go for trying to go for a Russian leg sweep. Double Steiner line by the by the Steiner here.
Did you hear the boos ringing out from the NXT audience, though? And right now, Braun Breaker trying to take control here.
Yeah, he is not the fan favorite here.
Oh my!
Oh, here we go. Belly suplex. Oh my God, did you see the power on that man?
If that's not a Steiner fundamental, I don't know what is.
No doubt.
And meanwhile, Ilya might be looking for his own suplex.
I was about to say, German looks like.
And Ilya out of the corner looking for Constantine.
Oh my God, what a catch out of the air. And another release belly to belly. This time he just stands in place like he was nothing.
You see him when the pops the hips and literally just pops himself up, elevating his opponent, send them for the ride.
And now look at that, gonna go for a front chin lock here, front face lock by Braun Breaker. I will say he should have gone for the German, and I only say that because any blow to the head, any blow to the jaw could be bad for the champion coming into this. Oh, jeez. But, of course, as soon as I say that, just runs right over his opponent that just tried to dodge all of his attacks.
And you're down in the back door with the cover of the roll.
Wow. Nice roll-up there by JDM.
Again, that's what it takes in a triple threat match, James. But to go back to your point, Ilya Dragunov delivered the missile, the torpedo, the running headbutt to Braun Breaker, and Braun Breaker delivered a spear to Ilya. So both these men know what each other brings as far as the finisher goes and how effective it is.
That was a very good textbook counter by Braun Breaker, but gets a boot for his troubles after that.
Ilya looking to follow up for that jumping knee.
Oh, what a power slam!
That's a hell of a counter.
Steiner-like power slam.
And Jordan Devlin breaks it up. And again, Jordan Devlin, look at the way he's playing the match right now. He's monitoring the territory, and he's preventing the decision. But he's
Really
also
good by
immediately
JDM.
getting out of the ring. Frustrating his opponents at this point. And we all know Braun Breaker has a very short fuse. As Jordan Devlin literally rooting Braun Breaker to get Ela up. Ela, though, looking to counter.
It looked like he was going to go for the Steiner screwdriver.
Yeah.
And Ilya Dragunov just got him in a front face lock to try to counter
wait, he still might do it.
Oh, shoot. And
Trying
again with
counter,
another counter. Another counter. Oh, wait, it was sleeper hold. Sleeper hold by Ilya Dragunov.
Shades of what he did to beat Walter back at NXT TakeOver 36. And right now, Ilya, just clubbing Braun, bringing him down to his knees.
Opponent the breaker in. That was brutal. Right to the top of the head.
Oh! And there's Jordan Devlin in the back door. Oh, my!
Oh, my God, what an arm drag.
And right now, Dragunov looking to tie up Jordan Devlin, hammering Anvil elbows.
Anvil elbows, and those are with authority. He's trying to give JDM a concussion at this point.
Or
that's
knock
how
him
frustrated Ilya Dragunov is.
Or knock him unconscious, whatever comes first.
That's a concussion.
And that chop right now literally did nothing to Braun Breaker for a moment. But Ilya, again, literally just unleashing everything possible inside his being. Oh, man.
Punched him.
That boot just turned Braun Breaker sideways.
Yeah, he
Ilya Dragunov is hitting anything that moves.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
And right
nice
now,
knee
there's
strike.
a right knee.
Yeah, right to the diaphragm of Braun Breaker, by the way. With
look at this, look at this. Oh!
Oh, my God.
Knee to the diaphragm. There's a spinning soba, though, by Jordan Devlin. Looking for Devlin's side once again, and Ilya denies it. And once again,
Ilya trying to go for a looks like a fireman's carry type maneuver here.
Driver, maybe? Oh!
Into a cannonball to Braun Breaker.
Death driver in the corner on Braun Breaker, James, as I alluded to. You see how much punishment Jordan Devlin and Braun Breaker are taking, but how much of this is exhausting Ilya Dragunov?
No way is he going to do this. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, man, I've seen him do this before.
Ilya Dragunov coast to coast!
What's up, both Jordan Devlin and Braun Breaker? But again, look at Ilya. He is down. He needs to capitalize. Take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the brutality here.
Oh,
McDonough took the worst of that, but right into Braun Breaker, and it looks like he got the damage there, too.
All three men are down. This is our main event here. This is NXT Halloween Havoc. This is a triple threat for the NXT Championship. The current champion, Braun Breaker, defending against the former NXT UK champion, Ilya Dragunov, and a champion yet to be crowned in any right since the Cruiserweight title, Jordan Devlin. And right now, Braun Breaker and Ilya Dragunov once again exchanging bombs in the middle of the ring. Oh, what an overhead.
Jesus, holy hell. That was a Scott Hall-like punch.
Holla if you hear me on that one.
And that was a William Regal-like uppercut by Dragunov in kind. And there's Braun Breaker putting everything behind his own type of uppercut, damn near tripping over his 2 feet to get all that in.
But look at Jordan Devlin egging them both on. Neither man is aware of that right now. They're trying to knock each other out. And Jordan Devlin applauds this.
Nice. Nice, JDM. JDM likes good wrestling, too.
I approve, damn it. And look at Braun Breaker. Look at
JDM, you DNF.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and he's about to run away. I think he knows what's coming here.
He's slipping between a rock and a hard place.
Wow.
Oh,
my God.
Oh, my God.
Holy back body drop. You got to be kidding me.
Jesus. That is the definition of going up in the lights. Oh, what a chop.
And here we go.
We're just going to tee off on Jordan Devlin. Why
it's
not?
It's time for Irish Ace ping pong.
Golly. Oh, what a forearm.
God.
Oh, overhead.
I know it. You remember what I said about a concussion?
Yes, I do.
Well, they were NXT one. Jesus.
What a chop. And Jordan Devlin sent to the outside. the hard way.
Yeah, he was kind of asking for that shit.
That was long overdue for weeks now. I'm just going to be perfectly honest with you. Damn. All right. Well, let's get back to the two at hand. Braun Breaker, Ilya Dragunov. Test your will. And I don't think these two have it any other way, James.
No.
I know I wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't have it any other way.
And here we go.
Wow. Oh, what a bait in. What a bait in. Oh, he's going to go for the octopus stretch, it looks like. We're going for anvil elbows.
Braun Breaker trying to cover up, trying to protect himself. Again, it's Ilya Dragunov on the verge of becoming the czar of NXT. What is he looking for here? Off the rope.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wait a minute. Clubbing shot to the front and the back.
This is really good strategy by Ilya, though.
Braun Breaker. Oh, man.
Jesus Christ, the power on Braun Breaker.
Just runs right through him like it was breaking down the Berlin Wall. And meanwhile, up in the military press.
Holy shit.
Talk about a heart stopper.
Yeah, a headbutt right to the diaphragm, as you pointed out, Noah.
And all three men are down once again. NXT Universe on their feet. This has been one hell of a hard-hitting affair, to say the least. This is again for the NXT champion. Take a look at the replay here. Up in the military press, and bam! Dropping Breaker with his head. Jordan Devlin just gasping for air, trying to find the wits about him. And he goes up to the high-risk district. And Braun Breaker somehow, with enough awareness to prevent whatever Jordan Devlin was looking for. Again, who can capitalize here? Uh-oh. Braun Breaker. Jordan Devlin up in the corner. Ilya Dragunov clubbing shots to the back of Braun. And oh, boy.
Jesus, man. Oh, Jesus.
The Ilya just rocked from underneath. And Braun Breaker, what the hell is about to happen here? A Frankensteiner!
Frankensteiner into a power bomb! Frankensteiner into a goddamn Liger bomb!
How the hell did Ilya Dragunov have the awareness to do that? Holy shit, indeed!
That was unbelievable. What a goddamn catch by Ilya Dragunov.
On instinct, James, and all three men are down again.
Yeah, and JD is completely out of it. Look at this.
All three men are out of this. But look, all three men crawling to the middle of the ring on their knees. Yeah, I agree. This is awesome.
This is a great
professional wrestling.
And here's the thing, like, when you really think about it, no man could capitalize because they all took a big hit there.
And they're still taking big hits to each other. Ilya chopping the hell out of them. Braun Breaker and JD now 2-on-1 on Ilya here. Who's the worst for wear? And Braun Breaker and JD now going at it. Of course, Braun Breaker and Jordan Devlin recently faced each other one-on-one for the NXT Championship.
Jesus,
and Ilya rises. He welcomes this. He lives off this. He thrives on this. Oh, my God.
You talked about three of the hardest hitters.
Oh.
And we're seeing why right now after that senton. Blue spear to the outside.
Braun Breaker sending himself and Ilya Dragunov to the floor. I don't know if you're just living in the moment right now here, though, James. Again, we need a pinfall submission in the ring. And wait a minute, what's Jordan Devlin figured here? Jordan Devlin, wait a minute, Jordan Devlin picking up speed.
Oh, shit.
Oh, nice drop kick, taking out Braun.
PK.
Took him on the chin and off the second rope.
What a goddamn moonsault.
Wipes out both Eli and Braun Breaker.
Taking inspiration from Taka Michinoku with the height on that.
Incredible height. Fully effective impact. But again, grasping his ribs. How much did that take out of him? Can the challenger capitalize? Do you bet against the ace? I'm not sure who has the best right now awareness to a degree or who's in the better shape at this point. As again, Jordan Devlin goes to the top rope and Braun Breaker meets him. Breaker, of course, no strangers to enduring this type of brutality and punishment. And right now, Ilya, chopping the legs.
That's brutal. Could you imagine a chop to the calf like that?
I don't want to. Talk about not being able to walk or feel your feet. And right now, powerbomb, high stack, 2, no! And drops the horrible.
Oh my
1,
God.
2, no! Jordan Devlin 450 splash on Ilya
shit.
in the cover. 1, 2, no! Jordan Devlin on Braun now. 1, 2, and Braun somehow gets the shoulder up.
This is back and freaking forth.
My God.
Brainbuster! Oh my God.
1, 2, Duke champion, no!
Oh my God. Holy shit.
How in the hell? Jordan Devlin with 4 maneuvers after Ilya dropped off Russia on Braun Breaker, and Braun still kicked out. And the 450 on the spot.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, man. Like, Braun Breaker doesn't look like he has much in the wrestling department, but that man's all heart right now. That man's absolutely all heart. Any other man would have been done off that. I don't care what type of cover you gave.
Again, Braun Breaker said, over my dead body will I lose this title, and either of you will be champion. We are seeing that here tonight. Jordan Devlin and Ilya Dragunov once again just rocking each other, looking for Devlin's side for the 3rd time.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now it's like lifting a freaking corpse right now.
Oh.
It's like lifting dead weight.
And Ilya right now, standing switch. And a suplex!
What a snap German suplex. Gonna try to go for a second one here.
Again, you're talking about dead weight. Jordan Devlin might be dead weight at this point. Either looking for a second headset and still maintains waist control.
Yeah, and he bridged on that too. He dropped JDM right on the top of his head from that.
Yeah, just hyperextending all of his body for as much leverage as possible and added impact. Looking for the 3rd. Oh, wait a minute, Braun Breaker. You gotta be kidding me.
Jesus
No way.
Christ,
what the hell?
Holy hell! The strength of Braun Breaker on display again with a double German suplex to both men.
2-for-1 special as JD goes belly to belly, face first into the mat. Braun Breaker to the top rope.
Steiner Bulldog! There it is!
And the straps come down, James.
Shit.
Braun Breaker looking to finish it.
Gonna go for the breaker slam here. There it is!
The cover. What? Wait, JD.
No way! No way!
1, 2, no!
Oh my God! How close was that?
You nearly
JD
stole it.
almost had it.
He nearly stole it. My God in heaven. What a match we are seeing here. Again, the unbreakable resolve of Ilya Dragunov and the undying will of Braun Breaker. But the everlasting resourcefulness of Jordan Devlin. What will be the deciding factor here tonight? And NXT TakeOver Halloween Havoc. Wait a second.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
That is a pissed off Braun Breaker.
Oh, my God. Here we go. Scott Hall like right hands. Oh, my God. Just tosses him with authority. You got to be kidding me.
And looks like he's setting up Ilya for the spear. He's felt this before. Oh!
Oh! There's a headbutt! There's a headbutt!
Interception! And Ilya
oh my God, he might have it. There's no way he might have this! Senton drop!
Cover the man!
Cover him!
The man!
You haven't won!
He's looking for Torpedo Moscow! Fire! He hit it!
Moscow!
The cover! The cover! 1, 2, no!
Oh my God, JD again coming in! He stops the rest count! He stopped the rest count!
And look at the smile on his face and the anger on Ilya Dragunov.
This is a freaking chess match, gentlemen. This is absolutely what this is between all 3 men here.
Oh, and the open palm strikes now between JD and Ilya Dragunov. Jordan Devlin said the #1 thing he could do is prevent Ilya Dragunov from ever being champion and becoming champion in his own right. Oh, I just rocked him with that knee. Man. And right now, Ilya, what the hell? Uh-oh. Ilya running around the world. Uh-oh. What the hell? Oh, my God!
Oh, my God!
He done it again! Caught him in a standing Spanish fly! How many aces does JD have up his proverbial sleeve tonight, James?
Oh my God. All right, come on now. Come on. No. Come on, JD. JDM. What the hell are you doing, brother?
He is
I christened you with your initials, and then you're going to do this bullshit?
James, this is for the championship. JD has never been champion. Ilya Dragunov only beat him when he was going after the title. He caused him to leave NXT UK forever. JD is out to hurt Ilya Dragunov.
Somebody. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, wait a minute. He missed it.
Torpedo!
Oh my God, his head. God. Oh my God, his head.
Yep, he that was head-on-head collision.
Yeah, I don't think he's good. I really don't think he's good. I don't think he's good. He's trying to shake off the cobwebs right now. I really don't know if Ilya is even there. And look at this. Braun Breaker is going to capitalize.
Yeah, he has to. He has to at this point. It's for the NXT Championship. He knows Ilya Dragunov wouldn't want any other way, and Ilya Dragunov will not quit. And Dragunov saying, bring it, and he's bringing it. Braun Breaker and Ilya Dragunov squaring it out in the middle of the ring once again. Jesus, what a close line.
Yeah, and those are straight jabs that Braun Breaker was hitting, and they had way more power to him. I really don't think that Ilya Dragunov, he might be fighting, but I don't think he even knows where he is as he does a spinning chop. Holy
man.
It's Gary.
You were saying?
Oh my God, what a German.
He doesn't even know he's fighting on instinct, James.
Jesus, Lariato from hell.
You see the eyes of this incredible former NXT UK champion, this one-of-a-kind, unbreakable athlete.
Yo, flailing all around. That is not a good sign, but he's still going to try. He's going to try like hell to win the title. And there's the spear. There's the spear.
Both legs. 1, 2. Braun Breaker retains.
Wow.
Jesus Christ almighty.
I'll tell you right now, any other night, it could have been Jordan Devlin or Ilya Dragunov's night. But because of the triple threat nature of this matchup, JDM and Ilya Dragunov were trying to kick each other's ass as opposed to the champion holder. And that's what saved Braun Breaker's ass tonight. Because seriously, if they used any of the barrage they used on each other on the outside, Braun Breaker would not be champion right now.
And literally, if it wasn't for that spot right there, Ilya Dragunov would have been NXT champion. And then the absolute anger and furious animosity between these two carried out on the outside of the ring. Ilya Dragunov eliminating Jordan Devlin by any means necessary at the risk of his own well-being to his body. And then, like on autopilot, throwing everything possible.
Seriously. That's what that was. Dude, you could tell the lights are on. Nobody's home.
That was
as he tries to go for that torpedo. And Braun Breaker realized it and seized the opportunity. That's what that was.
JD looked to crawl to break the 3, and he couldn't. Once again, Braun Breaker remains NXT champion.
For the love of God, please check the contenders, JDM and Ilya Dragunov.
And for James and for JJ, I'm the Seminola Foster as we say thank you for tuning into this first of his championship presentation. This has been Halloween Havoc. We hope for you it has been quite a treat. It certainly was with that main event, to say the least. Holy hell.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a hell of a match there, guys.
That was great.
That was all I needed tonight, man. That was fucking phenomenal.
There you go.
That was a great main event.
All right.
Woo.
All right, then.
Exactly. No theory cash-in. Wasn't expecting there to be any. It was all just a tease. Just a ratings pop to try to go head-and-head with AEW on Tuesday night.
I told
you. We all said it, Noah. No, Nathan. No Austin Theory.
Phew.
I see Josh has joined us. I'll go ahead and bring you in for just a moment, Josh.
Oh my gosh.
I was going to say that we're going to take just a few minutes break. That way, those of us that need beverages or need to go to the bathroom can do that real quick. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll be back, top of the hour. So that would be 11 o'clock Eastern time. The group of us will be back with open mic night here on the Casa D18 Studios channel, Simple Man Studios, Jeff Meacham Network, the whole Jeff Meacham multiverse of media. Noah, thank you for calling the action as you always do. James, thank you for tagging in for me while I ate dinner. Gentlemen, we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right.
See y'all very soon.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to Open Mic Night. Technical difficulties aplenty. I think what was going on is the fact that I still had the share screen up in the StreamYard. That was preventing the videos from playing properly. As soon as I got rid of it, the intro video started playing like it was supposed to.
Gotcha.
That's fair.
Bro, okay, so we gotta start it off here, okay? Because as that was happening, right, I was singing the tune, right? So I'm doing dun because it was stuck in my head by that point. Dun 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 dun. dun. And then I'm not even kidding. I was doing that for like a whole minute, and then it kicked in right when I was going to the next dun. And I'm like, what the hell? Was that on purpose? I thought you did that on purpose. I'm like, no way. No freaking way.
You're talking about the song for our entrance video? The jazzy thing?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the freaking the botch thing with the welcome to the show thing.
Oh, okay.
That one. Yeah.
Like after the last botch, I was singing it, and then it popped up right after it sunk up with me, and I'm like, dude, that's freaky.
Why you were laughing in the green room.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh my
Josh,
God.
thank you for coming back to join us for Open Mic Night.
Good to see you again, brother.
Got me my Fago to sip on.
Sprite for tonight.
He's mad.
One
Josh is mad.
match. I got one match.
Oh my God.
To make a baseball reference.
Amazing matches. All of the matches were great. All the matches were amazing. I got one correct. The ambulance match.
Well, to make a baseball reference for
Sean Hickenbottom. Not my NXT takeover.
It wasn't a takeover. Let me hold on. But first off, let me talk to you. Main event, that's professional wrestling. Damn it. Opener, great. Roxanne, good win. Julius, great redemption. Women's title match, highly under effing whelming. Coffin match, it was what it was. It was like, can I continue? You got 10 seconds. So they brought out the other coffin. The rest of the stuff, when they're trying to go for Teen Nick or recreate peanut butter jelly time with that, and then the tree.
I'm sorry, run that by me again.
Quincy Elliott came out
again
dressed
the
as a banana.
Whether they're trying to create Teen Nick for NXT with Chase U, or they're trying to recreate peanut butter jelly with that the segment, and then the tree with the roots and the 4 people. Not my NXT.
That's fair enough.
The main event was one of the best, if not the best, triple threat I have ever seen.
That was one of the greatest triple threat matches I've ever got to call.
Yeah, that was a fucking that was a chess match all the way through.
That's what they're supposed to be, damn
was
it.
wrong, though.
Well,
the winner should have been Ilya Dragunov, and we should have seen a freaking cash in.
No, first off, we should not see a cash in.
No way.
Fury should not be part of NXT. If the Money in the Bank is Money in the Bank, it should be reserved for literally the main roster. When they get past the Roman Reigns agenda, maybe JJ's booking will come true. So I'm so damn effing glad that this triple threat was based on pure awareness and literally the test of the strongest will, where Ilya Dragunov was fighting on autopilot, and Braun Breaker somehow overcame even all of that to somehow still come out as champion. That was fucking incredible.
Yeah, right.
Put Ilya Dragunov on the main roster now. Him versus Gunther. Let him take the Intercontinental title off of him.
Hey, man, I don't know what you... I'm going to be real. We've seen him versus Walter already. Yeah. I'd love to see him a part of Imperium, to be fully honest with you.
Walter did have a hand in training Ilya Dragunov.
That's what I'm saying.
Back in Austria. So you are on point, James, to a degree. That could be something that could happen some point down the line.
I personally think...
I would not mind it.
I personally think that's a better shot to do for War Games than whatever the heck they're doing for War Games. So
I don't even know what they're doing at War Games, but we'll talk more about that later because we still got country right out there. No, you know what? No. Hold on. Shut up. Everyone shut up. I'm going to say it right here, right now. I am a simple man, but I'm also a Christian man. We are taught to forgive. We are not taught to hold on to what angers us in the end. Not everybody in Saudi Arabia is a controversial, political, evil dickhead. There are innocent men and women there. If Jeff Meacham, after years, after they fucked up my mouth in The Fiend, can even watch this show, and so can I. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Meacham Never, Multiverse Media Galore, 2 weeks from today, I will be doing commentary for Crown Jewel.
Holy freaking crapola!
I am just going to put this out there. I'm only going to say just no more political backstabbing if we're going to do this. Please. We've already had enough of that.
That's all I ask.
That's all I ask if you guys are going to do that.
Now, let's get back to on track here because, again, this is not a four-man show. This is hosted by one and then delegated to the rest of the party. So, JJ, speak now, forever hold your peace. Let's kick off Open Mic Night right to a degree.
Well, thank you, Noah, for allowing me to speak. I've been trying to speak a few times here and kept getting stepped on, mainly by Josh, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, he was mad.
He was, but, I was trying to make a little inside joke for the stat boy if he's watching, to use a baseball reference. I batted 500 today. I came right down the middle. I got 3 right. I got 3 wrong. So
same.
And it's funny because the first 3 matches, I got all right. I was like, cool, I'm on my way to sweep this. And then the ambulance match happened and everything went to shit.
Yeah.
As it does sometimes, as it does. Well, what are you going to do?
Hey, Josh.
Is what it is, baby.
Yeah,
Josh only got 1. JJ got 3 out of 3, 3 out of 6. I don't know what Noah got, and I'm just here like, what the hell?
3 out of 3 as 3 out of 6 for me as well.
Question mark out of 6.
Well, we've got a few different topics to discuss tonight.
Right.
I don't think anything is going to be too controversial, too long, too meat and potatoes, because it honestly was just a quiet week this week once again.
It's nice to have that once in a effing while, too, to a degree. I'm just saying.
Well,
most definitely. Most definitely. I mean, for the one side of things, for, the Aaron Rifts and the Sean Ross Sapps out there, it makes for less traffic to their websites, which that's their bread and butter. But at the same time, for people on the internet and the social medias that get wrapped up in some of this stuff,
you poor fools.
It's nice to have a little bit of a breather from the drama. This is supposed to be a form of entertainment, whether you call it professional wrestling or you call it sports entertainment. It's supposed to be a way for us to escape the drama of real lives and not get sucked into the drama of their world. At least not the real life drama. The fake drama on TV is one thing. The real drama in the locker rooms is completely different.
But that's what draws you in because you want to be engaged in the story, in the character development, and how it portrays in the friggin' ring when it comes to just pure athletic competition.
Yep.
So
now listen, you could do. I will say, in the interest of fairness, if there are real life incidences that have happened, but there is something redeemable and you can make money with it, go for it, right? As long as you can weave it into storyline and in a non-offensive way that doesn't just make me be like, ugh, cool.
Exactly.
But rarely does that happen, as we have seen lately. Just saying. Anyway.
No, I mean, I knew he was going to go there. And you guys already know how I live. I don't know news until you break it on here or I open up the app and see it. I don't tweet. I don't scroll. I don't follow. I simply know what I know when I know. And I know professional wrestling. As simple as that.
And
knowing
that's what
what
we love about you, Noah.
I was about to say, knowing the Segway master himself, JJ, there was a reason you were mentioning all that. There has to be a reason.
No. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of drama this week. I mean, the first thing I really wanted to talk about before we get to your thing that you mentioned there on the air, James, is I just wanted to give a brief shout out at the start of our show to my buddy, the Puerto Rican pit bull, Gino Rivera. You can see his head circled there. He got to be part of security for the Lashley Lesnar segment that kicked off Raw this past week.
Oh, wow.
Champion in multiple federations, trained out here at the Santino Brothers Wrestling Academy. He's been on Championship Wrestling from Hollywood, Battleground Pro Wrestling, Championship Wrestling from Arizona, number of federations across the states, been champion for quite a few feds. He's an amazing heel and an even better friend.
Good for him. Again, you want people you care about to succeed, so take the opportunity wherever you can when it's presented to you. Shauna Reed's been at freaking SmackDown, so I wish her all the best. She's over in the UK. We've seen cameos from people in and out of AEW Dark on WTV too. At the end of the day, you care about a person thriving in wrestling.
Absolutely.
Not the character where they're at.
What's up, James? You have your hand up. What's up?
I have to ask. Can you go back a couple pictures? Because there's a man, I swear to God.
Let me know if you see the right picture.
Yeah, okay. Go to the next one. Is that Akira Tozawa?
That is Akira Tozawa.
Oh, my God. What is this now? What is this?
Well, they had wrestlers out there with them.
Yeah, about to say. Charlotte Benjamin was out there, too, I believe.
I mean, you can see Scott Gable there.
Okay. I thought he was a part of security, and I was about to, whoa, what the hell? No.
What is
You can see Pierce out there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Lord.
But, yeah, you can see Gable there.
Notice
they had quite a few wrestlers out there also.
Lately.
Hey, man, all I'll say is congratulations to the Puerto Rican Pitbull. And also, please use Akira Tozawa better. Please, for once. Please. Please.
Triple H
at least you got out of catering for the day.
That's true. And Triple H is not a miracle worker.
For the day. For the day, that's the problem.
Things don't happen overnight. All right. That's all I got to say about that. And
Can
thank
you
you,
just
Mr.
release him at this point and let him join the X Division, please?
He has done quite a bit in the business. Feel free to reach out to him on Facebook. He's down to do interviews and promotions and whatnot. Just an all-around good dude, like I said.
Respect.
Nice.
So while we were on the air, James brought up.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
How come the WWE, and as creative as they are, can't come up with some legitimate team names specifically for their female tag team roster?
Hey, Mr. Sadio, stick around because I'm about to go off on the sexism on this goddamn company because I've just about had it.
There you go, James.
Thanks.
Everyone grab your drinks and get ready for a rant. This is Open Mic Night, and James has a live mic.
Where's my rosary?
Yeah, Lord have mercy on these motherfucking souls here. I'd love to know why, and I said it at the top the minute I came on here, and I saw that they put no effort in the NXT tag team names. Why in the blue hell can a man like me, who has not ever been in the industry once, with the exception of fucking Ring Crew one time, all right, and runs a rinky-dink CAW league that has zero money to its name, right, and can book better team names than the biggest wrestling company in the goddamn world? That is fucking abysmal. Abysmal. No excuse for that. I don't care if you're Paul Levesque. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn who you are. All right? Unless your names are Ivelisse and Diamante, chances are you need a damn tag team name. For real. Like, this is absurd to me. Okay? I have team names for all of my tag teams in my CAW show. They haven't even fucking debuted yet. They haven't even debuted. You're telling me, other than Toxic Freaking Attraction, you can't find the time or effort, or somebody with the time or effort to put effort in the women's tag team division. Not to mention, that's like the least of the freaking problems. You just throw freaking random women together for no damn reason when you see two women that clearly could be a tag team, like I just saw, and that redhead chick who could team up with Shotzi Blackheart and probably be managed by Lita and also do a trios thing with those three. That's a problem.
The word of the night
is
effort.
I have done more in that one little sentence than WWE has done for the entire women's division. And that goes all across WWE. Because you know what? Damage Control, good team. They made it work. Toxic Attraction, good team. They made it work. Now, where's that effort for the rest of the damn division? Fuck's sake, Impact puts more effort in their tag team division, for crying out loud. And they have like 6 teams a freaking week. Do we not see the problem here? Do we not see the problem? Like, it's infuriating to me. It's not even like, bro, it's not even the fact that I'm like, oh, you know, big time pro women's choice, which, don't get me wrong, I am. But it's like, it's not even about that. I'm just sick of people just being lazy with shit, man. Do better. Stop accepting mediocrity. And that goes to the freaking women, too. Stand up for this shit. I shouldn't be saying this. You all should be, too.
To be fair, I think that's what Sasha and Naomi were trying to say when they walked out.
Well, you know what? So is Bailey. And we heard that she's on her way out the effing door. I wonder why. The fact that there are even rumors about that, you know, gee, I don't know, put 2 and 2 together. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
You're not.
I hadn't heard the one about Bailey.
Yeah, no, I've not heard that.
Yeah, there was a rumor on that. I don't know. It's probably bullshit.
We talked about this.
Yeah,
it is rumors. Fair enough. If it's bullshit, it's bullshit.
Exactly.
But still wouldn't surprise me if Bailey was pissed.
I mean, look at her now. She's in one of the highest profile feuds in the women's division, the highest.
And I get that. And I get that, Josh, but hear me out. Bailey has never been about herself. Why do you think she's got Io Sky and frickin' Dakota Kai with her?
I think that rumor had some. I think that rumor had some precedent when Vince was in charge, because I know Bailey had tried to pitch either what is happening now with Damage Control or something similar in the past, and it was vetoed.
Dream work, yeah.
But now that Triple H is in charge, it's happening. So that could have been just an old rumor that resurfaced that she read. Because I don't know why she would have issues.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Never mind. Disregard that then.
But the point of the matter, though, still is that we would not have a show format to even try and do if we didn't at least adhere to and utilize some rumors, because not everything is factual.
Exactly.
You know, we'd have no grounds to have open mic night every week like we do. So rumor, fact, irrelevant, you still make a very valid point when it comes to the fact that, as I said during the broadcast, between Shawn Hickenbottom, Shawn Michaels, Paul Triple H Levesque, and Paul Heyman,
and Stephanie McMahon,
there are 3 uber creative people right there.
Yep.
And I mentioned Stephanie in there too. I gotta include that in there as well, because I don't know, hasn't she been the one that's been quote unquote advocating for women to get a chance in the company? What do you call this?
Supposedly, but we still don't really know how creative of a force Stephanie has been in the past.
Yeah,
we don't
She
know
used to be in
what
charge of
ideas
creating.
and storylines that have been implemented have actually been
Yeah, we saw how that
her
went.
vision. So, but we know the stuff that Heyman has done in the past. We know the stuff that Hunter has done in the past. We know the stuff that HBK has done in the past. So that's why I jumped to those three names.
But again, as I alluded to, JJ, you're talking about three old men that are trying to guide women's creative divisioning. They don't have a female presence. That's why, as James alluded to, Impact Wrestling, with a guiding force like Gail Kim, that's why they're the standard in women's wrestling in depth, creative, quality, and quantity. They're just on the very smallest spectrum of the wrestling industry because of where they're at.
Well, okay. But here's my counterpoint to that bit, which, yes, I agree with everything you're saying about Gail Kim. She's brilliant in Impact. What she's doing with Impact, brilliant, mwah, magnifique, right? But, like, it's not a gender thing.
No, it's not.
That's my point. It's a laziness thing. That's what it feels like to me. Now,
well, I mean, when you
there
work
is
for
some
the biggest
sexism
company
to
in the
that,
world that
but-
can never go bankrupt, it feels like. You kind of
Right.
get a sense that there probably is some contentment from the higher-ups.
Well, I mean, come on. Grow up.
Random
Yes,
name
Josh.
generator brought to you by Apple.
Right? Yes,
I'm
John.
going to play a little devil's advocate here.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
That's fair.
You're assuming that some of these teams want to have a team name or they want to be recognized as this, by this nickname or something. But why not just go by their actual names? They don't need a special team name. Not
then
all
don't-
teams do, really.
Well, then
That
don't do a tag
might
division.
be part of what they're going with. Like some you just don't need. That I
Okay.
think might be part of it.
That's
Here's
fair.
the thing.
I mean,
Very fair.
you think about like Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. It's like when they went out there in the NWA, they didn't constantly call them the Four Horsemen.
No.
They just called them Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. It wasn't
And-
until WWF that they were named the Brainbusters. Doug
And here's
Furnace
the
and
thing,
Phil
too,
LaFawn never
Yeah.
had a team name.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You'd think, if these teams wanted team names, they'd just say to Triple H, hey, how about this name or something? And he'd
That's
go
fair
for
enough,
it.
too.
Yeah, like this is Triple H we're talking about. He gave us the Four Horsewomen. He gave us
Wow.
Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair. You're acting like Triple H doesn't know how to do women's wrestling.
I'm not
Vince
saying...
didn't know how to do women's wrestling.
Okay,
Now, that's
okay.
a fact.
That's
a
fair.
fact.
I'm not saying he doesn't know how to do women's wrestling. When it comes to singles, absolutely Triple H is ahead of the curve, bar none. Tag team, not so much. And granted, yes, should the women be advocating? Absolutely. But is that their job 100% of the time? Is their job realistically to go out in the ring and put on a match or cut a promo? Like, that's my point. It still should come down to the person in charge of creative to actually give a fuck. And, right, I'll give you one better, right? You talk about what if they want their individual names in there. I'll give you a great example of what I do on my show. And I do this with my male tag teams. I got to do it with my female tag teams. I put their names in the nameplate graphic every time, along with the tag team name. No reason why WWE can't do that. Again, it's just laziness. Granted, fair point. Women should be advocating for themselves as well as, nobody else is going to advocate for you, especially in that company. But still, point being, they're still lazy about this, and it needs to change. That's my thing.
I feel that's a fair conclusive statement because you definitely can tell there's been a sense of contentment to a degree, even under this new regime in WWE.
Yeah, it's like Triple H couldn't even be bothered. Ever since the Sasha Banks Naomi thing, like even he doesn't care.
Oh, no, I don't think that's it at all.
No,
I feel that. I feel that.
No.
Again, that's your take, and you're
Yeah,
entitled
everyone's
to that.
entitled to their opinion.
But
That's fair.
the thing
But,
is,
like-
when it comes to, let's just put it out there in perspective. This is about at the forefront tag team wrestling. It is still, in my opinion, the biggest flaw in the WWE, particularly in the women's division. both main and NXT. They don't have the depth. They don't have the constructual storytelling to build a division, it seems. When I look at the entire WWE landscape, how many women's tag teams, legitimately, keyword folks, legitimately, can you name off the top of your heads for both NXT and the main rosters where it could be maybe merged into one division? Is two divisions even needed or possible to a degree?
No.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
I think the biggest problem with WWE, and again, this is just my opinion, what I see. I think the women, more so than the guys, want to be solo stars as opposed to tag team stars.
I definitely agree with that take.
And again,
that may be part of why so many of the teams seem so jumbled, seem so half-assed thrown together, seem like they have no direction, no name. You know, you look at just tonight on NXT backstage, we saw Zoe Stark and Nikita Lyons.
Yep.
Zoe Stark very easily should be challenging Mandy Rose for the women's title. I know she's had a couple of title matches for it, but it's like she came back, had a couple matches for it. Oh, I lost. Let me do this tag team thing. No, stay on Mandy. Chase her. Create a program.
There you go.
Nikita Lyons, not ready for Mandy by any means. Had a thing with Lash Legend for a minute.
Wherever the hell
that was over, done. Do this tag team thing.
Right.
Instead of pursuing the next person, moving up the ranks of the ladder, so to speak. Thing was over with Lash Legend. Go after Cora Jade. Go after Roxy. Go after Gigi or JC on your way to building your way to Mandy.
Right.
But no. I'm done with this program here. Let me do a half-ass tag team.
It's so
and then I'm going to job to Caden and Casey, or Katana and Caden, whatever.
See, even you can't get the names right.
Exactly, because how often are they on my TV screen?
Not enough, clearly.
Thank you.
And therein lies the fundamental problem.
So they're going to go after these girls who I can't even remember the names to, but are the champions, and lose, and then what happens to them? Exactly.
And this is why I stay away from watching weekly, because holy crap, it is so petty. If what you're saying is true, JJ,
I'm
then
not saying
why?
It's true. It's just what I see.
Right. No, but let's say it's like, hypothetical, whatever. Like, let's say it's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the fucking point of having the tag division then? Just end it. You're wasting my time. You are wasting everybody's time. You're wasting the women's time at that point.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and I'll get to putting aside NXT for a second.
Yes.
Right.
When it comes to the women's tag team division on the main roster,
yes,
Triple H is still having to rebuild it from absolute, complete scratch. Because there were no tag teams when Vince left, because Vince didn't have a plan to put the tag titles back on. They announced a tournament, but then that went completely by the wayside. Vince just put it off on the back burner into the bin. Triple H is like, no, we need to make this mean something. He is still having to build it back up. He is still having to build back up the women's roster.
You have 7 women on SmackDown, I think like 10 on Raw, and 2 are kayfabe injured. Kind of a rough spot, Josh.
My point. They need to bring it back up and make that you sort of, if you want to get tag teams together, you sort of have to put 2 people together at first to try and get it to that level.
But why
or
can't
how
they
else
put
are
like
you going to actually get or make tag teams?
Well, I feel like it should start backstage with some teas, not just randomly thrown together because you just pull their names out of a hat by a number. This isn't like a mixed match challenge charity thing, dude.
Yeah, it's not a lethal lottery.
And here's another.
That's what I'm claiming.
And here's
no, we know you're not, but we know that's not what you're saying,
Yeah.
but that's the way it feels like the direction is they're going.
Presentation,
The
Josh.
point we're trying to make is we're kind of like we're agreeing with you, but we feel like there needs to be more
effort
meat into the development.
Yes.
As opposed to
there's none
what they're doing.
Exactly.
Right now it feels like they just take a hat backstage. Shotzi Blackheart.
Yeah.
Aaliyah, you're a team. Go do something.
Yep.
It's just Sachi, by the way. Remember, she still don't have her last name.
Yeah.
She will be if JD McDonough is Jordan Devlin to you, she is still Shotzi fucking Blackheart to me.
I agree.
I respect that.
I agree.
All right, good deal. I like this.
And hold on. So to add to your point, JJ, I'll add to this point. Triple H was very, very, very quick to make AJ happy by signing the club back, and quick to make Carl Anderson happy by still having him finish his freaking commitments, along with presumably Luke Gallows for New Japan Pro Wrestling, right?
Aye.
How come you can't have that same energy for Kairi? Could easily reunite the Kabuki Warriors and still have her finish her commitments with Stardom. There, in that one freaking example, is the fundamental problem. There is
Does she want to come back, though?
Maybe she doesn't.
That point,
but
too.
Exactly.
Did they reach out? I'm not convinced they did.
We don't know.
I'm not convinced they did. Because you know what? If they did give a fuck, they would easily just do what they were originally going to do with the women's tag team division in the goddamn first place, which was spread it between both shows, if not all three at this point.
Well, Kyrie's busy enough as it is, because for those that don't know, I follow Stardom, the greatest women's professional wrestling promotion on the planet.
Right.
And currently, right now, we're down to the final four, it sounds like, for the IWGP Women's Championship.
Which
Utami
Kairi will probably
Hayashida,
win,
Mayu Itami, Kairi, and Jazzy Gabbert.
Fair enough.
Exactly my point.
But
you have to think, because how many of the women who were in tag teams who got cut by Vince are now contractually signed to other places and can't come back? Athena, for example, her and Shotzi, great tag team. She's an AEW. She can't come back.
Okay.
Tony Storm,
Ruby Soho.
But hold on. There's still other women out there. We're narrowing it down here. Kairi, yes, might be contractually contracted to Stardom. Did we reach out? Maybe there's a way they can make a deal with her to still be that women's champion, or maybe she's not even in the plans at all. And if she doesn't win the freaking IWGP Women's Championship, guess what? Triple H should be trying to get her immediately.
I feel like you might have something there.
Right.
She wants to come back.
And again, fair point, if she wants to come back. But there's still ways you can make up teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are still ways you can bring in teams.
There
are people you can add to this division, and you're not doing it.
Here's a team right here. And whether it's crossed creatives' minds or not, it seems like it would be a perfect fit. You've got Nora, Molly Holly backstage doing work. Yeah. Why not have Mighty Molly and Nikki ASH as a team?
My God. I mentioned this. I mentioned this when the Women's Royal Rumble was a thing. That should be a team right off the bat.
And Gregory Helm is an agent also. He could make appearances as the Hurricane to manage them.
Yes. You kidding me? Superheroes in Training, part 2. Oh, boy.
I think we're trying to get away from the Nikki superhero stuff.
I thought you hate that character. Didn't you call her a goddamn?
We're trying to get away.
You know what? I would tolerate it if she was with Mighty Molly. I ain't even gonna stunt with you, Chief.
Yeah, I mean it's just a possible tandem. You know? I mean, you had Nikki and Doudrop Piper Niven who were teaming up for a little bit.
Which made no sense other than the fact they were Scottish and they were far past their Scottish gimmicks by this point.
Yes, the Scottish gimmick.
You know what I mean? They were far past that. So, like,
put them with Drew.
Drew McIntyre.
Bro, it's just called use your goddamn eyeballs. It's not that hard. I promise you it's not that hard. It's not. It's easy. If I can do it, you can do it, Hunter. do something. Shawn Michaels, do something. Paul, do something. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, only time will tell, my friends. But good talk. Only time will tell.
Yeah.
The big news that did come out of WWE this week, and it's still just kind of a rumor, we haven't gotten confirmation from WWE yet, is that Day 1 is being canceled.
What?
Until
wait. They don't have a December show. What the hell are you talking about? You telling me that after Survivor Series, they aren't going to have anything to the Royal Rumble?
As of right now.
I was just about to say, until they announced this new NXT show that's going to be going head to head with Ring of Honor Final Battle, which was announced this week, and we'll get more to that in a little bit. Yeah, there was nothing that was going to be on the calendar from Survivor Series to Rumble. And I'm also hearing rumors that with this being canceled, Triple H is looking to scale back on some of the more gimmicky pay-per-views, PLEs, whether it's Elimination Chamber, Hell in a Cell, etc., trying to get rid of some of those Extreme Rules, get rid of some of the more gimmicky pay-per-views.
I've been saying that for the longest time. When is a gimmick actually matter when booked? It is not a show that you literally have it named after. It is the point of a story when it makes fucking sense. Money in the Bank was always top tier, own draw, own expectation of opportunity at WrestleMania. Hell in the Cell was the ultimate bad blood and fucking game at shows like Unforgiven and No Mercy. I think about Steel Cage not as an end, but as a filler tool. And that pretty much you could skip in anywhere, whether it's friggin' Backlash, whether it's SummerSlam, whether it's insert premium live event or pay-per-view here. You don't need a gimmick premium live event every damn month of the year just because you can market it. And bring back the old Elimination Chamber, damn it. Anyway, continue.
Well,
no. That's a great rant and diatribe, because the schedule that I saw proposed basically only had 9 PLEs.
But here's the thing with that. WWE is contractually obligated by Peacock to do 12 a year.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where the NXT ones come in.
We know that.
No, I think it's specifically non-NXT ones, JJ. I think there is a point to what Josh is saying there.
It's non-NXT ones. Main roster PLEs, there has to be 12. They are, from what I've seen, they are likely getting rid of Hell in a Cell. Extreme Rules probably too. Chamber they're going to keep. That makes just sense to keep.
Then call it No Way Out at least, please.
What?
Yeah.
Call it No Way Out if we're going to do that.
Well, it's still going to be in.
I saw this too, that they're thinking of bringing back the King of the Ring. As a PLE.
And Day 1 has been officially canceled. They have taken off.
I haven't seen a
WWE's
WWE press release, so that's why I still say it's a rumor.
Well, the arena itself took it off and put a live event there, so it's official.
What the? Okay, so they might not be doing a pay-per-view there at all. They might be trying to do it somewhere else.
Yeah, but
okay.
I've also heard potentially
this year.
them doing a UK pay-per-view every year now.
Yes, that was one of the other
King of the
things.
Ring.
That would be awesome to do King of the Ring in the UK. That would make so much sense.
So would Clash at the Castle count as 12 then?
No, it wouldn't be called. They wouldn't do Clash of the Castle.
No, I know. So my question is, is that counting towards the final tally?
That counts as a
this year,
main roster PLE. Yes.
How many have we had this year?
Well, according to my league, I can give you a more definitive number. Probably here.
Yeah.
3. Give me a second.
Because if Clash
we had
Castle
Day
counts
1,
ones, yeah.
we had Rumble, we had Chamber, we had Mania, we had WrestleMania Backlash.
Let's see here.
What was May?
Hell in a Cell.
Yep.
Hell in a Cell. That's right.
Money in the Bank.
Money in the Bank. We had
SummerSlam.
Clash of the Castle. Extreme Rules.
And
Crown Jewel.
10, and then Crown Jewel. Survivor Series.
Oh wow, they already reached their limit then. Shit. All right. Well, there you go.
So we won't. If that means that they're gonna build up Rumble again and make it good, I want to see Triple H's first Rumble produced.
Exactly. Let's put that in perspective. Next year will be fully produced Triple H premium live events. And the only Vince marquee that we have at this point is the Roman Reigns agenda for WrestleMania with The Rock.
If that still comes to fruition.
Yeah, big if still. But again, Roman still has the titles and is holding the WWE hostages as far as putting a separate champion, top champion on Monday Night Raw.
And the beauty part is that WWE has put enough chess pieces into play that they've got backup plan A. Cody Rhodes wins the Royal Rumble, challenges Roman Reigns.
I really feel like that, yeah.
Backup plan number B. Sami Zayn gets kicked out of the bloodline, goes to challenge Roman Reigns. Backup plan number C. Jey Uso gets tired of Roman's shit with Sami and challenges him for the title, having main event Jey Uso come full circle.
Yeah, that's fair.
Backup plan number 4, Bronathan Breaker.
Yeah,
I think it's too soon for him.
But maybe stretch. But
again,
I think it's too soon for Braun.
Yeah, Braun Breaker retained the NXT Championship. He's going to be there for the long haul.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be there for the long haul, but even if he makes it up to WWE's main roster at the Rumble, let's say, I don't see him challenging Roman at Mania this year.
No.
WrestleMania 40, possibly. And WrestleMania 39 at SoFi, too soon.
Yeah,
I still say Gunther or Sheamus should do it, but
well, Sheamus ain't going to be able to do it anytime soon after what happened last night on SmackDown. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, still haven't seen SmackDown. So.
I'll tell you right now. I mean, they got more than really those people. I mean, those make the most storyline sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I know they have plenty of.
But I mean,
they can put into play, but
still do it.
Those three from a storyline aspect make the most sense. And then option 4, Austin Theory in his briefcase. I mean, I'm just saying he does have the briefcase still.
Yeah.
Whoever Roman faces at Mania could end with a Theory cash in.
Fair.
Until that briefcase is taken out of play, whether he defends it and loses it, cashes in and loses, or cashes in somewhere else and wins, like the NXT title that we thought possibly tonight. You can't count Theory out. You just can't.
He still has the case. I agree. You can't. Yeah. I agree with that. The case is still very much in play.
I would like to point something out that going back to the fact, Day One is now canceled. This is the first time since before the In Your Houses were a thing that there has been no other pay-per-view or premium live event between two of the big four.
It's crazy.
Because we're going straight from Survivor Series to Rumble.
I think
from one big four to another big four.
Plenty of time, as the comment said, to build drama, build storylines.
The Royal Rumble matter for the
have people contend for spots in the Rumble.
Yes.
The WWE roster, the male roster, is so bloated, even with the NXT talent, that you could have matches for people to qualify to be in the Rumble.
Yes. Make it matter.
And then you still can keep 5 slots for surprise entries. So Cody Rhodes can make his return. So whoever that they want to trot out as a surprise marquee name can get that crowd pop. Could you imagine, gentlemen? Close your eyes for a second and think this. And please don't laugh at how crazy this sounds. Considering the fact that the forbidden door has been opened, okay? We all saw what happened with Mickey last year. There were talks about trying to get Billy Gunn for the DX segment. Things just didn't work out.
Yeah.
Imagine if you will.
Let's be real.
Imagine if you will. It's the number 30 slot. The countdown goes. the buzzer sounds
I think I know where you're
and
going.
the strains of Judas come over the speakers. You say no. I said don't quickly dismiss. Jericho has good relations with the company.
Not Triple H.
Not Triple H. Yeah.
That's why he didn't return like they expected.
Never say never.
And I'll be real.
Say never. We thought we'd never see Vince McMahon retire.
I'm going to be honest with you, Chief.
It's a long shot. I will give you guys that. But just imagine.
I thought you were going with Omega.
Yeah, I thought Punk. I was going to what?
Oh,
no.
God,
No, God, no. Okay, listen.
Yeah, Jeffrey alluded to that.
If I'm going to tell you this right now, and there is some pettiness to it, but there's also a point.
Okay.
As
long as there's a point, go for it.
There's a point.
Well, there's a couple points. There is pettiness involved, but I'm going to go with there is a point in Triple H's logic, I think, as well. I'm going to just say it right here, right now. And this is going to be a controversial take, but fuck it. Anybody in that AEW locker room that isn't freaking Max or Moxley or Danielson is absolute cancer right now until proven otherwise. Don't at me. I'm sorry. Like, if I'm Hunter, I would not hire a single person from them because everybody has shown that they have their own agenda. They do. And granted, it's an ego-driven business. That's whatever. But you know what? It could be an ego-driven business where they could also get everybody else to the same freaking goal. The problem is that hasn't happened, not just in AEW, but also in WWE in some cases. Right? Both companies have that same problem. And quite honestly, it's an industry-wide problem. That's where the petty point comes in. Because if Triple H won't even say yes to a former running buddy because he's in the AEW locker room,
I know he's going this,
then that is petty bullshit. Tony Khan was willing to give Billy Gunn to Triple H for no payment. Just wanted him to mention AEW on television. Couldn't even do that because he has an ego the size of freaking Hiroshima. All right? That's what it is.
Damn.
Gentlemen, very quickly, let's welcome Jeff to the show. We don't know how long he'll be able to stay there.
About 5 minutes, like literally.
Hi, boss.
I'm my one break. I'm my one break. So yeah.
Hey.
How was Halloween Havoc?
It was a good show.
One match.
It was
I got
a good show.
one match right.
Oh geez, Josh, terrible. Who? Very briefly, since everybody watching here, I assume watched the show. Who won the matches, really quick?
Let's see here.
Wesley is the new North American champion.
Yep. Roxanne Perez beat Cora Jade. Julius Creed beat Damon Kemp fair and square one-on-one in the ambulance match. Apollo Crews beat Grayson Waller after a second comp was brought into play. Cinematic catastrophe as Mandy Rose retained against Alba Fire. Incredible triple threat melee. And Braun Breaker retained successfully, pinning Ilya Dragunov.
Yeah.
Wow.
And no cash in. Theory didn't even show up.
Kind of a lame, kind of not predictable, but kind of lame. Sounds to me. I mean, like I sound like a good match.
No. The outcomes of the matches
lame.
may sound lame and predictable, but you got to watch the show and watch everything executed.
Especially the opening and the closing match.
I just saw the main event, so I can't comment.
I don't crap on the cinematic nature the way Noah does there. The Mandy Alba Fire thing started very much with a cinematic type of match. Think the Hollywood Backlot Brawl, Piper Goldust, and then how they came back to the ring later that night and actually had the legitimate match. Very similar type of things, although the texture to it was more the Boneyard match, AJ and Taker.
Oh, okay.
But it was solid in my opinion all the way around. Batted 500. I split the night, 3 wins, 3 losses. First half of the show was smooth sailing, and then the ambulance match came, and everything went to shit.
Then the bell rang. Yeah. So really quick, I heard when I came in, I heard James talking about the whole Billy Gunn thing. It's so like I get it. I can understand to an extent. It's like, look, Triple H purposely and willfully cracked on AEW when he took over creative. Oh, the developmental system, good for them. Like that, as egotistical as Tony comes off, and he does. I'm not even going to try to deny what he said there. And again, I'm catching the tail end of what he said, so forgive me if I'm overstepping or.
Both of them are just as bad, yeah. But yeah.
Oh yeah, it's one of those. Yeah. Did WWE have to mention AEW? No. But did Tony have to be a dick about almost demanding? No, he didn't.
That's fair too.
The whole segment, the whole DX segment kind of fell flat for me with or without Billy being there. And I think to an extent, a lot of the scuttlebutt that was correct in that had he showed up, it would have been all about the Acclaim, which again, for Billy and the boys, not a big deal. That's wonderful for them. But for it being a DX thing and the WWE, AEW fans would have turned it into an Acclaim thing, it would have been sour for DX. And I don't think that's fair, especially to Hunter, because if what we're hearing is true, that was pretty much Hunter's curtain call for his
in other words, what you're saying is not only is Tony Khan and Triple H petty as hell, but so are the freaking IWC fans. I mean, in a lot of cases.
It's all about the level of petty and the fact that, DX is 25 and it's.
Uh-oh.
Got booted.
This is a freaking network.
Right.
Beep, boop.
Mouse Mafia shut him down.
All we see is blackness. There's a spinning wheel in the blackness.
Oh boy. You weren't doing something on the Disneyland property, were you?
Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
So yeah, it is what it is with that.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, what reason actually would there have been to mention AEW? Mickey was actually the champion, so that made sense. It wouldn't make much sense to mention AEW in the context of that. It just wouldn't have made sense. So
I think what they really wanted was just a tag when he came out to the ring, like how Mickey James had. You know?
Right.
AEW superstar, AEW talent, Billy Gunn. Something like that is all that Tony wanted, I think.
Fair enough, but I mean, it sucks that the AEW, WWE Forbidden Doors currently closed right now.
Yeah.
But an WWE Forbidden Door is about to open on Monday, because if what, pinch of salt, whatever, if what Uncle Dave Meltzer says is true,
oh Lord,
we are getting a Forbidden Door open between WWE and GCW this Monday on Raw.
No.
Specifically with Joey Janela.
No.
Sean Ross Sapp even reached out to GCW, and they basically confirmed it without confirming it, that we're getting GCW on Raw.
The same company that's known for using glass, blood, barbed wire, thumbtacks, working with the company that says you cannot legitimately injure somebody, where Ronda Rousey just wanted something as simple as thumbtacks in her match, are actually working together on the flagship show of this company.
No.
Basically confirmed by Meltzer and Sean Ross Sapp.
I call bullshit.
I call bullshit until I see it, number one. Number two, if they're
Joey
really
Janela has been specifically telling
and Joey Janela is about as reliable as toilet paper around my asshole. So, come on.
I'm just saying, if we're hearing about this from both of those two, I get it if don't want to care about what Meltzer says. Neither do I. But if Sean Ross Sapp got a statement that does not deny it, then
listen, man.
That's what I'm saying.
When I see it.
I think there is a very good chance we are going to be seeing GCW talent on Monday Night Raw.
freaking Vance Warner taking on Steph freaking Rollins for the United States Championship.
Bro, listen. Okay. I genuinely, even if this is true, and I'm just going to say, okay, it's a hypothetical, and I'm going to stick with that for right now, because, again, my thoughts on Janela's side, all right? Why? And I'm not saying that to be an asshole. Why? Like, that is such a bad idea. Did we watch GCW versus the World, where they misspelled the World to look edgy and cool? That show was horrendous. Seriously, the only people that are honest to God worth a damn was Jon Moxley when he was there, and he's no longer there now. And now Nick Gage.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, obviously. Okay, whatever. But then Joey Janela and Nick Gage. I mean, come on. Thank you.
I'm just saying, why do you think AEW is not letting their talent work with GCW anymore?
You know what? I would hope that they realize they just don't let anybody work with GCW. Personally.
Well, let me ask you this, James, from a theoretical standpoint, because I'm not familiar with GCW at all.
Okay, yeah, please.
So
I got
let me
a
ask,
lot I can say about them.
Well, let me ask you this from a hypothetical standpoint.
Okay.
What would be so different about WWE today working with GCW as opposed to WWF in 1997 working with Extreme Championship Wrestling?
A whole hell of a lot. Number one, regardless of how garbage brawly ECW was, okay? Most of them, keyword, okay? Because you can't really count Sandman, but most were trained professionals. None of these people are, or almost none of them are. Dead serious. The only people, there are a few that come through the doors of GCW. You know, you got your Briscoes every now and again. You got your Jon Moxleys. Vance Warner, I believe, had some training. But for all intents and purposes, most of these people, you know, unless you're Nick Gage and actually could draw eyes, like, most of them aren't trained and they're not worth a dime. Dead serious. And especially after what I've seen, like, seriously, watch GCW versus the World. None of that undercard's going to come in. If they work with GCW, it's probably going to be with those names. Nick Gage, Joey Janela, the Briscoes, if they're still there in any capacity. Like, those are probably going to be the names they get from GCW. None of those people from that ladder match on GCW versus the World, I guarantee you are not going to be on that show. Guaranteed. There's no, I don't, maybe they put Effie in there, but I don't know. I don't even know how you fit him in.
Noah, do you echo that sentiment?
It's one of those things where GCW is, again, one of those companies that really dedicates to its internal hardcore fan base. To a degree, I feel James has a very good point, because a lot of those people, you don't really know them for anything else outside what they do in unscripted, uncoordinated, violent, barbaric nature in GCW. It's pretty much the only realm you know them for, too. So right. There are, again, few marquee names. Maybe Allie Cash, another one, because she made an appearance on Impact Wrestling. I think her and Effie are actually the tag team champions, if that tells you anything. There's a couple of other, like, luchadors there to a degree. But, yeah, beyond that, there really isn't a lot to take away for the mainstream draw out of GCW that's recognizable to a degree.
Yeah, it's...
Hey, James.
Go for it.
I just DM'd you both the article about GCW and Raw and the statement Sean Ross Sapp got from GCW.
That's fine. Honestly, with anything dirt sheet related, don't care anymore.
Fair enough, just fine. But
Fair enough, but like,
yeah, I messaged JJ during the last conversation because I knew if he had this up for topic, so I figured this would be that would have been a nice segue into this topic to see what everyone's thoughts are on the fact that we are getting another forbidden door open with WWE. I mean, and again, New Japan, and they're letting Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows work. They have a lot of dates next year in New Japan, and they're letting them work them all.
Yeah, until Wrestle Kingdom, yeah.
So I want to know if we finally get that NXT documentary finally put on the Peacock, because I think part of it was, some of the people were wearing New Japan shirts and didn't want to take them off. Darren Young being a prime suspect in that one.
Right.
Maybe now we'll get that documentary.
Maybe, you never know.
Well, the thing is, though, WWE is still the ultimate entity, and at the number one forefront, they are their own company that sells themselves on privacy. That's why everything there is literally rebranded to be only defined that WWE owns this, WWE made this, WWE crafted this. So the fact they are at least allowing Carl Anderson to finish out his New Japan dates, that may show something to a degree, but I would not put more stock into it than that. And I still haven't heard much more about the whole NXT thing. I don't even know if WWE still tries to work with All Japan Pro Wrestling, because I know that was their turf to try and plant NXT Japan. I still feel like there's a lot of suspension of disbelief to a degree as far as even putting the words Forbidden Door and WWE in the same sentence.
Fair enough. We shall see what happens on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it ends up being true,
there you go.
I'm going to theoretically say great. Like I said, I don't know much about GCW, but if WWE is starting to be willing to work with other companies, then that's a good thing for them, in my opinion. So we'll just kind of see what happens,
Exactly.
If they show up, cool. If they don't,
careful,
then they don't.
Right, and at the end of the day, nobody really, benefits more out of any of this stuff than literally the WWE, because again, they are the ones with the most money. So I mean,
exactly. I mean, GCW will benefit in the small run because they'll be able to promote their guys as having appeared on WWE Raw.
Right.
And if any of those guys get bookings in other territories and other companies, as seen on WWE Raw. But other than that, I don't see them gaining too much out of it.
Right, exactly.
So going on from there, I'm going to bring up somebody that everybody loves to hear speak. Jim Cornette.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Now hold on. I knew that was going to be the guttural reaction from everybody. I read a quote that he gave either this past week or the week prior on one of his podcasts, and I actually felt like it had some weight to it, which is why I'm bringing it up here, okay? Josh, stop face-palming yourself. You need to be able to read the quote here.
Listen, there are points, but before you even continue, there are points that Cornette does make. A blind squirrel always finds a nut every once in a while. Continue.
Exactly.
Accurate.
Tony Khan, should have fired him, Andrade, before. I can't believe that once a year at least, Tony has not sat down and looked at his talent roster and looked at the contributions some were making and look at the bloated nature of the nobodies that he just has everywhere. Now, whether you agree that Andrade is a nobody or not, that's up for debate. That's neither here nor there. That's subjective, as we like to say across the multiverse of media.
Right.
But we all can agree, at least, that Tony Khan's roster is even more bloated than WWE's in the sense that he doesn't have near the television time to utilize the talents that he has. Why isn't he sitting down once a year or every 6 months or something, examining his roster and like, okay, these guys haven't even been on Dark Elevation for a month and a half. Why the hell am I still paying them?
Yep.
Well, again, it's one of those things, like I said, he is a one-man machine steering the entire ship, and he's stopped doing that to a degree. We've heard these press releases, officially released by AEW, about more people for lines of communication, but you think about these people and the mind and pedigree when it comes to, well, literally locker room organization that they bring to a degree. There should be like some sort of panel that literally overlooks all of these contracts with him, each state their case, and talk about these are the players you need to consider to a degree. If they're not being fully utilized to bring something to your product, then you have to cut the margin somewhere. This is where budget cuts is supposed to be a thing strategically. I don't think Tony Khan has really built a business plan of that to a degree. And while it might seem noble to literally pay out somebody till their contract expires, unless you choose to renew them, is that more effectively financially in the long run when you consider how much that can add up to a degree? I really don't know. I said this once before, I think with James, and I think literally with Cindy. Tony Khan is a fan. There's no doubt about that. That's why people respect him to a degree. But he is not one of the guys that grew up in this industry. So I still feel there is a bit of a disconnection in a knowledge sense, even to a degree. And without that bit there, I don't truly think Tony Khan will ever fully be able to truly organize the structure of All Elite Wrestling. He's gotten better, but he still has a long way to go, in my opinion, it seems.
I have one to add as well to Noah's point. You know, love to know where your concept of the Forbidden Door lies now. Dead serious. If you are so insistent on keeping these guys, why don't you have the same energy for Frankie Kazarian as you do for, and Chris McDaniels, both of them, as you do for Jack Evans, who you released, Angelico, which you're not doing anything with, Anthony Ogogo, which you're not doing anything with. All of these people we are not doing anything with. Also, not to mention, you have a whole nother company with a whole other set of titles that you could be building new contenders around. Not for nothing, I think Anthony Ogogo and Wardlow would be great. I also think Anthony Ogogo versus Samoa Joe would also be great. Big Hoss fucking fight field, right?
Yes.
There are plenty of people that you could be doing stuff with. You're not doing a thing with them. And you have so many titles at this point that there is, again, I we're going to talk about, I'm going to stay consistent. If Triple H is lazy for not being able to book a women's tag team division correctly, then Tony Khan's lazy for not utilizing his roster when he has enough titles, actually, scratch that, more, probably too many titles to do so.
Especially with,
no excuse. I'm sorry.
No, again, what I say, James, you and I talked about it. The Ring of Honor ecosystem is overshadowing AEW, and it's hurting both these rosters being built to a degree. Now, rumor has it, if this is the final Ring of Honor preview of this year, and they're supposed to be closing the deal on something to define that company, then maybe we'll finally get a bit more sense of separation and control. When I think about the AEW ecosystem, it's only 7 championships at its company. And that's what the focus should be on. I've been saying for the longest time, Wardlow should be the guy constantly putting out the open challenges for the TNT championship. Yeah. That's how you build a workhorse championship. That's how you build new talent, top stars. I think about what Cody did with this championship. He was the most effective champion before Miro.
Bro. Not even just that. I mean, you mentioned all this stuff. I've been saying it for months. You could do so much with the Forbidden Door that they just don't do anything with. You have Impact.
Impact. Is more with the Forbidden Door with New Japan
then AEW
is. Division championship.
Exactly. AEW, they're not even doing anything with AEW unless your name is freaking Christopher Daniels or Frankie Kazarian. What the hell? You have so much talent you could be using this for. None are being utilized. You could easily send some people down there that you're not doing a thing with to go down to the X division or the Knockouts division. I've been saying for months, and you remember this, Noah, I mentioned this multiple times. You could send the baddies down to Impact as a team and win the Knockouts tag team titles and hold them for a couple months. Exactly. You have 3 women's world championships that you could build a faction around, a proper women's takeover with the baddies that you're barely doing anything with. It's just, I'm Jade Cargill, and I just want to be the star of the show.
I'm a bitch. Yeah, I'm the bitch. I'm that bitch. I'm the bitch.
I'd be having a field day with these rosters, man. It's inexcusable at this point.
Okay, before I turn Josh loose, who's been sitting there like playing with his fingers like a diabolical evil villain who's about to deliver his monologue, let me just bring up Legendary Static's comment. I rewound it to your commentary. It's amazing you guys know all the moves. Impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of my main man Noah here and James, who tagged in for me when I went for dinner, not knowing what part you listened to, Legendary Static, we all thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Happy to do
All
my
right,
part as a
Josh.
fan of wrestling.
I'm going to give you the solo shot here, the major shot, because, like I said, you look like a diabolical evil villain about to spout out his monologue about his rhyme and reason to why he's trying to take over the world. So let loose for us.
Well, JJ, you basically are having me. I haven't even had a chance to write either of my articles yet, but you are basically. I'm going to be giving away basically the entirety of my one article here.
Diatribe.
In this one.
This should be entertaining. Go for it.
Well, you know, if you're thanking us for giving you material for your columns, I'll expect a super chat later to reward us for our efforts.
Oh
But
no, this is
continue,
already this is already my thing. I'm just explaining it now because of. Can you do me a favor? Put Corny's quote back up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And read
Give
it
me
one more time.
second. Sure.
Try to read it in Jim Cornette's voice.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Don't do that.
Tony Khan should have fired him before. I can't believe that once a year at least, Tony has not sat down and looked at his talent roster and looked at the contributions some were making and looking at the bloated nature of the nobodies that he just has everywhere.
Well, ignoring Corny about the nobodies everywhere, here's the thing with Mr. Tony Mark Khan.
Ding.
Yeah, I know, I don't care. The reason Tony Khan has not released anyone or will not release anyone is because, one, as I've said many times before, he fears Triple H far more than he ever feared Vince McMahon. And two, AEW ran better, was better, when the elite were the ones in charge with the power. When it was Tony just as the guy with the money, with the checkbook, just doing that thing, and he was just there for the name value. And it was the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega and Cody Rhodes booking everything. You get the bloatedness when Vince releases half of his guys, and Tony's like, ooh, WWE stars. I want it. Let's go. Come on. I'm going to sign you all. When, I don't know who it was, but back when they had the locker rooms, whatever locker room meeting it was, and one of the elite members said, I wouldn't have signed 80% of you. That was likely to the WWE guys, I hate to say Vince rejects because a lot of them are great. That's likely who that was aimed towards because they were the ones taking away the spots from the new stars that the elite were all trying to work to build to create new stars. What happened? Tony signed all Vince's old guys and put them as the stars of everything. And that's why Corny's saying that some of these people are nobodies, because they are not getting the time to shine like they should have been because of what Tony Khan has done. AEW was better when it was the elite having the power. Flat out. Flat out. And what happens when you have Cody Rhodes gone? Everything starts falling apart. The elite's been gone, and again, what's AEW been like? You suspend your executive vice presidents because that's what they are. They have authority in the company.
Yes.
And you just make your company look like a joke, Tony. When you have this ex-AEW guy who was the voice of the voiceless, and you just have him running his mouth, and you let him run his mouth at a media scrum, and you just sit there and let it happen?
Yeah.
No. Like,
Yep.
And you wonder why the Elite went in there when Punk called them out to do that. They went in there, with their head of legal, with Christopher Daniels, who is he is a executive working backstage for the company, so you don't need him as a wrestler on TV.
Yes.
So, yeah, really, that's what it is. Tony won't let him go. He won't let anybody go because he knows exactly what will happen. They'll go to WWE. And Triple H, especially if they are former Triple H guys, will do something and make them big again like they were, because Tony Khan fears Triple H more than anything right now.
Alrighty.
Well, before James presents his rebuttal, the thing you got to keep in mind is whether it's 2022, 2023, 2024, contracts expire.
Exactly.
Yep.
The odds that MJF is going to be in WWE in 2024 are still really good.
Yep. Oh man,
Whether
they've never looked higher.
Whether he wins at Full Gear or not,
yes,
still look amazing for him right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the entire industry in his hands. So just put it out there.
And I'm gonna say it like this: from what little I've seen of AEW, since I haven't been down since day one-ish, like some of you guys have.
Day zero for me.
If Tony Khan loses MJF in 2024, like everything seems like it's going to, and Wardlow has not become the face of the company by that point, AEW is dead.
Amen.
Yep.
Period.
Agreed.
Because those two names should be everything you're basing your company around right now.
Yep.
And
MJF and Wardlow.
And there it lies the reason I am done watching weekly. Right fucking there. Because you're right. Because quite honestly, it really shouldn't have gotten to this point.
No.
And you know what? You mentioned, Josh, that Punk, was completely wrong. Absolutely was. Tony was completely wrong. Absolutely was, from taking away the power from the Elite. But let's not just say the Elite don't deserve shit either. Hangman doesn't say what he freaking says on TV. Punk doesn't get pissed off at the media scrum. The Elite don't say whatever the hell they say to their dirt sheet friends. None of the dirt sheets would have said anything, and Punk wouldn't have gotten pissed. Accountability is accountability is accountability all across the fucking board here. Even some to Cody. Because keep in mind, the Elite didn't agree with anything that Cody was doing.
No.
We heard those rumors. And they booted him out. So how good are they really if they were booting out a guy that was legitimately providing AEW future talent for them to be TV ready? Dude, Anthony Ogogo was TV ready within 2 years. That's unheard of.
He's been demanding for better fights. He wants real competition.
This is ridiculous on all parties involved. Cody, Elite, Punk, Hangman, Tony, all of them. Fuck them all.
There's no innocent party here. Let's just put it out there. There is no innocent party.
I've been saying this for months now. For months. That nobody is taking accountability for anything in this fucking industry anymore. Anytime they fuck up, it's always somebody else's fault. And everybody's doing it. Freaking everybody that I mentioned is doing it. And it's disgusting. The pettiness and the egos involved are getting in the way of business that could be done. And it is costing their biggest fucking star the ratings that the motherfucker should be generating.
And I just want to touch on this point real quick. Nathan, I completely disagree with that, because if there's one thing that WWE does know how to do, whether we like the budget cuts or not, it's they know how to get rid of bloated talent when they feel like they're not performing up to their standards. Whether we have become connected to those talents or not is irrelevant. If they don't feel like they are at the standards that they need to be for WWE television, they cut. So while WWE may pick up, let's just throw out some names here. MJF, Wardlow, The Acclaimed.
Yeah.
They'll get rid of the Alpha Academy. You know, they'll get rid of Shelton Benjamin again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not that those guys aren't amazing talents, but Shelton Benjamin has been reduced to main event ever since the Hurt, the Hurt team broke up.
Yeah,
He's also injured.
Hurt Business, thank you.
Yeah,
I kept wanting to call him the Hurt Locker, but the Hurt Lock is last week's move.
The Hurt Business.
But the Hurt
Benjamin's
Business.
also injured.
There's so much.
Well, I mean, there was a thing on main event this past week, apparently, with him and R-Truth forming a team backstage.
But again,
so
who
apparently
watches
Shelton
that,
is
who would
ready to
know?
come back. That's the point I was just about to make, though, Noah.
Yeah.
Nobody watches main event.
No,
So
I
you've got
used to
Shelton
back when it was on
Benjamin.
TV.
So
It's
you've got
less
Shelton
existent
Benjamin
than
and
Impact
R-Truth.
Wrestling.
Thank you. So you got Shelton Benjamin and R-Truth, two great talents that are resorted to being a tag team on the main event because there's nothing to do with them.
Exactly.
And granted, R-Truth has been a shell of himself ever since little Jimmy started in 2011.
Oh, God.
If we want to be 100% with each other.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
we have to go back there.
11 years.
Oy.
But the fact that he's been able to maintain a WWE career as a goofball character for over a decade says a lot about his talent as well.
That's fair.
A man made Brock Lesnar break in the ring.
Yeah.
On a bet by Paul Heyman. The entire segment was just because of a bet between Heyman and somebody else that Truth could or couldn't make Lesnar lose it. That was the entire point of that segment, was to see if Truth could do it. And he did.
He did. Legend.
Did it.
And then
But,
yeah,
man. It's so annoying, man. Wait, so hold on. I gotta read that comment again. That just completely threw me off. Let's be honest, WWE roster will lose people, not because it's bloated. Just what casual fans want, like Dolph is done. Nobody cares about him anymore. Well, and you know what? Granted, fair point. There are people you can cut. There are people that don't need to be there anymore, that have had their time, that have had their moment in the sun, or that just aren't performing to the high standard.
Yeah.
Man, I've made nothing out of something with the WYW show, so maybe I'm biased, but you know, there's something to be said for maximizing the minimality that you have. Seriously. Like taking something that no matter how minute it is and making it into something bigger. And man, the bottom line is nobody, wrestling personality that's in charge is doing that at all. And the ones that are doing it are in the smaller companies that don't have a big ass ego at all.
Impact Wrestling,
freaking Stardom in some cases. There's a lot of companies.
But
the main three aren't in a lot of cases.
People either love or hate this name that I'm about to throw out, but at the end of the day, it's one of the very few things that in WWF in the Attitude Era, Vince Russo did best, because he had angles and storylines for everybody on the roster.
Yeah, you can't even deny it. You're correct.
From Stone Cold Steve Austin to DX and the Nation of Domination to Taka Michinoku and Kaientai and the Oddities.
Yep.
He had angles for everybody on the roster.
In some cases, a lot of the angles blending together to the point where
And
everything felt like
you'd get a
continuous
title
story.
match. You'd get a title match between Triple H and Taka Michinoku.
And listen,
that fucking stole the show.
It was so good.
I remember that very
well.
Love
that match. One of the few things we highlighted when we brought legitimately, by the way, brought Taka into WIW out of asking him, and he kindly said, yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
That was one of the fucking things we highlighted in his promo package debut. And, it's granted, is Vince Russo one of the few people that are like, has all of his ideas worked even in the WWF? No, of course not. But you know what? Had a pretty fucking impressive batting average when somebody was looking down at what he was doing, and somebody was the voice of reason and made everything work.
When it
Whatever
was
you
Vince
want,
McMahon,
and exactly
Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara, everything was solid.
And even Bruce Pritchard in some cases.
And you
as well.
you can't completely fault his WCW shit, because at the end of the day,
that was done.
As Jeff has pointed out numerous times, exactly, he was brought in to be a Band-Aid fix on a ship that was sinking, that the management and Time Warner AOL did not want to be righted.
They wanted to be done with that
He
company.
Could have turned
since...
a .02 into a 5.7 overnight, and it still was going to be a dead company.
They wanted to kill that company ever since who was the racist dickhead before Eric Bischoff?
Bill Watts.
Bill Watts.
No.
Ever since the Bill Watts incident, they wanted to be done with him because apparently there was racist accusations. They wanted to be done with it then.
Jeez.
That's how long that stretches back. So that's pre-Nitro. They wanted to kill that company. It's just Ted Turner didn't want to, and they were doing anything they could to just get power from him until they eventually just killed him.
I mean, they didn't want to give it up. That's the thing.
I thought you were going to say the guy that tried to turn Ric Flair into Spartacus.
No, not Jim Herd, the pizza guy. No. I'm sitting here watching ECW November Remembers and listening to the "Where's My Pizza" chants every time the FBI came out. That was Jim Herd's chant. Where's my pizza, bitch?
Where's my pizza?
I love that. Yeah.
Moving on.
Moving
on. We're going to stick a little bit with AEW.
Oh, boy.
And one of James's favorite people.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. No, legitimately, yeah. Go for it.
La Mera Ponderosa.
She gave an interview piggybacking off of something that Tony Storm had mentioned, where she said that she was kind of tired of the interim title
As am I,
label.
damn it.
Yeah.
You know, so Thunder Rosa replies and says, let me try and find the quotes here because it's basically the entire manuscript. Forgive me. She says the first month and a half was a lot of the former, being good or bad mentions of her name. Okay. A lot of controversy around Thunder Rosa and what Thunder Rosa was or was not doing. First, with people diminishing my line of work. Sometimes it just takes one privileged person or someone with clout to like a tweet and destroy everything you have done. It influences how fans see and perceive you as a wrestler.
Yep.
A couple weeks ago, we talked about how one of my coworkers had come out and done a live feed. If you don't hear it from me, just don't say anything. If you're in the back and you're in distress about me being the champion or being called the champion, I don't call the shots. I have a boss, and there is a booker in our office that make the decisions. If you're distraught about what is being booked, maybe you should talk to the booker, and keep my name out of your mouth.
Yep.
So
hold on. There's a little bit more to the quote. Give me a second.
Oh, please, because I think I already know where this is going.
Yep.
I'm trying to get better and get back into the ring to defend the championship. In the meantime, get some wins under your belt so you can talk shit about Thunder Rosa. That goes for anyone in the back because I am still champion. Have some respect. I never disrespected anyone in the company. I had so many opportunities because I work for Busted Open Radio, and if I want, I could trash anyone. But what's the point?
Man,
look,
I mean,
Noah, you seemed like you had something you wanted to say.
I just want to call Ace of Spades here. The interim should not have been put into play in the first place. At the end of the day, in this industry, if you're fucking injured, fucking deal with it. The company needs to move on with a new champion. And since Toni Storm has had the strap at AEW out, she has been a predominant weekly force defending and showcasing the championship on fucking television.
Yeah.
There is no interim bullshit. If your body can't hold up, too bad, so sad. Go get a damn puppy. Go to friggin' recovery. At the end of the day, we have to keep moving forward. You can't stick the damn moniker if you can't fight for your damn championship. Fight back for it, work your way back up. It's not about bad blood. It's the reality of the casualty of the physical and mental warfare you put yourself in being part of professional wrestling. Toni Storm's the champion. Deal with it.
I have not heard Noah go off that much in a long time, and that was freaking beautiful.
James, can we make sure we get that as a snippet for our greatest hits for the New Year's Eve show? Thank you very much.
Yeah,
yes, please, because that was amazing.
Okay.
But anyways, you know, this kind of goes back for me to the whole Thunder Rosa, Dr. Britt Baker thing.
Yep.
And kind of all starts its genesis there because the two of them at each other's throats, whatever. And then Thunder Rosa gets injured. I 1,000,000% agree with Noah. The minute she got injured, she should have either dropped the title or just been stripped in a tournament held.
Right.
Instead of a tournament for who's the interim champion.
Right.
Strip her and make the tournament for the fucking title, Tony. Don't be such a scared fucking pussy,
Tony,
to move the belt
There's the key
from
word.
one person to somebody
There's
else.
the key.
This isn't UFC. This is professional wrestling. Damn it!
Damn it! Buy the
But
shirt.
I digress.
Buy the shirt.
We don't need interim champions. The interim champion thing was kind of cool when ROH did it, because at the end of the day, they're the minor leagues. You know, you want to throw out developmental, if you will, and I hate to use that for ROH, but they're just an indie fed. You know, they're not WWE, AEW, Impact, New Japan. They're not one of the main pillars, if you will, of the wrestling community. They're an indie fed, a popular one, but an indie fed. So for them to have interim champions, that's kind of cool. It makes them stand out. It gives them a rebellious feel to them. But just because Tony rode the nutsack of Ring of Honor and ended up acquiring and purchasing them doesn't mean he has to do the interim thing too.
No. And
He did it before he even got Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's probably because he was a huge fanatic of it.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now.
Exactly. And you know, JJ, you said what Tony should do. Not Tony Storm, Tony Khan.
Yeah,
he's the one who did the stupid thing.
Tony Storm's the innocent victim that's trying to ride the ship to reset this women's division and has been a fucking phenomenal champion.
Yes.
Tony Khan is the issue here with the stupid interim bullcrap. Are they champion or are they not? Does the title reign count for them as a world title reign or not?
Wins and
if you are
losses matter.
injured for 30 days or more, you are stripped of the title, period.
Yeah, that's the way it used to be back in the WWF. You defended the belt every 30 days. If you couldn't defend it within 30 days, you were stripped. Next.
Yeah, exactly.
I do want to say that personally, I've been one of the advocates for this, the interim champion thing. Okay. Personally, I don't genuinely believe it's the fact they have interim champions. That I don't think is inherently the issue here. I think the fucking issue is Tony is not booking the interim concept well at all. He has so fucking botched this. It's unbelievable. Okay, and I'll tell you exactly why. When, we talk about this isn't the UFC, this is professional wrestling. Here's my counterpoint to this, though. When there is an interim champion in the UFC, do you see Dana White rushing to fucking make an interim champion the very next fucking pay-per-view?
No.
No! You know what one of the highest drawing fucking interim championship bouts ever fucking was? The one that fucking Jose Aldo won. You know what was the best fucking interim versus current champion fucking drawing matches ever? Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo. He didn't fucking rush shit. Tony Khan is rushing these fucking things.
Yeah,
Instead of putting the fucking championship, immediate interim champion on the fucking line on pay-per-view with no build-up, no thing, whatever, and then you fucking do the same thing with the TNT title to a way worse degree. That was egregious. Why don't you do it with fucking CM like you did with Jon Moxley and Hiroshi Tanahashi? You build that up. You built that up, and it was great. The build-up was great. There was story there. There was actually intrigue. It was a money match. It's UFC 101, the way Tony Khan booked that. That was great. Why don't you do that for any of your other champions? It's ridiculous.
Bottom line, Tony Khan is fucking wrong. Stop fucking using the word interim. Thunder Rosa even understands she's injured, can't complete. Still have to move forward in the company. Crown new champion. Tony Storm is that. She's the champion. Thunder Rosa earns her shot when she gets back. Reset your division from that point on.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to point out everything that Thunder Rosa said besides the interim thing. And I want to point this out before we get back to the interim discussion. The only fucking person that takes accountability for what they actually fucked up on, or one of the very few in this fucking industry, and still gets blamed for shit that's out of her fucking control. Sorry, motherfuckers. That sounds like a you problem. Continue.
I just want to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm very much surprised that when the whole Punk Elite fight, whatever, I'm surprised Tony didn't say we're crowning new interim trios champions and another new interim world champion. I legitimately was, surprised that didn't happen. If I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, right.
I'm really surprised that they didn't try and go that route and have another interim champion while Punk is hurt. Like, I'm sorry, Punk should have just been stripped of the title. There was no need for this bull crap with let Mox go on his vacation. Come on.
Yeah, Moxley
Let the guy
Moxley is
rest.
overdue. A 5-year extension, good for him. He's a made man for life. He deserves as much downtime as possible with his family whenever this title run ends. Because Jon Moxley has literally been the light guiding out of the dark of Tony Khan's bullshit from AEW All Out. If it wasn't for Jon Moxley, this company right now would still be in shambles.
Yeah,
it is still in shambles.
Yeah, you strip the
Worse
titles
than what it could be.
Yeah,
that's fair.
You strip the titles from your executive vice presidents of the company, without whom there would not be anything called AEW to begin with. The Elite started this, not you, Tony. They just brought you in as the money boy. You strip them of the titles, but everyone else, no, you can keep your title. We'll just have an interim person. Then when you come back, we'll have you win the title back, and then we'll forget about that other thing even existing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, screw you, Tony Khan.
Okay. Let me say two things here. Number one, and he just walked out of the camera view, but let's welcome Mikey T to the show, joining us as he has been lately.
Good to see you, my brother.
Good to see Mikey. God help us. Make us better.
I just want to make this point.
The fire.
I want to make this point because I've actually had some time to really sit here and simmer over the interim thing, because there was a point where I understood the interim championships and thought it was a good idea. There were points when I thought that WWE could institute an interim championship for some people. But at the end of the day, and this is my message to Tony Khan, when a wrestler gets injured, let them go to the doctor. Let them get diagnosed. If they need surgery, let them get surgery and let the doctor tell them how long the recovery is going to be. Then make the decision of
Yes.
if you need to strip the champion
Yes.
or do an interim champion.
It's almost like
I would say if
a
they're
middle
going to
ground.
be gone for 3 months or less, do an interim champion.
That should be the window.
Because that still keeps the champion on television pretty much until your next quarterly pay-per-view. If we're being hypothetical and honest here. If
And
it's
what
going
are
to
they
be
getting
more than 3 months,
Mm-hmm.
strip them, begin a tournament,
Yes.
so that at your next television special, Battle of the Belts, pay-per-view, whatever it is that the next big thing is you're pushing towards, the new champion can be crowned there.
Exactly.
Period.
Structure.
Bar none. That's the way it should be. And again, now that you're back in camera view, welcome Mikey T to Open Mic
Good to see
Night.
you, man. What's on
Good
your
to
mind?
see
How
you.
are you?
What's up, guys? Man, I'm sorry. I have not seen Halloween Havoc other than realizing that the casket match happened. Aaron had posted, and I was like, for some reason, you guys, I thought they might make that a casket match, and you know why? It's because of all the Darby Allin coffin matches. I'm thinking,
yeah,
my mind.
That's a possibility. I was telling Noah, I figured it was going to be buried alive or casket to keep with the Halloween spooky motif, you know.
I was figuring based on that arena, you can't do buried alive because there's no way you could put a bulldozer. They couldn't even find a place to bring the damn ambulance in. Freaking.
Hey, listen, you just bring the bulldozer in and just crash the set.
I hope he is Emmanuel. I hope he is Emmanuel. I hope he is.
So do I. See,
And
that was
really quickly before we get back to the interim, just to get to your question, they've had too many injuries for me to count.
Agreed.
Yeah, and
this was the summer of
yeah.
injuries, period.
No, this has been the year of injuries. The last half of the year of injuries, period.
Across all companies.
Has been the biggest plague. And unfortunately, add another one to the list. Penelope Ford, she's injured.
Again?
It's definitely been the year of, but it seems like the summertime this year was just week after week, show after show. Like you'd hear somebody got injured on Raw, somebody got injured on Dynamite, somebody got injured on Impact, somebody got injured on SmackDown,
somebody got injured on New Japan.
Almost every week this summer. Jeff Jarrett on his podcast, My World, talks about the summer of no worries between when WCW ended and he began Impact. This was the summer of injuries, damn it.
Yeah, you can make a podcast out of that, and that could be the only topic you talk about for 4+ hours on end if you choose to only go to that length. Regardless, like I said, this is the industry where you test yourself both mentally and physically. We're fucking wrestling fans, and we're testing ourselves mentally at this point.
Yeah,
thank you. The bottom line is, if you're injured, things happen. Get well soon. Nobody out here in this industry is legitimately out to hurt somebody, but this is the risk you choose to take for your own well-being and for our entertainment. And I wish you all the best in your recovery, forever it may ensue.
Yeah. Mikey, since you've just joined the show here, not to cut you off, Josh, I saw your hand a second. What do you think about the whole interim title situation? Do you think interim titles should exist in professional wrestling? Do you think that they should just strip somebody when they get injured, like the old WWF days? You can't defend it in 30 days, strip them, move on to a new champion. There was some conversation this past week because Toni Storm had mentioned how she's tired of the interim champion label, and Thunder Rosa gave an interview and had something to say. That's where we started this conversation. So if you want to throw your 2 cents into the Toni Storm, Thunder Rosa thing, and then just speak around interim titles in general.
Now that you say that, man, it brings me back to the day, back in the day when vacant, sometimes a championship would be vacant for a prolonged period of time. And that kind of annoyed me as a fan. I was like, You know, it's almost like bringing us back to the Brock Lesnar days of only having the title around for a certain amount of time. It was always so annoying when a title would be vacant. You know what I mean? Back after Austin lost to Kane and The Undertaker when the double pin happened. You know what I mean? Title being vacant were kind of annoying me back in the day. So in a sense, Tony Khan bringing in an interim champion is a really new, innovative way of running his company. So I got to give him respect when it comes to that.
But it's
now,
overplayed in his company.
What, Noah?
I feel it's overplayed in his company too.
Yes. Now it's becoming overplayed in the company. John Moxley did a great job with it. I mean, I kind of I've said it before here on open mic night. I thought it was really disrespectful for Tony Khan to allow CM Punk to pin John Moxley after everything Moxley's done. And he let him pin Hangman Page too. That depletes the integrity of these characters in the business to me.
Yeah.
You know, that's just how I feel. You know, that's just how I feel about that. So, I mean, Toni Storm, honestly, you guys, she is building a resume with me over the last few weeks. I'm really starting to like her now. And just the length in time that Thunder Rosa is being out is the only thing that I'm having an issue with. You see, what it was before June, because it was right before Forbidden Door that she went out, if I'm correct. They had a fatal four-way to determine the new champion.
AEW All Out, because I learned that announcement live when I was at AEW Dynamite in Cleveland that she had to relinquish the title.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's been out since May.
August.
June. Oh, she's been out since August?
Yes.
Oh, August.
Yeah.
I thought it was before that. I thought
I felt like it was before that too.
I thought
no, because August. Well, she might have been off our screens since Forbidden Door, but she didn't make the announcement officially till January 24th, live on AEW Dynamite.
Right.
Or August 24th, excuse me.
So it's only been since August 24th? Okay.
Yeah, because August 24th was that Wednesday night AEW Dynamite where CM Punk got obliterated by John Moxley, and Thunder Rosa was on the Titantron saying, "Oh, you have to relinquish the championship." And I was like, "What?"
No. Owen, Noah's right here because according to Wiki, which take it for as it is because fan edited that, on August 5th was Battle of the Belts 3, and Rosa defeated Jamie Hayter to retain the title. And then on August 24th on Dynamite, she revealed she couldn't defend her title due to injury.
All right.
So somewhere between the 5th and the 24th, she suffered the injury.
Right.
So that fatal four-way was actually in September.
Yep, at AEW All Out.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I hope she can come back for Full Gear. But like you guys were saying, if it's any longer than that 3 to 4 month period, we should not be doing that. I'll pass it over to Josh, though. I know he wanted to make a point earlier. I wasn't sure what it was about, though.
So this is going back to the point of this being the summer of injuries, especially for AEW. That's the difference between AEW and WWE, specifically NXT and the Performance Center.
Yeah.
WWE has a space for their wrestlers to actually train, for them to work, for them to learn how to wrestle safely.
Yep.
Like it or not, the indies, and I'm going to have to put AEW in that category right now, they don't have anything like that. No. They don't have a place for you to actually train to be safe, to learn with actual legendary experts, to be safe in the ring doing these moves. Where does AEW have a place to train?
Where?
WWE has that. That's why you see a lot less injuries in WWE, NXT, because they are learning the art of it and how to do it safely. Yeah. AEW, what safety?
Josh, Noah just said it, and I don't know if you heard him, but what about the Nightmare Factory?
Yeah, the Nightmare Factory.
Yep,
that's literally their training background, Josh. But it's a different coaching regimen at the forefront, too. It's a different process. It's a different presentation. Again, AEW is not the WWE.
But
that's why you can't be like apples to oranges here. Both places still have injuries to a degree. But in AEW, a lot more of the talent there still very young in their careers, too.
That's why they need to be trained, Noah, in a real facility. And Tony Khan has hundreds of millions of dollars and he's still got the Nightmare Factory doing the thing. And Cody Rhodes is gone now. So I don't know.
Yeah, but QT Marshall's still there, though.
QT's running that. So then they got, I know Regal and Cesaro and Bryan, they all seem to be training together, but they really need a facility because Josh is right. They're coming off as independent by not having a facility like that.
Yeah.
So who trains then
with
QT? Is it Dustin?
I would imagine there's like Dustin, Serena D. Madison Ray's now a coach for the women's division. I imagine the influence is there. Sanjay Dutt, I feel like probably helps to a degree too. I don't know their entire you only see so many coaches listed on AEW's page. You don't necessarily know the full on coaching staff for AEW. I don't know.
They got a great bunch of coaches, though.
That's my point. Yeah, to your point, Mikey, it's like they have a lot there. And everybody that we just mentioned to QT. Hell, Cody's still helping people train, and if there's an opportunity for them to go into AEW, he's still making the calls. So
exactly,
it's like
because Cody, at the end of the day, has no bad blood against what he helped create for AEW. One of the earliest promos Cody gave about AEW is that this is Ellis Island to a wrestler. This is freedom.
Yeah. And by the way, I do want to add to all this and kind of wrap it up in a bow. I'm sorry if we sound like Debbie Downers, especially me. Like I probably am but it really just comes down to the point where it's like we've talked about this ad nauseum, I feel like, in some cases, and it feels like we're screaming at a fucking wall half the time, man. It's just tiresome at this point. It really can be draining to a mental.
We just want things to be better in the wrestling industry.
Yeah,
and
right.
AEW right now has a ton of room for growth, but you need to learn from your mistakes, not repeat them. And Tony Khan, you need to step up the gas and let others, besides Chris Jericho, now as you give him more duties, it seems, have some more control.
I have my thoughts on that.
I mean, at the end of the day, AEW has all the potential in the world.
Exactly.
However, instead of charting their own course and doing what works for them, they're following the paths set by WCW and NWA TNA, and they seem to be making a lot of the same mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think about how WCW, after they got Hogan, started to grab anybody they could from WWF. You had Savage, you had Hall and Nash, you had Jeff Jarrett bouncing back and forth. You had DiBiase. You had fucking Virgil.
Oh my God! You really...
And he was an NWO member.
You
he was
had
a deal, JJ.
You had to go there, did you?
Yes, I did. Judgments for probably what they paid Virgil. Remember how they always say they always settle out for $80K in WCW?
You go to TNA, and while I will give the benefit of the doubt to Christian Cage and the Dudley Boys, I feel like it really kicked into overdrive with Kurt Angle.
Yeah, that's a fair.
As far as signing all the WWE cast-offs. You can argue me, Christian. You can argue me, the Dudley Boys. My counterpoint to the Dudleys is they were ECW first.
And they worked.
Yeah, they worked.
You know, Christian, I'll argue, because he never got that opportunity to shine in WWE.
Kurt Angle, yeah, you can argue.
Angle was on top of the fucking world.
Yes, he was. Even if he was really destroying his mind and body.
So from Angle on, you know, you sign in all the ex-WWE cast-offs. And look what happened with the Hogan Bischoff administration.
And Angle, and Flair.
Yep.
Not Angle and Flair. Well, they got those three.
That
bad.
whole administration, Impact Wrestling is still trying to salvage a reputation from that.
And thankfully, the last 3 years, they've done quite a good job to a degree. But I still question what they did at Bound for Glory with the Call Your Shot Gauntlet.
I think Power is better than Impact right now, though.
I mean,
That's a
right
bold
now
statement.
they have a pay-per-view built, and they don't have any injured champions. Trevor Murdoch defends against Matt Cardona and Tyrus, and Kylan King goes round 2 with Camille for the Burke. I'm liking what they're doing.
I
But
100% agree with that statement.
Bischoff has admitted as much.
If WCW
They'll
had
never
left
admit
that
that,
garage door open and allowed DX to roll that tank into the arena, could
Yeah,
have
it
been
was
a
a-
completely different game. Granted,
Bischoff didn't even know. He was in the
Granted.
ring with a live mic.
Exactly.
granted though, we discussed earlier WCW was never going to succeed. It was a sinking ship to begin with.
Yeah.
But just imagine what could have been.
Yeah.
DX had entered the ring. Bischoff is already in the ring with a live mic, more than likely with the NWO, which means Hall and Nash, Click members for life. And you're rolling in there with Hunter and X-Pac.
I mean, that's a hell of a life raft. That's a
You
hell
know,
of a life raft.
forget about the Outlaws in China being there too, but the entire clique minus HBK would have been reunited on Nitro.
Oh shit, yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, that's a fair shout. That's a fair shout. The bottom line is this: for those that really want us to just try and sum it up, simply put, we want wrestling to succeed all across the industry.
Yes.
Right now we're just pointing out the flaws, particularly with Tony Khan and All Elite Wrestling.
Yeah, and are we
Flaws everywhere,
are
for me.
professional wrestling management? No. Are we
No,
businessmen?
I don't have any stock in anything in this business.
Are we businessmen? No.
Well, I
we
mean, I
are
have a
just
403B, that's
we are just, as Noah claims, fans of professional wrestling. And you know, like he said, we all just want to see this stuff succeed. A lot of people, and this wasn't on the docket, but just kind of thinking about all this made me spiral to this. A lot of people talk about the Attitude Era as the greatest era in wrestling history. You know, you think about where WWF was, you think about WCW and the NWO, you think about how ECW was the little engine that could out there. Right now is pretty much the closest we're ever going to get to recapturing that, if you really think about it.
The thing is,
WWE is still the global juggernaut. AEW is the WCW role, and Impact is the little engine that could. They're the company that's been around for 20 years that no one would thought would survive 2 or 3 or 5 or even 10, and they're still fucking chugging along. They've still got their core audience. They're devout fans, much like the ECW faithful were, that show up all the time to their tapings, that live, breathe, swear, pray at the altar of Impact Wrestling.
Shout out to the guy that holds the Canadian flag every week.
And it's the closest thing we're going to ever get to recapturing that era, if you really think about it. ROH is still a factor. Granted, ROH wasn't around. Granted, ROH wasn't around during the Attitude Era, but it came around at the demise of WCW and ECW.
It was one of my first alternatives I looked at. Yeah, as a wrestling fan.
You know, it came around in early 02, early to mid 02, and ROH is still around today. Like you said, James, barely, but everybody is anticipating that at Final Battle, Tony is going to finally make that announcement about a TV deal for 2023.
Really? I'll believe it. I'll
believe it when I see it too.
Seeing is believing.
But it's
He
heavily
needs to
rumored.
separate from the AEW ecosystem.
It's heavily rumored with everything going on with AEW and Warner Discovery, and how they're looking at AEW and how they see great ratings, and they're trying. You know, we talked last week about them trying to do non-wrestling production with AEW. ROH television or streaming deal could very well be announced at Final Battle.
Good. It could.
That'd be awesome.
I'm holding out for it. But seeing is believing, like I said.
What
Absolutely.
I mean, what TV station would you think? TNT or TBS, or is it something else?
I imagine it has to be streaming.
I think it needs to be streaming. I think it needs to be a part of HBO Max. Every week, a new episode drops.
Yeah.
You know, they can film a bunch of them at a time,
Yeah, true.
You know,
Yeah.
do like WWF used to do back in the day. Do like WCW used to do.
Do what Impact does nowadays.
Yeah, just get an arena somewhere, have your home base, film a month's worth of shows at once.
I went to
And
a
then
set of Impact
allow
taping.
your guys to go and do other shit on the indie circuit.
Exactly.
You know, whether
I don't know if I can get behind that.
a single session of Impact Wrestling is a 3-hour taping combination of TV and monthly Impact Plus specials. In one setting, I saw Homecoming and 2 episodes worth of Impact Wrestling content.
you think about it, if they're given to start a 1-hour slot every week on HBO Max,
As they should.
it's 4 hours of television. Okay, you're telling me that you can't do 4 hours? Hell, a PLE event is 3, and WrestleMania easily goes 4.5 to 5.
I think it's got to be more than 1 hour. Rampage is not working, and I just don't know if Tony Khan wants to give up a 2-hour show for ROH.
But you need to establish the Ring of Honor roster.
About to say, you need to establish it. Think about NXT, Mikey. It literally, for pretty much all of our glory, was literally 1 hour, and then it ascended to the network for 2 hours. And while it looked like this has promise, it fell apart over time to a degree.
Right, but I just don't know if they're gonna. I don't know. So I don't see where the money is in that as content. You know what I mean? I just don't see, because there's, in order to bring in some money, they're gonna have to do live touring. You know what I mean?
That's why you do 1 day of taping. You do taping, and then you can do touring the rest of the month. You figure if you do tapings on, let's say, a Wednesday, like how TNA used to do the weekly pay-per-views, 4 hours on a Wednesday night, 6 to 10 o'clock, whether you're Eastern time, Pacific time, figure most people are off work by then, 6 to 10. Then you've got 4 weekends, theoretically a month, that you can be running spot shows. And you've got the gates from those.
What is even the point of Tony Khan owning another company, you guys? Like, what is he's competing with himself right now? I mean, I think his end game realistically is to make ROH a developmental for Impact. Like
where he can
for
groom
AEW,
people.
you mean?
Yeah, for AEW, excuse me.
Watch.
I was waiting for it.
I say both, but
But
said hell no.
But you know, you've got people on AEW that could use the seasoning. You've got people on the AEW roster who just aren't getting used.
Absolutely.
And can be sent to Ring of Honor to establish characters, to get over with fans, so that, much like NXT to the main roster, when they get pulled from Ring of Honor to come up to AEW, oh, this is so-and-so. They did this down in Ring of Honor.
And to be fair, Ring of Honor also has their own Ring of Honor training system, the Ring of Honor Dojo. They can utilize that to further help safely develop wrestling and wrestlers.
And that was something that we were talking about earlier.
So there's another training ground for you, actually, to a degree.
You all make great points. I'm just so overwhelmed by all this shit. I ain't even gonna start with you, Chief.
I'm just tired. I'm trying to stay awake. And
I'm well aware. Again, this is why I only watch. I don't follow, because at the end of the day, I still find myself more engaged with the difference in variety on the weekly television product, which is something Tony Khan still holds up pretty good to a degree on screen. That's why I still watch AEW.
I've been saying this for as long as the show's been a thing, man. I wish I had your resolve. You
are not me. It's all right. And I respect that.
And for real, because I've been doing the same method you're doing, and I'm still overwhelmed because we're talking about it on the air. And look, I guess it just can't be helped, I suppose, and shit. But it's like,
it's
seriously,
man, it's the way you're wired. It's all good.
Well, yeah, and that's fair enough.
And
it's fair enough. But I don't even read the dirt sheets anymore. I've completely avoided that, and it still pisses me off. I come on here, it's like, dude, it's not that hard. How is this hard? You know?
Jeff
Like,
always
holy
says
shit.
it's not hard to book it; it's just hard to finance it.
Yeah,
And that is the
you
most
got
true fact about this entire world we live in as fans.
Emmanuel, the way ROH can be different from AEW is to make ROH what AEW claims to be, but we all know deep down inside it really isn't. And that's make Ring of Honor pure wrestling again, not sports entertainment.
Chris Jericho as your Ring of Honor World Champion. Exhibit A, Your Honor.
And what is up with those titles, though? Are those new titles, or are those
old titles?
I
new
think
titles,
the original minted polish. I have no idea. They're the old school look, that's for sure.
Which
some
is
of them
what
are
I
old,
love.
Yeah, some of them are old school. Some of them are new school. Like, I'll give it a. All of Ring of Honor's history are within the titles. That's all you really have to know. Like, they got a title representing every era.
Hey,
basically.
they had CM Punk back in that montage. I mean, a few weeks ago they weren't mentioning him, but they did put Seth Rollins but that's only because he
Tyler
owns.
Black was involved in Ring of Honor.
Yeah, that's because Tony Khan owns that footage.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You
That was
think
a
about
good
this.
call.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Owns all that tape footage, though. And again, as far as TK needs to figure it out, TK needs to literally plan it out. And I would think with the likes of Maria Kanellis, that's a pretty good start to try and plan out Ring of Honor.
Yeah. What do we? I just want to say.
There was a private chat message, so I was just responding to that real quick. We have two more topics. One I feel is going to be just a quick blow over. The other one might have a little bit more depth to it.
How you holding up, folks?
Yeah, the last one that kind of ties directly into AEW is no. This is actually interesting, James.
Okay.
Calm down.
Do you need another drink?
I'm with James on this one. Not gonna
I
lie.
need whiskey at this point, and I don't even drink.
This is good. James. This isn't negative. This is good.
Okay.
Not all news is bad news.
Yeah. A certain somebody gave an interview this week by the name of Ultimo Dragon.
Oh, I saw this.
Saying that he wants to face Chris Jericho one more time during what will be his final tour of the United States.
I'd love that. I ain't even gonna lie. I'll watch that just for him.
That is just downright.
Yes.
If they just move into Guerrero, they might as well do it.
If Ultimate Dragon we're talking about.
If
Jushin Thunder Liger in WWE, so
if he is anywhere near my area, I will find any way I can to go and see any match of his during his retirement run, because I don't want a chance to miss out on Ultimate Dragon, man.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
he is
gonna
the
be
legend.
that's wholesome. Thank God.
He is the true one and only belt collector of the industry.
Yeah, he
Matt Cardona might have issue with that, but
Matt Cardona's bullshit.
Ultimo said, I am honestly not very familiar with AEW, but
He's
if I
bullshit
have
a
the
little bit,
opportunity, I would really like to participate in one of their shows and end my rivalry with Jericho.
That's dope.
When asked if he would be interested in a WWE return, he stated, a lot of people always tell me I should go back with Hunter in charge, but to me it was an honor to work under McMahon. Even though he did not give me many opportunities, I learned a lot backstage about the business, but I am too old to work for the WWE now. I would like to see, depending on when his final tour of the U.S. is, he would be an amazing surprise entry into the Rumble.
Bro, yes.
Yeah. You know who we should work with in the WWE?
Dominic, right?
In WWE. Put him with
Shut
Ray.
up, Mikey. You're fired, dude.
Who'd you say, Mikey?
You said Dominic Mysterio.
No.
All right, guys.
Mikey, 1 second.
Yep.
You said the last name right, not the first name. Rey
Mysterio.
Well, let's let this play into the Rey Mysterio feud with Dominic, maybe I'm going a little too Undertaker Ric Flair here, but I think
You might be.
Dominic should destroy Ultimo Dragon on his way to defeating his father at WrestleMania.
Hell no, man.
Mikey,
that's too far.
you're fired.
That is
Oh my
way
God,
too
man.
far, bro. That's
Is that
way too
McMahon
far.
booking?
That, you know what though? That's actually I would be okay with that.
Damn
But-
It would be
but-
it would be interesting
but here's the thing.
storytelling.
Yes.
But I don't know if I would be
Match-wise.
down for it.
Yeah, me neither, to be
He
honest
could
with
destroy-
you.
The Royal Rumble works, JJ, for his if he can fit that into his last
Yeah.
run. And obviously, Josh, you're right. You're right. It should be Rey Mysterio. But
I
let's
love
do this-
Dom. I am probably Dom's biggest supporter and fan in this group of people
Most
on
likely.
this
Oh, I am too.
video right now.
Yeah.
But it should not be Dom. It should
No.
be Ray.
No,
Listen.
just destroy him. Just take him out. His last ever
Let's-
appearance on Raw.
Let's take
No.
Ray out of
Oh!
the equation.
I get what
Let's
you're saying.
let Ray let's take Ray out of the equation because
else is
I
there?
feel like that's too easy of an answer
That's
because
very
they had
true, too.
history in WCW. You know, they go back for years.
He owes Ray the win.
I would like to see Ultimo
True.
put over somebody that's got some promise. Not a Dominic Mysterio, but somebody else maybe trying to make a name. I'd like to see Ultimo Dragon versus Montez Ford.
Oh yeah, that would be
That
good.
would be actually quite
a lot.
interesting.
There's a lot of people you could pair him up with on a
Carmelo
lot of
Anthony?
places. Yeah, there's a lot
Carmelo?
of people. Carmelo
Yeah.
Hayes, I think you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. My comment on the Dom thing. If we're gonna have a match between Dominic and Ultimo, which I know that's not what you're saying, Mikey, but
No, this is-
let's make sure that Dominic can actually hang with Ultimo Dragon besides learning
Right?
it. Besides
Yeah.
learning what a fucking triangle choke is at the hands of Mama Ripley. All right, I'm just saying. I'm
mean-
saying.
He's
Yeah,
better than
yeah.
Dante
Or-
Martin, damn it.
Or you could do Ray and Ultimo versus the Street Profits.
Yeah.
Not bad shot either.
I guess we got nobody else for Ultimo Dragon besides Ray. And like I said, Carmelo Hayes or maybe one of the NXT guys would be good.
I mean, Santos Escobar could be an interesting change of pace.
Yeah, that's a good one too, no?
The God of Phantasma.
SmackDown.
Watch, he beats him and then he fucking manages to Legado del Fantasma. That would be pretty cool.
Or what about AJ Styles?
Oh,
AJ Styles
yeah.
can go with anybody. I mean, come on now.
Did they never
I'll
have
go
a
with
match
Ray.
together?
Not that I know of.
Huh. I'd love
Your
to
cage
see him
match
and
for that, I
AJ.
have no idea. That's a good
I'd
question.
love to see him and AJ.
There's still a lot of matches that AJ could really have that are like, I want to see AJ face blank. And Ultimo Dragon, that's definitely one that I wasn't thinking about initially, but highly intrigues me now.
See, James, something that ties to
Thank
AEW
God.
that's not depressing.
Bro, well, that's the thing. It's not just AEW for me, but yeah, there are those moments, man. You have no idea how much I cherish that. When I saw that, it was so wholesome. So thank you. Thank you.
And then the
Christ.
final thing that we're going to discuss real quick, we alluded to it earlier. Final battle
Joe.
been announced for Saturday, December 10th. However, not to be outdone,
Damn it!
NXT deadline
Yes!
is going to be the
Yeah.
same day.
Damn!
Yeah, I'm out on either one at this point.
I just gotta say real quick, because I do not have a dog in this fight because I'm not an ROH guy. This is half my NXT, half not. It depends on the day and depends on my winning streak in match predictions, which was absolutely abysmal tonight.
Oh, God, I'm hoping
Josh,
I'm number two.
I got one more bad piece of news for you. That
Yes, Wade
NXT
Barrett.
event officially marks the end of the 2022 WWE No DQ Predictions League. That's the final event.
Real? What do you mean?
There's no other event in December.
Right.
What about Crown Jewel? That's not
That's
a part of the...
That's
before
November.
this shit.
Hold on. so
NXT deadline is in
Is
December.
the last one.
it's the last
That's-
NXT one.
That's
It's the last
December.
It's the last
WWE
WWE.
event for the no DQ predictions because it occurs
Think
December
about this.
10th.
WWE only has Crown Jewel, the Survivor Series War Games, and NXT Deadline. That's it.
So that we have three more then. We have four more.
3
Where's
more.
the fourth?
No,
What
3
fourth you
more.
talking about?
I gotta get going. Actually, my sister's calling me, so I will catch
Josh.
you on later.
Appreciate you, Josh.
Yeah, brother.
Thank you again.
Thanks for
Look
joining
forward
us,
to you next
Josh.
weekend if possible. Yeah, there's only 3 WWE Premium Live events left for
We have 3
2022.
more. So I have
Only
3 more chances to not mess up.
Yeah, pretty much. You have 3 chances.
Because I feel like I really messed up on this pay-per-view.
Oh, it's in the chat. You can look at it yourself. But yes, there's only 3 events left. But as far as this goes, let's fucking go because of the number one thing that has to happen here. If we do not get an ROH streaming deal, game over.
I agree, but you notice here the ROH pay-per-view starts at 3. That gives them at least 2 hours uncontested before deadline kicks on, usually at 5 o'clock.
Damn it.
So
it
should be a decent, reasonable. We may have to go back and forth here. It's going to be interesting how this is going to play out.
That people can channel surf between 2 channels in the multiverse of media, one doing commentary for Ring of Honor, the other doing commentary for NXT.
What's going to be the main event here?
We already covered that, Safid. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do to intrigue people into the final battle?
Well,
Jericho versus Danielson, probably.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
They've already done it, though.
They've done
3
it
times.
twice, 3 times.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I mean, Samoa Joe's on the front of the freaking thing. I would not rule Samoa Joe becoming a double Ring of Honor World Champion, television and world. I think Samoa Joe might be the guy.
I'll tell
Jericho.
I'll tell you the one name that only works now, and that's because he actually built some intrigue. And God, Jericho, this better be the reason, because if you like the tweet for no other reason, I will actually say get the fuck out of the office 100,000%. It's got to be him and Punk. It's got to be. Like, they didn't just show him on the graphic for no reason. They couldn't have, right? And then he likes a tweet.
That would be an interesting point. What if Punk's done with AEW, but he's
not with
going
Ring
to
of
be
Honor.
Ring of Honor's
Right.
fate? Because
Right.
that is essentially where he made his name.
Yes.
Yeah, he had roots in IWA Mid-South and some other federations too before coming into ROH and being a part of NWA TNA back in its early days with Raven,
It's
and
Ring
The
of Honor.
Gathering, and Julio De Niro. But when people think of CM Punk pre-WWE,
Ring of Honor.
they think Ring of Honor.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. Like, they showed him there. They showed him on the graphic. I really do feel it's just Punk saying, I'm done with AEW, but sign me to Ring of Honor. I'll take even a lesser pay cut if you think that's what I deserve. Because honestly...
And he could be helping training guys too, because he used to train in
Yes.
ROH back in the days.
Yes, he did.
He's going to be injured past December, James.
Well, no, he might be. Well, that's the thing.
If he's
Rumored to
really
be injured
interested.
past
I'll say
December.
rumor has it if that
I
foot has fully
think
recovered.
the injury he sustained was not that serious from what I remember. He's probably going to be cleared by December. And again,
spring.
Fair.
There's only 2 ways this can go for Jericho. Because if you like to fucking tweet, holy shit, was that dumb? And you just went into business for yourself, dude. Now we know what your goal was. You were just trying to get CM Punk's office job. That's all that was.
Or maybe
Right.
he's just punking you and working the industry like he always does.
Exactly.
Or now we know
Exactly.
Punk is
Thank you.
officially gone. Now we
Right.
know that dissing Punk isn't, like something that's not allowed. Now it's like, yeah, he really disrespected the company. Jericho probably feels that way. He's like, man, I put
Which is
this guy
fair.
over at
Which is fair.
WrestleMania. Extreme Rules. I put him over in every style of match I ever could. You know what I mean? And CM Punk kind of disrespects it by fighting in the back.
There you go.
And that's fair enough. I think you should do it this way. And I don't think, even if he does this, he'll be the biggest babyface in Ring of Honor, and that'll get a lot of hardcore Ring of Honor fans probably tune in, right?
I think
that's
Especially with the announcement of a TV deal.
Exactly. And hell, put that shit on True TV. If you're really going to do that, like, you have to put it on there at that point, which actually has just as much that TNT and TBS do, and it's a property of Warner. You could do a lot there.
It is.
Or you could put it on TNT as well, right after Rampage. Or you could just buy out the Rampage because Punk runs the company. Maybe you could do a kayfabe thing.
Now we're just
end goal though. And granted, you can switch it back whenever you want. But if you're gonna do this, even if both titles are on the line, I stand by your money four-way is Hangman, Kenny, Punk, MJF.
You will die on that mount.
If Punk is back in TK Promotions in any capacity whatsoever, you gotta salvage this somehow. Because MJF deserves a win on every one of those motherfuckers. Every one of them.
Agreed.
Punk especially.
You know,
Agreed.
guys,
Do it elimination rules and just let people get their issues handled in the ring.
As it should
You
be.
know, let
Let's be
Punk
strung
pin
out.
Hangman.
Yes.
Let Punk pin Omega.
Nothing
And
gets done
then
with lawyers.
once everyone thinks that Punk is this undefeatable monster in the match, MJF beats Punk.
Yes. Absolutely yes.
I think there's too much money to be made doing it in singles format, though. I mean, you know, all those matches.
Yes. No, I agree with you. Do the singles as well. You can have and this is the best one.
You
This
can do singles on Dynamite and Rampage that constantly end in people getting involved, disqualification, so that you build the story back on TV.
But how
the
many times do you
feud
run
blow off.
that angle though? Again, you
Well,
talk
hold on.
constantly to push that. Hold on, you're running constantly the same angle. People will, I think, get tired of that though. So they'll kind of catch on.
I have the solution here.
Go ahead.
Ring of Honor guys go for the Ring of Honor title. The two guys that are the only Ring of Honor guys in this equation that have the beef that started this fucking mess. Hangman Punk. Ring of Honor World Championship at your next Ring of Honor show. On the flip side, New Japan
Omega versus MJF.
Cleaner versus the Salt of the Earth MJF. Boom. Great singles programs. Then, if you really want to go and build it on Dynamite and Ring of Honor TV, flip-flop. Kenny versus Punk. MJF versus
Hangman.
Freaking Hangman.
That's a shout.
Which is a story you need to tell. You could even do that on a TV special. Hell, like if an opportunity comes up and they end up, say, you know, hypothetically do a premiere on Discovery for like a special show, like I said they probably should do, you have a great fucking match you could put on there. MJF Hangman.
That's what
the
they
two
should
people that were AEW from day zero.
Yes, exactly.
Guys,
You
I
know?
want to ask you, Noah, what do you think, man, for Final Battle? Did they blow the opportunity to do Jericho versus Garcia? Like they had a written in main event, or is that just too mid card of a main event? But it seemed to me like that feud was building Jericho versus Garcia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was figuring that they were going to tease that starting the anniversary show, and I still feel like to a degree that Jarrett may still be out. We've seen how Daniel Garcia and Bryan Danielson have worked together, and Jericho taught Garcia a lesson in winning through sports entertainment. Now we're going to have Daniel Garcia and Chris Jericho together once again in tag team action. Should they lose here, and Daniel Garcia once again is the fall guy, will Daniel Garcia be questioning himself again? I still feel like the whole Daniel Garcia versus Chris Jericho thing is not ruled out.
No.
But maybe just further teased for a different occasion.
Ship has sailed on Garcia for me. I'm more about Daddy Magic.
Well, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I like Daddy
fair.
Magic. But you know what, Noah? I gotta tell you,
that.
For a non-booker, you just created a very compelling story, though, bro. That's actually something I could get behind. If they were to like, it's a realistic story of
really
the
is.
guy picking the side. he ends up picking the side that he thinks is right, and it turns out he's way wrong, and they make him the fall guy just because of convenience.
Yes.
Man, what a story. That's a great story. That's real. That happens to people IRL. You know?
Exactly. You blur the line.
Did they blow their main event that they had written out, JJ? I mean, personally, I like Noah's main event better. Samoa Joe and Jericho is better than Jericho and Garcia to me.
I don't think that Final Battle was going to be Jericho Garcia. I feel like that would have been an AEW pay-per-view.
I really thought they were going to if I was honest with you.
Despite the fact that they're both Ring of Honor champions, Garcia holding the pure title and Jericho being the world title holder.
Right.
I don't know if I want to see Punk and Joe, or not Punk and Joe, excuse me. I don't know if I want to see Jericho and Joe though either.
Have we seen
I feel like Jericho, no disrespect to a man who very easily could be considered a GOAT, but I don't want to see Joe just murder him. And I feel like that's what would happen with Jericho.
He's got to be the one too, because he's disrespecting ROH.
If you really want to think about it, though, one of the greatest Ring of Honor feuds was Punk and Joe.
Right.
That is true.
That is what I want to see.
If you could revisit that in any way. Yeah, exactly. But if you could get that done in any way, that would be the best, right?
Yeah.
But
have Joe defend his TV title successfully, and then have Punk come out afterwards and just grab the mic and cut a promo and have him do something like, on the very first episode of Ring of Honor television on this date and at this time, it's going to be me and you one more time, big man.
One last
2
time.
p.m.
Freaking just that'll get everybody and their mother to tune into that premiere episode of Ring of Honor on television.
Again, ultimately, the story beats that we are talking about all lie around the drama. You could turn shit into fucking platinum here. You just platinum this like crazy. You really could, and that's why I say, but it does have to be the end game here. MJF beats Punk to be the undisputed champion of TK Promotions. If that's your end game, that's the best end game you can go for, because your homegrown star that you started with from day zero in AEW now not only has a championship that's a part of a startup company that's not even in their infancy yet, and now he's got another championship with a crazy lineage. And then you build stars around him. You build people around those people that were having the dramas and the beefs. You got story there. You have gold there that you could write up for a year, 2 years, 3 years. And then meanwhile, as you're simmering all that down and it starts to get stale, now you got new stories and you got new wrestlers coming up in the forefront that you build off the back of those old stories. Right?
Domino effect.
Here's the thing, James, and I'm Harvey Dent on this equation. I'm two sides of this coin, because I totally see where you're coming from, and I buy into it. I subscribe to it. It makes all kinds of logic. However,
I know.
Do we want Max to be on 4 episodes of Dynamite a month, 4 episodes of Ring of Honor television a month? Would that be too much of a good thing to where the fans turn on him, much like they did to Cena when Cena got moved from SmackDown to Raw and got shoved down everyone's face? And on top of that, with working him that much, he becomes exponentially more prone to injuries.
Right. And Right.
And if you're trying to build both promotions around him, is that something you want to risk?
So, have the counter argument for that and my solution for that.
Okay.
Remember, I said not the whole time. Should not be the whole time. You only need the moment of him holding both belts. Even if he loses the Ring of Honor title the very next show after a month. And I say that because here's why I say this.
Go ahead.
Get a guy that he's feuding with in Ring of Honor to have him fight for the Ring of Honor title. Have the guy from AEW that he's feuding with cost him the Ring of Honor title. So that way the new guy gets made and is the Ring of Honor champion, whoever you pick. And then the dude he is feuding with, whoever that may be, for the next pay-per-view, could be Darby Allin. He can focus all of his attention on Darby or whoever. Perfect storytelling and a way to get out of that scenario. That is, yes, a risk. And again, keep in mind, MJF does not work harder. He works smarter.
That is very true.
That is evident.
The only issue I have with that is that by having Max win the belt for even one night, 1 week, whatever, you end up cheapening the 20-plus year lineage championship by having that short of a turnaround in a champion.
Which
champion's only good as its legacy, that's for sure.
And that's
totally now the way you escape that is if you do a month of tapings in one night, like I suggested.
Right.
Then he technically would, television-wise, be champion for at least a month. Only have to work one match out of the 4 tapings, and the other 3 shows that are taped, he can just do promos.
So, my rebuttal to that, you make a good point, and that's valid. However,
it's a very good point.
Let's be truthful here. Does a casual fan really give a shit about the title legacy, or are they going to tune in regardless?
It's going to be the person. It's not going to be the title. It's going to be the person.
Exactly. And not to mention, here's case in point that has proven that fact. Attitude Era.
I will give you that. That was a different time and place, though.
Right.
People were clawing and fighting for ratings, and that doesn't seem to be as much of a priority anymore because ratings are determined different ways.
Right. So, and again,
and no, the casual fan wouldn't be turned off by that.
No.
But how many casual fans do you know that watch Ring of Honor wrestling?
That's why you build it, though.
There's going to be millions of people that watch it, JJ, but they're also going to realize it's more of a series, like how we watch all these other series on Netflix as well.
Thank you, Mikey. Thank you.
And as long as they're not disrupted by what's going on with on television, like they did on that one NXT episode where the guy had walked out or whatever.
Yeah.
Where the guy walked out in some other championship. But guys, can we talk about what they're going to do with the tag team titles at Final Battle?
That's fair enough.
I'm thinking FTR, they could go one of 2 ways. It could be FTR versus the Kingdom, or it could be FTR potentially challenging the Acclaimed. Anybody want to touch on that?
I feel like FTR versus the Acclaim is something to come for them to become AEW Tag Team Champions. We've been waiting for the longest time for them to be challenged for those, but
I feel like that's a Full Gear match.
Yeah, it feels like right now that should be the way they go for Full Gear. Although I know that Butt Boys, Austin and Konigan, they want to put their names in the hat to go after FTR's spot. Not necessarily a set of titles that they have. Keep in mind, FTR still owns 3 sets of Tag Team Championships from 3 different promotions, and so far only one is apparently maybe known as opponents, and I feel like that is Final Battle. And whether or not the Kingdom comes in at Full Gear and costs them a chance at the AEW Tag Team Championships and further that storyline, that remains to be seen. But I feel like FTR's future right now is Acclaim first and then Final Bout. Now, whether or not they hold 4 sets of straps or only 2 sets of straps by the end of December 10th, that remains to be seen.
The only reason I brought up the Acclaim, just to interject real quick before whoever else takes it, I only brought the Acclaim up because I was just thinking a little bit of mainstream publicity for Final Battle. I know they're trying to build up those buy rates.
Right, exactly.
No, that makes sense, but I think that you want to have more Ring of Honor actual championships on the Final Battle than you do AEW titles.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not the Kingdom, I would say maybe do Claudio and Wheeler Yuta.
Fair enough.
I want East.
Not to try and bring this back to what you were saying, JJ, but I did also want to make this point with the Punk thing and the MJF thing.
Excuse me.
I do want to say that while your con does have a valid point and everything that you mentioned, I think the better alternative is to build the casual audience if it makes sense, right? This is one of those instances where having a 1 month title reign makes sense. It does make a lot of sense. Sometimes you got to make a few eggs. You got to break a few eggs to make an omelet here.
That's a classic proverb.
You know, that's my theory on it. It's just like the pros greatly, at least on paper, outweigh the con.
That's say.
You know, it's
and look at what Emmanuel has to say about your theory too.
Well, hold on, Noah.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm still in third place in the no DQ prediction leagues.
Yes, you are.
Baby!
Imagine if MJF did
yes, you are. Very good, Mikey.
Yes, think about if he defeats Jericho for the ROH title.
No.
And wins the AEW title off of Mox in the same night.
Then fuck Jericho. I'm on that train if that happens. No, please. Come on.
Being the two of the best back-to-back in one night.
Yeah, like how he beat Austin and Rock to become undisputed champion.
Yeah, but they were in the same match, though, weren't they?
And
wasn't that a triple threat?
No, that was.
He beat The Rock earlier in the night to become WCW champion, and then beat Austin in the last match to become WWF champion.
You're right.
Becoming the first ever WWF undisputed champion.
You're right. I'm thinking differently.
So if
don't
MJF beat Jericho for the Ring of Honor title, and then later in the evening beat Mox for the AEW title, becoming the first ever AEW undisputed world champion. I feel like that would only be something to do if Ring of Honor is officially going to die and not get a TV deal.
That's the only reason I can see
unifying those belts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bray Wyatt had a pretty big couple victories in a row. Didn't he beat, what was the order of it? He beat John Cena and AJ Styles, and then he lost to Randy Orton. Like it was Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber.
That's right.
What was the order of that?
Yeah, Elimination Chamber. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Elimination Chamber.
Elimination
So Cena
Chamber.
beat AJ, and then Bray beat both of them pretty much in the Chamber.
Oh, he beat them both in
Basically
the chamber?
what happened. Yeah, he beat them both in the Chamber on the same thing, I think. I think he pinned both of them, too, actually. And then
He
they
did pin
jobbed
both
him
of
out to Orton right after, and then Orton lost them all, right?
They had a chance to make him a big star.
Don't you fucking get me started on 2017 when I had to that live championship.
No, hold on.
James,
Hold on.
don't hinder the gender.
No, fuck that.
Fuck
I'll
that,
handle
man.
that damn gender
That
all
was
day
an
long, all
India-
right?
That was an India marketing strategy.
No,
that
listen.
fell belly up.
By the way, Adam Blampier booked it better. Just saying. Fucking hell.
Did they give him the U.S. title? I can't even remember. I've blocked it out. Did they give him that damn run to the U.S.? They did.
Yes, they did. He beat
did.
Rusev Day for it, actually. In a
No, he
fatal
didn't.
four-way as well. Yeah,
Yes,
he did.
they did.
The man who was supposed to be the champion in the first
Hold on.
place.
Main point you mentioned, Mikey. Hold on. I got to segue back to it a little bit here. So, back to my point of MJF. You mentioned the fucking 4 title changes that happened in 2017. That was way too fucking quick.
Yeah.
And devalued the championship like you wouldn't believe. And then they put it on gender, which just made it even worse, okay? This is not that situation if you give MJF the fucking Ring of Honor World title and then have him lose it because he got fucking, shenanigans. It's not the same thing, You're building a bunch of fucking stars at that point. There's a lot more pros than cons there. nothing was a pro about how they were switching the title back and forth all over the place in 2016.
No, there was nothing pro about that. You kidding me?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Exactly what Mikey said. Exactly. Yeah, thank you.
That show that JJ was talking about, if that show was on for 4 weeks, that would be a means to make people tune in every week to see MJF, what he was going to say leading up to his title match.
Exactly. And all he needs to
people
do
would
is do
watch
like
it just like any series.
And he just needs to do a pre-tape every week. All he has to do is be on the fucking mic. He's got 30 days to defend the Ring of Honor title, and you can have him in a match.
Do a tag match as well.
Exactly. Like he doesn't have to work as hard. He works smarter, not harder. He's the fucking smartest man in the goddamn business.
That's
a lot
why,
of people
like
should take advantage of that.
Business. He's in the palm. He's got this generation in the palm of his hand.
Yes.
And why wouldn't he do another season of that, JJ? You know what I mean? This man is about to get a big contract in 2024. I bet you they're going to sign him for like, we need you for 3 seasons of ROH where you kind of act like The Rock did back in the day and wear a silk shirt to the ring and cut a promo.
Right.
And then you defend it. And then we acknowledge you on AEW champion as the ROH champion. But, I mean, what's the point of that, James? They already got Jericho in that role. I mean, MJF is the younger version of Jericho.
Well, I would like to go again, but I feel JJ's pain because I was overwhelmed, and I don't want the fucking poor guy to get any more overwhelmed. I can see the minute in his face, man. I feel it. Go. It's your show, man.
No.
We're sorry.
I don't have anything else to say on this topic, really. You know,
We got another one.
No, I get that. It's just like we can see, like you're eating. It's like you're eating a lemon, bro. Like I'm worried. Are you all right?
I'm good. I'm just getting tired. I've been up since 8 o'clock this morning. It's
right. Okay.
Almost 11 o'clock here now. I feel for y'all on the East Coast where it's almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I know got church in a few hours, but
sleep.
She right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Plus, I love for Mikey T to actually
I don't
plug
have
his
any other
shows for
topics.
once. Huh?
I honestly don't have any other topics.
Yeah, and honestly,
I feel like at this point we're just trying to fantasy book the resolution to separating Ring of Honor from the AEW ecosystem while still making Ring of Honor mainstream to a degree.
And also fixing AEW. Let's be honest, we're trying to book AEW out of this fucking mess.
There's 3 people right here versus 1 damn mic.
The only other thing I have is I have one starred comment from way back during the actual PLE saying that he hopes that's not a concussion for Ilya Dragunov. Which, that is something I did want to get into and briefly touch on. I just didn't see the opportunity. Huh?
Did you want to call me out? Did y'all want to call me out for saying Ilya Dragunov would beat up MJF?
No. I didn't see how to really work it into the conversation. Brilliant. But I mean, is WWE smart? And I know the answer to that is no. But should Ilya Dragunov even be attempting some of those headbutts after everything that went down with Chris Benoit, who did diving headbutt every night for years? And we know what that did to his brain, the damage it caused.
Well,
no,
I feel like Dragunov is asking for problems down the line by doing those moves.
His intensity is definitely there where he might need a little bit more self-control versus what he's done kayfabe-wise. But as long as nobody headbutts somebody to the length of Katsuri Shibata nearly killing himself in the match with Okada back in 2017, I'm going to let that slide.
And hold on. And I also have to point this out. This is on me. My bad, as R-Truth would say. And here's why I say that.
Go ahead.
I put the worry in people's heads. If you actually look at the footage again, and this is how much of a fucking nerd I am of this shit, I can actually just tell how moves are done safely. When he performed the headbutt, fucking Jordan Devlin was going with the motion prior to his head actually connecting. right as it looked like it was connecting. If you really take a look at it, he doesn't actually connect. He's
not full on contact.
He's like a hair length there, but he doesn't actually.
It's that razor edge reaction time setup by both that they know this is coming. Here's how you exercise with it and against it.
Very odd looking move.
Now,
exactly.
I think that's what ultimately happened, and I only bring that up because I was the one that said, "Oh man, he must have a concussion." I don't think that's what happened. I think, we just got done talking about how the Performance Center makes sure the moves are done safely. They are very, very, very strict on that. I'd imagine that they trusted them enough to do that. I hope. I mentioned concussion.
Right. I gotta watch this show.
I mentioned the concussion with Ilya Dragunov in that match, okay, as a story element to what I was seeing. If that was commentator James. If I see something and I'm in my wrestling commentator mode, I switch it on, I'm going to call what I see. The man is an incredible seller. I think he was selling the fact that he had a concussion, but didn't actually have a concussion. But on TV, I'm going to say, if I'm in my commentating element, I'm going to bring up this man might have a concussion.
That's fair.
Because that's real. So if it's my fault, my bad, but I was just doing my job. Don't shoot the messenger. I don't know if he has one or not. Don't quote me. Just we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll discover on Tag Title Tuesday or whatever the fuck it is they call it. Tag Team Title Tuesday.
Tag Team Title Tuesday. Quad team.
I'm sure they'll give us an update on everybody.
And just call it NXT squared. It's or NXT to the fourth power. It's easier.
NXT Quattro.
All right.
If Jericho's the Ocho, this is NXT Quattro.
Oh,
you
God.
didn't answer the question, though, James.
Okay, go ahead.
You answered everything besides the question.
Okay, well, my
Would
answer
Elio, what is it, Noah?
Ilya Dragunov.
Was it Ilya Dragunov?
It's Ilya Dragunov.
Ilya Dragunov.
Yes.
Fucking microwave pizza. Fucking Elio.
Sorry.
You broke James. You broke freaking James.
James
has been
everybody,
broken.
I need your reaction to this. Ilya Dragunov would beat the shit out of MJF, yes or no?
Oh, yeah, in a real fight? Fuck yeah. Oh, you kidding me? No, Elio will beat the shit out of both of them.
No, but I'm telling you, man.
Elio would choke MJF with that Burberry scarf.
Elio would fucking cover Ilya Dragunov in pizza sauce. All right, he's gonna join up with Tony Marinero or whatever the fuck his name is on NXT. You know what I mean?
Tony Marinero. This is insulting to my Italian roots.
Sorry. Maybe Ilio's last name, Ilio Marinero, right? I don't know.
Where's my pizza?
Where's my pizza?
I hate you, James. Now I'm thinking about
bro. You just gotta embrace it. That was hilarious, bro. I needed that laugh like I needed fucking cocaine, man. Jesus
James, for the record, that needs to be a snippet too, all the way up until Mikey just said, "I hate you, James."
That was so good.
Hold on, Mikey. Here, I'll sum up like this. Damn it, James! You freaking idiot!
And there's a grand slam.
Oh my! Is my weed story gonna be on that episode, on the New Year's episode?
That clip is gonna make the cut. Yep.
God, that was
no, but I was honestly just watching a review earlier on YouTube of the Hulkster cheeseburgers that used to be for sale at Walmart.
Oh my God. Yo, right up there with Pasta Mania and failed Hulk Hogan Ventures, bro. Holy shit, man.
Yeah. I never heard of that.
Wait.
I just Googled Elio Pizza.
Yeah,
this was a thing.
This was a thing, yes. I know exactly what Michael T is talking about. Look it up on WrestleCrap.com.
Yep, that shit was crazy, man.
Yeah, just like all Hulk Hogan's ventures were crazy and a failure.
And Eric Bischoff wanted to do the Hulk Hogan hero.
He wanted to do Pasta Mania.
Holy shit.
Those
Okay.
things are actually
I feel like with 10 minutes left to the top of the hour, this is a good opportunity to wind things down. Let's get our plugs in and let's try to say goodnight before the top of the hour. Mikey T, anything you'd like to plug here this evening?
Yes, finally. Mikey T, go.
Let's see. I was just gonna plug some movies that I've been watching lately. I watched this movie about skiing. It was this ski movie. It was this skiing movie where they all get. It's called Summit Fever. You got to check it out, JJ.
Okay.
So Summit Fever is a pretty good movie that I watched. Ryan Phillippe's in it for. He's in it. Yeah, they got a few names in there, but it's a really, really dramatic movie. What else do we got, man?
We've lost James for some reason.
I've been doing a lot.
James is broken. James is literally broken.
Let's see what. I watched. How did you like the bridge? The Curse of the Hollow Bridge, JJ.
The Curse of Bridge Hollow. I thought it was all right. I thought it was a cute family movie, kind of in the vein of Hocus Pocus and whatnot.
You always need one of those every Halloween.
Yeah.
But, I was thinking,
what the hell is wrong with you?
Hold on, Mikey.
Also,
there's shit on your channel.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by
plugs. Oh. But also, but yeah, I really want to check out that new movie called Terrifier 2. Terrifier 2. Jericho's actually in that movie, you guys.
Really? That I did not know.
Yeah, Chris Jericho's actually in Terrifier 2. I don't know if you saw part 1.
No.
What if that's on her watch list here?
James, breathe, James.
Also,
you turned into a Pokemon, dude. You're wheezing.
Yep.
Also, I really enjoyed JJ's reviews of Scream. Very good reviews, JJ. I watched.
That's appreciative.
I watched 2. I didn't go to watch 1 at first because I'm like, I've already seen part 1, and I know JJ is gonna say it was awesome. But I really wanted to see what you had to say about part 2. Then I had to see what you hated about part 3 because everyone critically panned that shit. Part 4 I thought was good. And part 5, I really like how you broke down all the reviews. So I had to go back and watch the Scream 1 review. I'm like, I got to. And that shit was great, man. And also I watched the Chucky series, you guys. So if anybody out there has missed it, season 2 is out right now. And they got some epic shit.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of this season yet. I know Liv Morgan is supposed to be on this week, I think. She's supposed to be on an episode.
Yeah, I hope JJ reviews those at some point in time.
Oh my
God. I'm probably not going to review the TV series for Chucky just because I didn't review season 1. Season 2 is already halfway through, but I will be doing the movies at some point. But is there anything that you want to plug for your own channel or Report Card Radio or anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell people where to find you.
Too. Okay.
You got to see Terrifier 1, Noah, but also you may not want to see it because they're saying this movie makes people leave the theater puking.
Oh, gross.
I don't watch movies.
They're saying it is very grotesque.
Again, I don't watch movies.
Oh, I thought you just said you were going to watch it.
No, I was saying that Laura Alley's been doing her 31 Days of Horror. She actually been studying Terrifier 2.
Nice.
My
plugs. Yeah.
What about your channel?
Yeah, so my channel is Report Card Radio.
Oh,
everybody can go follow me on Report Card Radio. I do interviews with hip hop artists. I just did a live stream before I came on here tonight. I always like coming in, checking in with the guys because, as I say, I acknowledge open mic night.
We appreciate that, Mikey T.
So everybody go check out my channel. If you get a chance, just type in Report Card Radio. Go subscribe. Just support the channel, man. James, I want to do some shit with you too, man, as well, man.
I after that amazing round of plugs, man. I agree. That was outstanding.
Mistress Audio said you are valid, Mikey. You're plugging on your terms. Yeah, I never heard anybody plug like that before, really.
No, man. You
Definitely
did.
nobody's ever plugged
That
like that on the Jeff
was
Meacham Network Multiverse of Media.
Great, bro. I almost had a heart attack when you never mentioned Report Card Radio. I'm like, he finally has a chance after all these times of being cut off because he just had to go to Bandai, and then he doesn't plug his channel right at the top. He talks all these movies. I couldn't.
James, go ahead and plug what you've got going on.
If you can catch your breath.
Okay.
And JJ, that was a hell of a buy you got, man. That
Thank
buy you got for the Sherlock Holmes 6-disc set for $4, man. Because you want to know why? I'm sorry, James. My bad, bro.
Go for it. It's
wait
fine.
for James's plugs. But JJ, when you actually review the Sherlock Holmes movies, you could give so much background with all of those different stories. And I like how you're going to do the Turner Classic, man, because you got to mix it up, man, because there's different fans everywhere, you know?
Thank you. I appreciate that. See, that's why I'm willing to let Mikey just kind of go off on a tangent like that. Because I know he actually watches my shit.
Bro, he bigs us all up.
He does, and I love him for that, dude. Like, for real, bro, mad respect.
I appreciate
the fact that you actually sit through my episodes of my reviews and the Warzone and everything, and you can reference something like that I plugged, like, I feel like that was over a month ago that I did that episode with the Sherlock Holmes stuff, and you can pull that out, man. Mad love and respect. Thank you for all your support.
Keep doing
James, go ahead, man.
All right, awesome. So big first thing I'm gonna plug before I plug anything else. Mistress Audio's in the chat. If you could highlight her, because this is all about her. I got a few things other than that. You can check out Owen's shit, and you can check out Casey's shit to simplify it. But Mistress Audio and I did an audio story, and it's basically a ASMR type of thing, but it wasn't really ASMR. It was just an audio story. We just said ASMR because algorithms and that.
And what is ASMR for those that don't know?
You know what? Good question. Don't fucking help us out, mistress. You know better than we would. Please let us know. But it was an audio story, and we called it that for algorithm. Whatever it means.
Person really interact with something.
Nice. Thanks, no.
And no big.
No.
Although I've heard that certain ASMR is not child friendly.
Yes, this is one of those ones, but not for the reasons you would think. I will say that right off the rip. But it is a story about brother and sister dealing with autism, being bullied for autism. What happens when a brother goes full vigilante Sting and defends his sister, and that's all I can reveal.
Wow.
Wow.
Automatic sensory meridian response basically sounds that make the brain feel good. Yeah. So basically, yeah.
You know what? That is valid. Shit. I didn't even think of it like that. Anyway, the story is that.
Thank you, Miss. Respect.
Yeah. And definitely check that out. It is called, if I get the full title in here, because I need to get the full title in here so that way people can actually see it.
You're supposed to be prepared for this, James.
Well, sorry. I'll be honest with you. Mikey T kind of threw me off. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even gonna fucking stun with you.
Just like the AEW locker room, blaming somebody else. Take accountability, James.
Oh, there it is.
Oh shit. Yeah, fair enough. I you know what? My bad though. Okay. So it's called.
God, we've got off the damn rails again.
The full title of the video is ASMR Sibling Roleplay, shared experiences, bracket, autism, unbracket, bracket, bullying, unbracket, bracket, TW, unbracket, bracket, featuring J Hebert Side 95 and more from FCW Productions, exclamation point, bracket. Go check that shit out.
Exclamation.
Once we go off the air here, we'll try to put that in the descriptions on our
Oh
channels
my God!
as
you're
the
kidding.
show is going off across the Jeff Meacham Network,
Copy
across
link.
the D18 Studios channel, Simple Man Studios. Noah, he posted the link to it in our group chat. So if you want to just copy it and put it in the description once we're done here,
Oh,
and then
thank
I'll
you so
try
much.
to let
Wow.
Jeff do the same thing. I gave you my word. I'll check that out as soon as I can.
Thank you
I've
so much.
still
for
got
that.
3 movies of the Halloween saga that I've got to try and watch.
Wow.
I've got 1 new release Saturday movie that I still got to try to watch, and then I got to try to film everything between now
I
and
feel that.
the
I feel that.
31st
Again,
next week. So
you take your time. That, bro.
once I
Holy
transfer
shit,
over
thank
to
you so
next
much.
month, and I'm not doing a review every freaking day again.
Get some freaking breathing.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
feel bad because at the end of the day, and my girlfriend, her kids are like so cool about it, but at the end of the day, I end up taking up the living room TV for a lot of time this month so that I can view everything I need to view between Raw, NXT, Dynamite, SmackDown, Rampage, the 31 days of Halloween I've been doing, trying to do the She-Hulk series and all that, trying to do new release Saturday and all that. And everyone has been so understanding. Like, it's going to be nice to go to a month where I've only got like 12 movies I got to do in 30 days.
That's gonna be great for you.
And I can actually, share the TV with the family, watch things that aren't part of what I have to do, only to then turn around and do 31 days again in December because I'm a glutton for punishment and it's Christmas. But
you are referencing the Sandra Bullock series.
Yes.
You are about to embark on.
Yeah, that's the trailer that I tried to play before open mic night went on the air, but the video just wouldn't click because I still had the share screen up.
Send it to you,
so everything was glitching.
Right. Yeah. You had a yep.
What I may do is, just because I didn't run that beforehand, once we sign off, I'll run that before we go officially dark. So just throw that out there.
Bro, the fact that you guys are gonna put that video in the comments for people to go to, thank you so much. I can't even put in the freaking words.
No problem, man.
How grateful I am for that, because like that probably means a lot, because granted, everything else has meaning to it as well with what I do, but this especially meant a lot to me.
No worries, dude.
And it means a lot to Mitris too. So thank you so much.
Oh, guys, I probably should have did and when you asked me in my plugs, I probably should have gave a plug to this exotic pop soda. We got the Soldier Boy one right here, you guys. The Soldier Boy.
You know what? You know what's funny? You mentioned soda. I'll give you a tangent. Best soda I have had that is a specialized soda. That Rick and Morty lime fucking soda is baller. Can I get a hallelujah, dude? If anybody's tried that in the chat, let me know. Because that shit I tried today.
We got the throwback Mac Dre. Rest in peace to Mac Dre. We got
you over here pulling out some out of nowhere stuff. I'm just sitting here rocking my Fago in freaking California. That's some East Coast shit right there.
Yeah. My guy Lil Flip sent these to me, so I wanted to give him a little drop on the channel. Everybody check out Exotic Pop. It's a different kind of soda.
No
it's
worries.
Actual soda. It's not like mixed with anything to like THC or anything like that. It's just soda. And they made it out of Texas, and it's in a lot of states now. This one looks good. I'm surprised I haven't drank this one. This is bubble gum. This is that bubble gum fizzle pop, man. What?
I'll have to keep my eyes peeled. Fago's bottled in Detroit, Michigan, so whenever I can find it out here in California, it's always like a big deal.
Yeah, a lot of rappers always put that in their songs. Fago.
I appreciate that, Mistress. Thank you very much. Open mic night is just that. It's just a kickback forum for a bunch of guys, friends, to shoot the shit about, as Noah Foster loves to put it, professional wrestling. Damn it.
Yeah. Real
but
quick.
we digress.
So I figured out the problem that if anybody else has had this problem, apparently YouTube does not let you put in links even if you're a creator. So I got a way around that. Hang tight while we do our
it's
plugs.
called click the video when you're not actually in your creator suite and then copy link into chat.
Yes.
Yes, you put it in the chat and then it could be pinned up.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
So,
yeah.
Anyway,
that's fair enough.
as you were.
That's from earlier.
Anything else that you want to plug there, James?
Really, that's the main thing I plug. Owen's got stuff as well.
It is now in my comments, and I am subscribed to Mitris Audio. That's that.
Sounds
fair
good.
enough. All right.
Well, before I turn things back over to Noah, as I've mentioned, I am in the midst of my Halloween saga. Today, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers went up, and then that is what is coming for the rest of the month. Tomorrow, The Curse of Michael Myers, the unrated producer's cut, which was the feature film debut of Paul Rudd.
Oh, yep.
Halloween H2O on Monday, The Haddonfield Nightmare, which is a fan film and a direct sequel following John Tate, Josh Hartnett's character in H2O. I'll be covering on Tuesday. Halloween Resurrection with Busta Rhymes on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday will be the Rob Zombie saga, Halloween and Halloween 2. And then beginning next Saturday, the brand new trilogy that kicked off in 2018, Halloween, Halloween Kills, and on Halloween night, Halloween Ends. Myself and Jeff will be together to review how the saga ends. 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. Of course, in the midst of all that, you've got new episodes of The War Zone, the weekly acquisition report where I show off the latest additions to my ever-growing movie libraries. Today was Halloween Havoc, but across the Jeff Meacham Network multiverse of media, you will see us again for NWA Hard Times in New Orleans. I believe that is November 12th. The week after that is AEW Full Gear. And the week after that will be WWE Survivor Series War Games.
War Games!
3 weeks in a row of pay-per-view and PLE coverage across the Jeff Meacham Network multiverse of media. This coming Monday, the top 10 horror movie sequels from The Dad's Not Always on Wrestling. Again, that'll be 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. Of course, Tuesday, Stat Boy Sports Bar, featuring Dory Lou, back at its normal time of 4 o'clock because Jeff will be in the producer's chair this week.
Yeah, boy.
That evening, Jeff Meacham will return for an episode of Talk Wrestling. So make sure you guys tune in immediately following NXT for that. Of course, Wednesdays will be the Greg Cherry Show. And then make sure you tune in to NoDQ.com for Aaron Rift's Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown recaps, as well as the No DQ review on Thursdays. You never know who may show up on the panel. It's usually Aaron, Virtue, and up to 3 other people. Sometimes it's one of us that pops in on there. So you never know who will be part of the festivities each and every Thursday on the No DQ review.
Very true.
Prayers to Renegade for Halloween Resurrection. Yes. Between Halloween Resurrection and the 2 Rob Zombie movies, a lot of prayers needed for me.
Zombie.
Emmanuel also says, need to update is doing The Country That Can't Be Named. Yes. He established here earlier tonight that as a good Christian man, he can't hold ill will to the good people of Saudi Arabia.
You're a good man, Noah.
So if Jeff decides to go ahead and do Crown Jewel on November 5th, then Noah will be in the commentary booth. And it's funny because I was talking to Jeff about that. It's like, I know Noah really doesn't want to do it, but November 5th is a historic date. We have to do coverage on November 5th. And I know Noah's lost because he's not a movie guy. But November 5th, 1955, is the day that Dr. Emmett L. Brown, when trying to hang up a clock, fell, hit his head on the toilet, and when he came to, he had the vision of the flux capacitor, which is what makes time travel possible.
Don't feel left out, Noah. I have no idea.
Back to the Future.
Thank you, James, for getting it. Yes.
That's the upper deck right there. That's the upper deck of the open mic.
Again, I don't watch movies.
AJ, I gotta ask you, man. You said you're doing the top 10 sequels with Jeff.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a big Scream 2 guy. I'm not asking you to reveal anything yet, but is Scream 2 disqualified because of the fact that it's a part of 5? Is it?
No, it is still a sequel to the original.
JJ, that better be up. I'm going to be watching that damn review. JJ, you better put some respect on Scream 2.
Bruh, we have given massive love to Scream 2. Go back and watch me and Jeff's top 10 musical moments to non-musical movies.
Oh, boy.
Jerry O'Connell singing I Think I Love You from Scream 2 was on my list. We give love to Scream 2. Okay?
Hell yeah, man. I'm going back to watch that one. That's very, very, you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't expect to see that in there. I like it.
Exactly. That's why I put it on my list. And I even mentioned it on the show. I'm like, you expect these type of things to pop up in comedies, maybe even dramas, but you don't expect it in a horror movie. And he's on top of the freaking table in the college cafeteria singing, professing his love to Nev Campbell.
And I say, J. What's going on?
No, it was the song, I Think I Love You.
Yeah, Ken
I think
Street
I love
Fighter.
you.
Yeah.
Emmanuel's trying to call Noah out. He feels that watching a wrestling documentary is considered a movie.
That's true.
It might be, but I haven't watched one of those in a long time either.
There you go.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
So
I gotta before you say anything, this has been the most.
Okay, go ahead.
Not that it was intended to be this way, but this has been one of the most emotional roller coasters of open mic night that we have ever fucking had.
Once in a while, even I can break out a rant if need be.
I don't know how
you've got to make sure that Noah's rant gets snipped, and you've got to make sure that Mikey's plugs get snipped for greatest hit.
Bro, the first episode he had a greatest hit talking about his fucking weed issue.
That was so damn awesome.
Very embarrassing story, man.
It was, but
I'm not even gonna say it.
Bro. The point is, it was embarrassing, but you made it so entertaining, bro. I can't even put in the words.
Anybody wants to see that story, you're gonna have to tune in on New Year's, and let me tell you, that's gonna make your New Year's right there.
Oh, no doubt.
Yep, New Year's Eve, we will be live on the air with an episode of Open Mic Night, as well as, and I don't have a graphic for it yet, but the Friday before Christmas, December 23rd, we all agreed for like a little 1 hour and a half special to just kind of go over our Christmas traditions before we go into Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So you're going to have to make sure that you tune in for that one.
Of the year.
It's the holiday season. All right.
Enough of that. Noah, go ahead and take us out of here as you always do. I will then run the Sandra Bullock trailer that didn't air prior to Open Mic Night. Log us off for the air, and if you guys want to hang out for a minute so we can chit-chat afterwards, much appreciated. If you guys need to take off, so be it. Noah?
Expect no Andy Datson cover of holiday season this Christmas season, courtesy of me, for free. I'll tell you that much. But overall, this has been one hell of a fun, entertaining night. But I will say this still. Not my NXT! But I digress. If you want to know more about me, though, know this. Damn it! For I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it!
Play a drinking game. How many times does Noah say damn it or anybody else say damn it on the air? You'll be drunk within like 5 minutes.
Oh,
damn
man.
it, James! Don't bring up that statistic. Anyway, find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my entire ACW family on the Twitter. that, of course, me and James Hebert are proudly a part of. Stay tuned for my continued All Elite coverage on Steve Paul Loves Wrestling right here on YouTube. There will be an HW Impromptu coming up. Maybe this Friday. We'll see how the gang's all feeling. And for the first time, I might cross Forbidden Door into Twitch. And we might do it across the lovely Cindy G, Sienna _Chanel's Twitch channel as part of a post-live chat discussion after AEW Rampage this coming Friday. And again, as far as this week goes, it'll be nice to just take it easy and relax too. But as always, I'd like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. There are just fans with opinions, with this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling too. It's as simple as that.
You're not going to give the people another drink?
A dickory, Doc.
You're not going to give people another drink?
You suck.
Stop it. Stop.
So there we go.
Now.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. For the 8 people that are still watching us, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
They want a drink, damn it.
This has been a hell of a ride today. It's been a hell of a ride today. 7+ hours on the air, Noah.
Epic show, guys.
A hell of a night, JJ.
Thank
Absolute
you.
pleasure.
Thank you once again for your expertise in your call. We've greatly appreciated here on the Casa channel and across the entire Jeff Meacham network, Multiverse of Media.
I'll see you in 2 weeks for more commentary coverage, as I promised. Yes, folks, I will be back to call Crown Jewel.
There we go. For James Hebert, for Mikey T, for the Simple Man Noah Foster, I am the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you for watching. We will see you guys next time.
Have a good night.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
the sun's coming.